Good morning, everyone. We're about to start off the action in the quarterfinals. So Rosenberg Leonardon is already up. I think many of the matches are going to be somewhat interesting today. Nickel against Rubinstein, man, it could be a blowout. We saw those guys yesterday playing up against the Australian team, Amoyles, but Rubinstein has looked very weak in the matches. They've always been so far behind. And I think against Nickel, that could be a big problem for them. Let's try and look in on Rosenberg Leonardon, maybe. I know we haven't watched Nickel at all. This might be a match that's actually really exciting in the latter half, Zimmerman Street. I know Michael's going to avoid Zimmerman like the plague, but they seem to be on a roll. Yeah, Rosenberg Leonardon. Let's try and sit at the non-Leonardon table, if possible. Who is Rosenberg's other pair? It's Kevin and Brian. You just don't like Zimmerman? Well, I was thinking of watching the Polish guys turn Swedes, Klukowski and Kalita, because they're good. They're really good. So once we get some names up. Lee and Kai. Right. They're probably playing Precision, yeah? Okay, we'll try and watch Kevin and Brian. Well, we'll sit at whichever the non-Leonardon table is. Which, depending on seating rights, might be Kevin, might be Lee and Kai. That's okay. I think we'll be able to do just fine against with Precision. You like Nick? So you'd watch Nickel and Street? This feels like a good match. Both of these teams have gotten through on upsets, I think, to make it this far. So you and Nickel used to be teammates a lot, or you and Paul Street used to be teammates a lot? Oh, Nick Lecoyer. Is he in? Which team is he on? Oh, he might be on Street, right? Yeah. This would be a table. Greco, Hampson, Grew, Moss. Okay, yeah. Platnick and Rosenberg are sitting against Compton and the sponsor. Let's head over to the closed room. Goodbye, chat. See you in a little bit. Good morning, everyone. Getting started with some quarterfinal action in the Spingold from Toronto, Canada. Joined by Michael Schuster.
Hello.
And
Like
we're going
camera
to be watching this
instead of
match, Leonardin against Rosenberg. Both these teams have fought their way hard to get here to the round of 8, but things only get tougher as you go along. I'm not that
yeah.
familiar with the East West partnership, so I guess we'll hope to pick up on their conventions as we go along. They don't appear to have a convention card on file as far as I can see, but it is often going to be the case that a lot of Chinese partnerships play a precision style.
I'm already in some disbelief. I don't think East passed in second seat unless he like forgot to look at his cards. All right, so pass one heart, 2-no trump maybe.
Yeah, 2 no trump, 5-5 in the minors on the South cards seems pretty reasonable. And then West
So
might bid 3 spades or so as some sort of competitive try. Maybe if West judges the hand is a little bit too good for that, West can try 3 diamonds or something, unusual over unusual.
So yeah, the unusual no trump, where 2-no trump will show at least 5 clubs and at least 5 diamonds. It's it can be a great tool when for outbidding the opponents, but it can also be a very dangerous tool in the play of the hand. If you don't buy it, the opponents play the hands as if they could see all your cards usually. So yeah, we see the competitive 3 spades, which I assume is forward going but not forcing. I think North is done with all his values in the majors.
Mm-hmm.
What sparse values there are to begin with, although he does have a nice diamond fit, I don't think that's enough for him to bid. And I think with the spade fit, maybe in the good controls. I mean, East doesn't like the kings are in front of the minor suit cards. So I might just close my eyes and be 4 spades because it's game, but I'm not sure that East will.
Yeah, in these non-vulnerable games, don't offer as large a bonus as the vulnerable ones, but East does bid 4 spades. So can the defense beat this? They have a spade, a diamond, and maybe a club. I suspect North is going to lead a club at trick 1.
So, and West just has a bunch of trumps, right? So once he loses those tricks, he doesn't have any losers that he needs to dispose of on anything. He doesn't need to set up any suits and dummy or rough anything. So as long as West gets the spades right, and the normal play is to finesse against the queen, because finessing against the queen works when North has the ace and the queen, but playing towards the king only works when North has the queen but not but has the ace but not the queen.
Right.
So it's sort of like an extra case that playing the passing the jack of spades has over playing the jack of spades to the king.
Yeah, now the one hurdle that Declare might need to overcome is that if this opening club lead is a singleton and you run the jack of spades, it's possible South wins a singleton queen and gives his partner a club ruff.
Yeah, that could happen.
But it does look like Declare has decided what to do in the spade suit. Jack of spades, low, low.
Which club was led?
7. I assume South put in the jack. I don't think
Are they?
that...
Yeah, I don't think South played low and Declare won the ace anyway. So that seems very unlikely.
No.
But this hand's just about over. Declare will poke around to see if there's like a heart position, like when you find South with 2 spades, can cash the king of hearts and know to finesse the 10 if South plays the queen or the jack. There's no way Bathurst did 2-no trump without 10 cards in the minors. But when the king of hearts just brings down the 9, that's going to be the end of the hand. There's no club ruff.
No, there is some sort of potential um, for a strip squeeze on South. After the trumps get pulled, declare can lead a low diamond from king and one towards the queen in hand. Because South does not have the jack of clubs at this point. If South ducks the ace of diamonds, declare can win the queen, and then a strip squeeze can occur with a two loser end position. The diamond loser still intact and the club loser. Declare runs all the spades, cashes the heart ace, and exits the king of diamonds. South has to win and lead away from the queen of clubs.
And that's a cool play and a tough defense. I think Bathurst probably gets it right. And like, why is declare crossing to dummy and leading a diamond away from the king if they don't have the queen? But I suppose some tough declarers might actually do that without the queen if declare did that, boy, are they firing on all cylinders trying to take every single trick they could possibly take, because they're in a cold game by the point they would be doing that. And they would have to resist the temptation to just play the king of hearts and claim when no honor shows up.
Right.
Well spotted, though.
And
you're always
well, with trumps 2-2, you could still cash the king of hearts. No honor shows up. You then cross in spades. You now lead a low diamond. South might kind of get it right on accident, because this almost looks like declares unblocking a singleton king of hearts to get a pitch on the ace of hearts.
But he didn't take it. Oh, I see. He could steal the diamond and then pitch on the ace of hearts.
Right.
Later, like toss the king of clubs and then take a pitch on the ace of hearts.
Yeah. But either way, I mean, this seems like a good attempt from declare, and this would be something that many declarers who are avid squeeze, supporters will notice kind of immediately. You can pick up very quickly, if you're familiar with squeeze technique, on these end positions: one loser squeezes, two loser squeezes, and these types of strip squeezes, as this one would be called, a two loser strip squeeze, work frequently when some player has showed, two long suits, like Michael's cubids, unusual no trump. You can often force them into a situation like this where they have a tennis position that they don't want to lead away from, and then you just run your other suit and throw them in their second suit.
So it's actually really interesting, because for Bathurst, who wants to beat the contract, he kind of needs to put his partner on the queen of diamonds to have a shot.
Right.
So, and he's also, and I think declare might have been the same way without the queen of diamonds. He's got six spades, jack 10, 9, 8, king of hearts, and the ace of clubs. I don't think it's winning bridge to pass to no trump there. I suppose could be a case for passing it and hoping that you can just bid three spades on the next round, but I suspect most players would just bid three spades competitive. So there's a chance that if he finds that play, I think it will succeed, and that would be a pretty cool over trick to find.
Mm-hmm. The other table does make 10 tricks in their spade game on this first board. I'm going to take a quick look at the play. The same couple of tricks. Platnick in this position actually returned a trump, not wanting to break any of the other suits, which makes a lot of sense.
They're on board 3 at the other table already. We're on trick 3 and they're on board 3.
Yeah, declare in the other room did not find the play of a low diamond towards the queen, so
yeah, it's a variation on sort of like, because the hands are mirrored in the minors. That's sort of anytime you have the same distribution in both hands, that's cases where you look for eliminations to bring you an extra trick. And so
right.
this hand falls to that theme as recognition.
Yeah, so for example, if the diamond honors were ace doubleton opposite jack doubleton, then I think everyone would find the end play against South. You would strip the heart suit and go ace of diamonds, diamond to the jack. South, most likely for the 2 no trump bid, has both the king and queen, and then would have to give you a rough sluff or lead a club. But in this case, because you don't have first round control in the diamond suit, you can't effectively strip it on your own the first time. So you need
you
to
manufacture first round control in the diamond suit by leading away from the king.
Yeah.
It's a manufactured ace. It's actually a pretty cool play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice one to have in your kit to lead away from those kings. And as South, you feel when Declare makes a play like that, you're always feeling like, oh God, it's going to be a long day because I'm constantly going to have to be on my toes and make these guesses right. Meanwhile, none of that's happened because Bathurst is still thinking. Or maybe the hand's over, or maybe the table's crashed.
It has been a long think, but I do kind of understand because Bathurst is thinking, well, if partner has the diamond queen, that would be a useful card, but what if partner instead has the king jack of hearts? Is there anything I can do in that scenario when partner doesn't have the diamond king?
I wonder if he's just thinking about trying to give his partner a club rough.
Yeah, he could be.
Maybe he's close with Singleton and just give partner a club rough, and then take your diamond date. Your whatever diamond tricks we have coming. 1, 2, 3, 4. If partner has a diamond queen or another trump. I guess he's weighing the odds of partner having a Singleton club versus the odds of beating the contract some other way.
Right. Yeah, if he could score this this club rough, okay, so he does find the same play that Platnick found in the other room, which is to just not break any suit, return a trump.
In a sense, it's kind of like a club rough with a natural trump, a club trick, though, because you expect that your queen of clubs behind the king, if Declare has club length, is still going to score. So it only gains a trick if you get 2 club roughs. So if the lead was Singleton, you can't, and North has 3 trumps, which is starting to become unlikely that West just bids a 5-card suit here. Then you could beat it that way. So, well, Declare has found the play.
Yeah, it doesn't really cost because we can always fall back on king of hearts, heart to the 10 later. So there it is, diamond to the queen.
I think this is overtrick here for Rosenberg.
Yeah, now that Declare actually still has a spade in both hands, you don't even need to play for the strip squeeze. You can just rough out the hearts and then exit the diamond king, and South is end played. So this will be 11 tricks. Well done. Oh, Declare is playing for the strip squeeze. I mean, you have a full count on the hand, right? South has followed to 2 spades and 1 heart.
I would have thought he would have just exited a diamond and claimed. But I mean, did he really? South doesn't really have a queen jack of clubs. So
if you see one 100% line of play, it doesn't hurt to play for another. So I'm sure West has a full count on the hand and is just gonna run all the trumps.
I think we're just gonna see 11 tricks inputted because the view graph operator got trick 1 wrong.
Yeah. As we can imagine now, South does not have that jack of clubs. He has a small one. And so South will be getting thrown in. What's going to happen is Declare will cash 2 spades, pitch 2 hearts from dummy, and South will have to come down to the Singleton ace of diamonds. So 11 tricks. Nicely played by West here to earn the over trick. We have a potential slam. or potential
So
slam to bid. Both hard honors are offside, but otherwise, six clubs might have had good chances.
yeah, if North had fewer diamonds, you could eliminate the diamonds more easily and take a heart finesse in a similar, like another one of these end plate positions where North would have to help you out by returning a heart. But
Oh, you
with
actually
both,
can. You can you can reverse the dummy if you can rough all three
yeah,
diamonds.
sure, come down to a position where North is just has only hearts left, and then you lead a heart to the 10, be a three card end position with ace jack 10 of hearts, opposite three small, and North down to all hearts.
Well, it
You
is
have
only a weak no trump opposite a 16 count, so it's possible they don't even get all the way up there. The hands fit really well together.
East has three aces, opposite shape. That's really positive. That's more, you know, it's good for a high level suit contract to have the aces. That's why we play Blackwood. Well, certainly
Yeah,
not the
so
only.
West just patterning out a diamond, two clubs, two no, three hearts.
I wonder. I mean, now East knows he has three aces and a club fit, which is really positive for clubs. On the other hand, he also knows he's 4-3-3 and has stoppers in both diamonds and spades, which is might be what partner needs for no trump. And the fast tricks in no trump mean that if the opponents, like if the opponents are able to set up either diamonds or spades at trick one, he has a quick trick. He has another one towards 9 in the other suit by having the ace instead of say the king queen. So certain hands where West is weaker, you might have 6 clubs and 3 aces to just make 3 no trump that way, whereas you could have no play for anything higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, I don't think East is going to waffle with 3 spades, but he might. I think East is more likely to just bid 3 now. And if he does, I expect the auction will end. We know that 6 clubs, looking at the East-West cards, is an excellent contract. We can see that it might even make if Declare gets the hand exactly right. But okay, so he is waffling with 3 spades, and West is not going to be so keen on bidding 3-0 opposite a precision diamond in a hand that's saying I have doubts about 3-0 trump. I
Mm-hmm.
think West is actually going to push towards 6 clubs now.
Yeah, so how is West going to go about it? I mean, West could continue patterning out with 4 spades,
4
but
spades. I kind of like 4 spades. If,
West could
if East
also,
actually has 4 spades, that might even be the best contract.
yeah. Um, I wonder if 2 no trump denied a 4 card major or not in their style.
If it did, then 3 hearts is specifically slamish.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I mean, it could just be trying to avoid 3 no trump off the
Okay,
stopper.
they're in 6 clubs because that looks like key card and clubs to me. 4 diamonds. West is not going to stop after hearing 3 aces from partner.
Every time there's one of these Blackwood substitutes in a suit that's not clearly agreed to me, it's an experiment in terror. Um, Having played with a partner who liked to have a lot of these auctions, they were nearly universally an accident. And that would be the 2 without step, if that was key card and clubs, right? 4 hearts or spades. No, it would be the 2 with
It would be
step.
2 with.
So that's not what East has.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what 4 diamonds was, but all right. I mean, 5 clubs is going to make. You've got 5 clubs, 3 spades, 2 aces, and you're not going to lose 2 hearts and a diamond or something. There is a little bit of work to do, but you could actually just play basically ace of hearts and a heart and give up another heart and then just rough a heart with the ace of clubs.
Yeah.
And just lose 2 hearts that way.
And I think Declare is going to be relatively happy to find both the King, Queen of Hearts offside here, because they were looking into potential club slam, and they might be worried the other table could get there.
Excuse me. Yeah, I think that's not at all unlikely that the other table would get to 6 clubs against a top team, and you can see that 6 clubs is an excellent contract. There's a pretty good chance they reach it. Well, I guess it's the other pair that's in is not the best bidders on the team. It's the Leonard and Compton, who are, I don't know how regular a partnership they are, but they are the sponsored partnership.
So Hurd gets off to his kind of more solid sequence of diamonds on opening lead. I was wondering if he might actually lead the King of Hearts, which would, of
That would
course, make Declare happy.
simplify. Yeah, that would make the hand very fast. So Declare has options. It may still be right in five clubs to go for a dummy reversal. So that if three spades cash, then that gets you to 11 tricks. With three spades, the ace of diamonds and three diamond roughs is 7, the ace of hearts is 8, and three clubs and dummy is 11. And I want to point out that we still have several minutes before 10:30, and I think I added correctly to 11.
You're giving us an extra 4 minutes of Michael time today. That's good.
I promise I'm in a bad math something later.
Okay, heart to the jack. So, yeah, it does kind of seem as if there's not enough entries actually to ruff all three diamonds in the West Hand, because some of the entries are in trumps, and while you can overtake one trump, if you overtake a second trump, you're going to end up promoting the 7 of clubs for South. So I wonder if Declare.
I think if you just started right, if you ace of diamonds, diamond rough, 3 rounds of spades ending in dummy and a diamond rough, club to the ace, diamond rough, ace of hearts, king, queen of clubs, and you just sit there with the ace of clubs and dummy for the short third.
Okay. Yeah.
You could do it. And that doesn't require trumps to break. It just requires spades to break.
Yeah, and the diamond lead, actually, that looks like a really strong line of play, because all it requires is 4-3 spades. And this plan, I think, requires 3-2 clubs.
Yeah, and if spades go 5-2, you're actually not down yet. You can swap over to finessing hearts. If someone roughs a spade, now you take 2 heart finesses. Wait, what just happened on this truck?
North won the King of Hearts. This is not what happened.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, either South roughed it or North won it. There's no way that that this heart went to the 10 and the 9.
We might just see a claim, because with clubs actually splitting, Declare does get to rough the heart with the ace of clubs and then pull trumps, and then all the spades stand up.
Yeah, okay. So the claim, this was one of the successful lines of play in 5 clubs. I don't know that Declare would have seriously considered any unsuccessful line of play in 5 clubs, but it was not without risk.
No. But I think a lot of the times, if Declarers end up finding a line that works when trumps are 3-2 and there was no opposition bidding in an auction, they frequently just tend to believe trumps are 3-2 and go for it.
Have you ever seen it with like one of these players who's very emotional at the table, and dummy comes down and they see they've missed a good slam and they get upset at dummy for their auction, and then they go down at the one level lower?
I have seen that more times than I want to admit. It feels like that does happen quite a bit when players give away that they're in a contract they dislike. Well, South opens a natural club, heart by North, and East has a big hand with spades and diamonds, so I guess 2 clubs for them is kind of like a Michael's bid for the other suits.
It must be. A lot of players do a club past 2 clubs as clubs. It's very common because you figure if you have the other 2 suits, you could double.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have, but you'll often have hearts when it goes a club past a heart, because they can respond 1 heart on nothing and 4 small hearts. and they can open one club on three small clubs or two small clubs, and you can have clubs. So it's not uncommon to have one of their suits. And I like to have a club pass of heart two clubs is natural, and I just stuck with Dublin with 5-5. I also like to have a club pass of heart and no trump as natural because they can open light, they can respond light. It used to be like tend to be solid citizens on an opening bid, and they wouldn't respond with fewer than six. It was attractive to play one no trump is 5-5 there, but not anymore. Not against red on white. They're just the opponents. The opponents are like are unremorseful thieves, every single one of them.
Well, we have what looks to me like a huge result for North South in the other room. Um, 3 no trump, bid and made. Everything works. There are 3 spade tricks and 6 club tricks without having to worry about the red suits, but
Yeah,
there's not a lot of values on the North South hands. 14
eight
ups at 8.
opposite. Yeah, well, they did really well against that 3 now, and uh, maybe and it's the value of the ace king of clubs, right? If South shows long clubs, North really loves the ace king of clubs as two covers, but he also North stoppers in diamonds, hearts, and spades are slow, to say the least,
Mm-hmm.
or slow to non-existent. So North is sort of conflicted. I guess North raised clubs on the ace king doubleton, and South decided to bid 3 now, figuring his partner bid hearts and he has diamonds and spades stopped. That's the only thing I can imagine happen.
That's exactly how it went. Yeah, Platnick in the South rebid 2 clubs, a little bit heavy. And once he got a raise from Rosenberg on Ace King Doubleton, he did trot out 3 no trump. At that table, Compton had overcalled 1 spade. So South kind of knew that the spades were positioned well, as he does here. But with North rebidding the heart suit and East showing extra values with this double, North-South just went quietly. 2 spades may well go down.
Yeah, South had no indication of a fit. His partner's bidding and rebidding a singleton. His pawns are trying to contract for a partial, and his ace queen jack small. So I expect 2 spades is going to go down. It looks like it's off 4 trump tricks, a diamond, and a club. Maybe just 3 trump tricks.
Yeah, there's only 5 quick tricks for the defense, but repeated club taps are going to force Declare's hand.
And I think North continues with another club because North can see that he might be able to get a promotion with the 8 of spades whenever partner gets in. So North would very much like and I think North knows the pattern now because they can't see the West hand. Or maybe North doesn't know that. If the West hand was on the table, North would know the whole hand.
Yeah, so West has, for one thing, not gone after a penalty of 2 hearts. So North might suspect that it's possible West only has 3 hearts. North might also suspect that West could have 3 spades given this 2 spade bid. West actually just trying to escape a penalty themselves because their hand is quite poor. So bid 2 spades on a doubleton. But if West has 3 spades, then West must have longer diamonds. Otherwise, West would have bid 2 spades the first time around.
Now, North-South, I assume we're playing support doubles here, which actually might have cost them a bit because South would have liked to do something positive over 2 clubs, but probably couldn't double because it would show 3 hearts. North knows South has at most 2 hearts. South might have tried to kick a crack at 2 spades too, which might have helped North-South somehow in the defense or bidding. Kind of understand him not wanting to because he has much better defense against spades than he does against diamonds.
Yeah, so Bathurst seeing the dummy gives a suit preference signal here. The 6 of clubs is kind of just as intermediate as you can get, or in the middle. So he doesn't care if partner switches to hearts or diamonds. He's kind of showing equivalent interest in both suits. If he had
So that was
held,
kind of
yeah, if he had held something like Queen Jack 10, sixth of clubs, he definitely would have dumped the Queen of clubs to let his partner know that he really wants his partner to continue playing top clubs and force the dummy. But he didn't feel he could afford to play a club honor on this trick. And Hurd
he
works it
might.
out. Ace of clubs.
So declare when you're in trouble. A lot of times you should play on your side suit first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if declare is going to try to cash the ace king of hearts early, or just play a low diamond in this position.
Declare
I don't
knows the
think.
hearts aren't cashing. There's a
Yeah.
heart rebid, so low diamond or ace of diamonds and a diamond um, makes a lot of sense.
I'll tell you this: declare knows they're in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, although without being doubled, I think Declare is going to be relatively happy to hear 3 no trump bidden made in the other room on the north south hands. Okay, so Declare decides to kind of counter attack getting forced themselves by forcing the south hand. 2 rounds of hearts.
So there's nothing better to do than to lead a club, and I think. Do you think North roughs this with the 8, or just pitches and lets tap coming down? You may just pitch and save the uppercut for later. If North can pitch 2 diamonds, that's actually could be very strong for the defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Herod is kind of just thinking through all the potential spade holdings that his partner can have, and he does pitch a diamond. The Jack of Clubs from Bathurst, actually a really nice card for him to have played because it lets Hurd know that he's looking at both the Queen and Jack of Clubs.
And North knows South's out of hearts, and South is saying don't play more hearts, which should tell North Hurd that Bathurst doesn't want any more roughs.
Mm-hmm.
If Declare actually plays a low diamond here, it's going to be very bad for him because now it's going to go Queen of Clubs, and North would just embarrass himself with his last diamond, and the ace diamonds would go away. All right, so Declare's not doing that.
Whoa. That play is a little unexpected because now Declare can.
Bathurst could just play ace of spades, Jack of spades, and has 3 club winners when he gets in with the King of diamonds. He can count that.
Yeah.
Even if West has another spade, ace of spades, Jack of spades is known to be down a million. Maybe not a million, but close to the 400 score to the other table. Declare gets 2 more tricks in this position.
Yeah, so it's going to be down 300. They'll lose 3 imps, but.
So this Declare gets 5 tricks. That's down 3. All right, so that's they saved a lot of the damage by getting all the under tricks.
Yeah, could Declare have done a little bit better here by not exiting that trump away from King third? Maybe ace of diamonds and a diamond.
I thought the natural play at trick 2 was just a low diamond towards the queen. Set up your side suit is normal technique. Now I'm not sure until I hit the double dummy solver. I won't know how how effective that would have been versus what Declare did. I think he could have saved a trick late in the day too, because North can't get in until he did trump through. But all right, I'll cheat and look at the double dummy solver.
Maybe it's always down 3 on best defense.
Was it down 3 trick 1, then down 2 once North was supposed to switch to trumps to get down 3? It was down 2. Yeah, so Declare after winning in dummy, ace king of hearts, or a low diamond, or the ace of diamonds were all potential down 2s. But I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too deeply. We've got another board in front of us.
Yeah, and North has a strong no trump over there. 17 count, 18 count. More than a strong no trump, as I was saying. So
If you ever downgrade, that's a pretty sketchy 18, but no
it's
one does
there's a
anymore.
lot of jacks. The heart suit is about as bad as could be with all four honors.
Yeah, it's too much in the heart suit. You'd rather have that scattered around. Um, but it's going to go club of spade 2 now, and South will just go 3 now, and that'll be it. They have plenty of tricks, I think. Defense can't be particularly threatening in any suit. So declare just has 4 hearts and 2 spades and 2 clubs and a diamond off the top, and it's fairly trivial to develop at least one more club trick and maybe 2, or maybe a club and a diamond, or if they lead a spade, then it finds the 10 of spades for another trick. The defense has to almost lead hearts in order to not give up a trick.
I expect them to lead hearts. 10-9 fourth looks like the most attractive lead from East. You don't really want to lead spades or clubs. Those are the suits bid by your opponents. I I could get behind the King of Diamonds lead, I guess. Maybe that's your best chance to actually beat this thing. But
That'll declare a bit of a scare because they'll think that the diamonds are wedged behind you,
yeah,
and that may scare him into dropping the queen of clubs because he's like, oh, I don't want to take a club finesse in the hand that's going to be diamond through me, so I'll just cash the ace king.
okay, so heart opening lead. Four hearts, two spades, two clubs, and a diamond is already 9. So declare is definitely just gonna lead the queen of spades, knock out the spade suit.
Declare could peel off 4 rounds of hearts first. He has some easy diamond pitches from the dummy if he wants to, but no, he's going to do what you think and lead the queen of spades, which probably holds or not. I guess. And West switched to diamonds, not. Declare has a chance by playing low here, and that's actually, well, the ace or low are probably. I could imagine any of the ace to jack or the 3 being played. They all have cases for them.
Yeah, the 3, if East has a holding like King 10 third or something, East might not realize that it's right to win the 10 and play back the king. Um, the jack, I mean, West could easily be underleading King Queen in a spot like this, just hoping to cash some tricks. So the 6 does fetch the 3 and forces the king.
So, one of our spectators is wondering about East's opening choice of spot and opening lead in the heart suit, why they would choose to lead the 10 and not the 3. If you're playing sort of like a normal style where you would either lead 4th best or 2nd best from a bad holding. I think the short answer is that the 10 is an honor, and it is generally considered an honor, and when it's clustered with a lower honor. When you have a 2 honor cluster like 10-9 or Queen Jack, it's often a problem whether you lead it or whether you lead low from it. And there are winning and losing cases for each. I think from a weak hand, such as East, you're much better off leading the honor because you're not going to might not get on lead again to lead through something. So if it's important to capture something in the next hand, you want to lead the 10 so that you could potentially hold the lead if you've caught your partner with length and strength in the suit. Maybe you have more to analyze on that, but
No, I mean, I think that kind of sums it up. Declare electing to combine some chances here. If the Queen of Clubs falls, then now he just has the rest of the tricks, and if the Queen of Clubs didn't fall, then he might have been able to either squeeze someone in the black suits, or the 10 of spades could have dropped.
he had really good squeeze chances there. So this is a push board here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 660. So 4-1. And I think the further we go into the later rounds of the Spingold, the more likely it is we're going to see matches start out like this. There's, of course, always the chance that we have a very distributional hand on boards 1, 2, or 3. But if we don't, all these teams that have made it this far tend to be relatively solid about bidding to the right contracts and taking as many tricks or almost as many tricks as double dummy in the play of the hands.
So South may pick off the East-West spade fit here, or maybe some reverse Flannery thing, like they'll bid 2 hearts showing 5 spades and 4 hearts. Either way, it's going to pick off the spade fit. And if he's able to bid 2 hearts, which he is, show a weak hand with 5 spades and 4 or 5 hearts, North is going to just pass, hoping that the 4-3 heart fit is a good spot. And it turns out to be a 5-3 heart fit, making it a much better spot.
Yeah, this was the auction they had in the other room as well.
East-West, if you cover up the North-South cards, you just look at the East-West cards, you think that East-West have play for 4 spades. Not so much if you look at the North-South cards.
Yeah, it's a little thin.
Yeah,
Needs
not
a
great play,
diamond hook and heart hook to work. Still have some handling issues, but 2 hearts will end the auction. So they made 3 in the other room. It looks like Declare has, on the surface, a couple of hearts and a club. But if the defense gets spades going, then Declare might have more problems than that.
I think a trump lead is normal here from the. Well, maybe it's not. The West does have spades wedge, so I could definitely imagine just ace of trumps trump, an opening lead. Kind of sensing that the North hand is going to be something like this.
Sure.
With spade, maybe not this, but spade shortness and heart length. Potentially 3.
I think Declare actually has some big problems on this hand. If East puts in the 10 of clubs here.
He did.
So the Jack of clubs, because if Declare tries to set up clubs, the defense can force dummy and spades, and Declare will never enjoy the long clubs after pulling trumps because there's no entry back over there. I suppose Declare could play on straight cross rough lines. We could cash the diamond ace, spade rough, diamond rough, spade rough, diamond rough, spade rough, diamond rough. That would get us up to maybe 8 tricks if we get lucky.
And Declare can threaten both, right? If let's say Declare plays a club and ducks it and dummy to the ace, he's threatening to establish the clubs, and now the defense has to tap the dummy. So now he's still kind of on the cross rough lines. He crosses the ace of diamonds, roughs another spade, roughs a diamond, roughs the last spade, roughs a diamond in his hand. He never gets to play the king of clubs off the dummy. It's still 3 spade roughs in dummy, ace of diamonds and 2 diamond roughs in your hand is 6 tricks. Wait, I'm only at 6.
We have 1 in with the jack of clubs, but yeah, you can count up to 7 tricks, but getting the 8th is going to be a bit of a challenge. If Declare does read the club position and, as you suggest, plays a club to the 8, it's going to go a lot better for him because he'll then be able to lead the king of clubs off dummy, forcing East to rough with high trumps.
I have to think that, if West had underled the ace of clubs, which is not an impossible lead on this auction, if West had led low from a holding of clubs that included the ace, Declare wins the jack clubs and plays 1 back, you would have nerves of steel to duck your ace a second time. Maybe it's right. Brad Moss would, no question, duck his ace a second time.
Yeah, we saw it
I'm
yesterday.
not sure there are very many other players. Brad and Joe would if they underled the ace of clubs, they would follow through and duck the second round, but I don't think very many other players would.
Yeah, and something that I had touched on a little bit yesterday is that this 10 of clubs often, um, it's hard to false card with like ace 10 9 and positions like this. You just don't always do it. So even if Declare isn't certain about where the club ace is, there's a pretty good chance that the 9 of clubs is in West's hand. So that could be an argument for playing a club back to the 8 immediately.
West underlay the ace of clubs and East played the 10 from 10-9. I mean, oh my God.
Well, the scary situation, right, is that you lead the 5 of clubs, West plays the 3, which would be consistent with 4-3 Doubleton, and now you play the 8 and East wins the 9.
Another thing I think we forgot is that the Queen Jack of diamonds are in dummy. So Declare could play the ace of diamonds, ruff a spade, and play the queen of diamonds and pitch his club.
Yeah. That is one potential line of play. At that point, given that dummy is dead, Declare can just, or West can just go ace of hearts heart.
It's a trumps and a trump, and then you're dead. Mm-hmm. You're going to lose a lot of tricks on that line of play.
Yeah, you'll have 4 spade losers. Win the king of hearts,
cash a diamond, pitch a spade, and then you're just going to take. You have another trump to lose. You'll take 3 trumps. 2 diamonds is 5, and a club is 6, and I think it's down 2. I wonder how they made 3 and 2 hearts at the other table. I wonder if it was like friendly defense. Maybe they let 8 trumps and a trump like I was suggesting.
I'll take a quick look, but
East popped the ace of clubs at trick 1, which did not hurt Declare.
Well, also West led the 9 of clubs instead of a low 1. Okay, moment of truth. The 3 of clubs does come from West, so is Declare going to be brave enough to put in the 8, or will Bathurst fly king? I think both are pretty reasonable. He does duck it in dummy. I don't know if the 6 or the 8 was played, but they're both somewhat equivalent.
The other table, the 9th trick was the 8 of clubs in dummy after sort of a cross-ruff hybrid line. But the defense winning the ace of clubs at trick 1 really helped Declare out a lot in the other room. The duck here is stronger defense.
Yeah, and the way that things have gone now, Declare is in great shape. 2 rounds of hearts, king of hearts holds. Now East has a natural trump winner, clubs. But Declare can just run 3 rounds of clubs, pitching 3 spades.
Whenever if East ruffs in, that's the 7 of hearts is a spade ruff and an entry to the clubs.
Yeah.
Well, an entry to 1 more. Oh, the clubs are all good. Yeah.
Yeah, so it does look like with Declare guessing the clubs and with East not working out to switch to spades, Declare is going to duplicate the result in the other room, making 3.
Yeah, the trump switch instead of the spade switch really hurt the defense a lot. The defense had done well before that, so this board's a push. 2 hearts was in some danger of going down, but maybe once Declare played a club back and ducked it in dummy, I think he always had routes to success. He might have still needed to find them. The defense helped him find one of them. Okay, so is this another? They're off 2 aces, so it's not slam alert. Slam alert.
No, but it does look like North-South are going to be able to find their game contract in either 5 diamonds or 3 no trump.
I don't think you should take any slam exploration so seriously that you get past one of either 4 spades or 3 no. Well, okay, South is open to no trump. So North has sort of a normal transfer of spades and bid 3 clubs.
Mm-hmm.
And South has too small, and partner suits. Has one of the has a very fast 3-0 call that I hope he makes able to make in normal tempo because he wants to shut North up as badly as possible.
Yeah, North has a hand where if partner has some aces and is fitting one of his two suits, then um, they might actually have a slam in a black suit. 2 no trump, I think, is showing clubs. Um,
Yeah, well, transfers after transfers, and I wonder, South's just like, please stop 3-0 Trump, and I think North does.
yeah, North has
There's
no
no,
reason to disturb 3 no trump. I mean, it almost looks to him like 3 no trump is the best contract, despite being a little bit unbalanced, because he has all these kings and queens that need to be set up for tricks.
you show partner that you've got spades and clubs and some interested contracts other than 3-0 Trump, and partner says no thanks 3-0 Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you're probably not making a slam. Might not be the best contract. You're almost certainly making it with that hand. So I like the auction that we're seeing here, and I don't know what West leads.
Maybe West leads diamond.
Well, that would certainly resolve one issue for Declare.
Because with North having showed spades, 5 spades, and at least 4 clubs, neither black suit looks all that attractive to lead from. So your choices are kind of down to hearts or diamonds, and there's a subtle inference that can be taken from the auction, which is your partner didn't double the 2 heart transfer for a heart lead. Partner had no opportunity to double a diamond bid to suggest a diamond lead, so there's maybe a small indication that your partner is more likely to have diamond values than heart values. So that's why the diamond lead from West, which makes things easy.
Yeah, at match points, if I held the West hand, I think I would not lead a diamond because I would be more. I would just assume that on this auction they're probably cold for 3-0 anyways, and I'm not trying to beat it. I'm just trying to not give them an easy over trick that I want to beat some other table by taking one extra trick. But at imps, you need to assume that there's some route to beating the contract and figure out what that is. But this is, if they don't take the ace of clubs, does it go away here? They've got 5 dimes. Yeah, I think it does go away.
Not quite yet. Declare is still. I mean, Declare might play for the spades to run.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, Declare only has 10 tricks.
Yeah.
Right. 5 diamonds, 3 hearts is 8, 2 spades is 10. Declare at the other table must have. This Declare should have 12 tricks. There must have been a number of chances to score that. They maybe Declare in a position like this is able to lead a club to the king, and then later on lead a club to the queen, and West ducked it twice or something. Or maybe I don't know, maybe the ace of spades beat air. I'm not sure. I have no idea how it happened. 12's a lot of tricks.
How it happened in the other room is West actually got squeezed in the black suits.
Okay, so he steals the king of clubs and then just runs all his red suits, and West is squeezed.
Right.
On this, at this exact position. And it's actually a double squeeze, right? Because you have a heart threat against, if East has the 4 spades, he'd get squeezed in hearts and spades.
Yeah.
So
with West having the club ace, the double squeeze will happen automatically here. So we're going to see Declare running all of the diamonds first, pitching 2 clubs from the north hand, and then cash the ace king of hearts, pitching a spade, and on the last heart, West is going to have to keep the club ace, and East, as long as Declare has been counting, will have to keep the 9 of hearts. So there's no room in either defender's hand for 3 spades at that point, and the queen jack 3 of spades will all be high.
And in fact, Declare can claim on it at this point, but he won't.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly know the ace of clubs is on side. Might suspect.
So it may seem like this it's a 100% line if you followed it, but if East had four spades and four hearts, then they could keep both the heart and spade guards after dummy, and while West is able to keep the
No, East would need to have
no,
the club ace.
right. East
Um,
used to have.
yeah, so the way double squeezes work
Oh
is
no,
that
if West had the four hearts, the squeeze wouldn't operate.
yeah, I mean East would
Because
still need the club ace.
if West
Hmm.
had four hearts and East the spade guard, then you're good. The defense is good. East can keep the spades, and West can keep both the one card menaces.
Sure. Yes, that would also defeat it. Well, I think 12 tricks is what actually happened there. So hopefully we'll get that adjusted, but either way, it's just one imp. Other table reach 4 spades on the north-south cards here, which feels like a lot, but with this trump splitting and no diamond ruff, that contract is going to make.
So I was talking about super accepts before, right? And I said if I open two no trump and partner transfers, and I have imagine a hand that I have play for game opposite queen fifth of their suit and nothing else,
Mm-hmm.
then I should super accept. Sometimes game's bad opposite just queen fifth, but as long as I have to play for it, that's my standard for super accepting. And if partner had transferred to spades here, I would definitely super accept with the south hand because I can only see two diamonds and a club to lose opposite queen fifth of spades and out. North
Yeah,
has done
Hurd
well.
decides to game force. So he was planning to go through Smolin if his partner didn't show a major.
And he might have been able to drop it at three spades, right? If it went three clubs, three diamonds, three hearts, showing five spades and four hearts, and his partner bid three spades, he could have changed his mind and passed it. We don't know if that was his intent. With the red game, I actually suspect that wasn't his intent. So
yeah, but opposite four cards spade support. He was very happy to bid the game opposite four card spade support. So
Pup is actually becoming an unpopular convention among the expert community after Tuno Trump opening bid because it crosses Smolin, and Smolin's more valuable.
that does seem to be the opinion nowadays. West leads a low club. Okay.
Into the Tuno Trump opening bidder. Underlead. I mean, the West doesn't have an attractive hand to lead from, that's for sure. And maybe an underlead of the club in general is less likely to blow a trick than underleading one of the kings. Your ace is still going to be a trick later unless dummy has a singleton.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think a lot of players might have led a heart from the West hand, figuring that that's the most likely trick to go away. So they might try and go after that suit. But with the 12 count and two opponents that are game forcing, West might believe that their partner's almost broke on this hand, not realizing that dummy's about to hit with one high card point. So I wonder if West's idea is maybe what's going to happen is I lead a low club, I'm playing partner for Doubleton in the suit, Declare plays a spade to the king and dummy, takes a spade finesse into my hand, I win the queen and now go ace of clubs club ruff, and that would be a way to try and score an extra trick.
Yeah, if you remember the auction, North did not get a chance to bid small.
Right.
So all we really know about North's hand is that they forced game and they have a spade fit. And nothing else about the residual distribution. If it had been like a small auction where North had shown both majors, I think West would have not done that. It would have been too much of a risk that a holding like this was looming.
Yeah, so Bathurst at a little bit of a crossroads here. If he pulls another round of trumps and one of the opponents shows out, then he might run out of entries to the south hand before he can set up diamonds. Looks like he's decided that this is okay. And with the trump splitting, he's now just going to knock out the ace king of diamonds and end up making an over trick. Yeah, so diamond to the 10, East will win the ace and shrug and switch to a low heart, I guess.
I've seen declare show up with presumably ace queen jack of clubs as his partner. He doesn't think his partner would load the ace.
Yeah.
That's 7. The 7 more in spades is 14. All right, so this just got claimed.
Yeah, we
East was
just got the
tanking.
claim.
Claire just said, all right, you get the high diamond. That's it. Got it over with. Okay. Sometimes tanking is the best way to get declare to claim.
So North has a 2-no opener, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it.
7-2-2-2.
John Hurd, I absolutely, that's a tuna trump opening bid. I'd kind of be surprised if he does something else, which would get them to a Texas auction to 4 hearts. North will be mildly tempted to pass the 4 diamonds, transfer to hearts, but will not do that. Mild temptations are.
I think it's more likely that he's just going to open it. Oh, well, West is going to open in front of him. So West opens a precision diamond, and yeah, North is just going to bid 3-0.
Yeah.
That's the way the auction went in the other room.
And it looks like East found a club lead. I mean, if East led a low spade, Declare has 7 diamonds, a spade, and a heart.
Compton did a lot better. We talked about this the other day against these gambling style 3-no trump auctions. Yeah, you want to lead an ace, look at dummy, and then maybe even get a signal from your partner.
So partner's signal might be meaningless because it might be a singleton when that dummy comes down.
Right. But he'll know not to switch to hearts, and therefore his... Whoa, okay. East has become a little bit more aggressive, trying 4 spades. How's this going to do?
I assume South's just going to double this with a spade trick and a partner who is contracted for game. I suppose South could bid 4-0, but he doesn't have like a trick to distribute a partner, just a spade stopper.
I mean, South doesn't know that this is going down.
And South has a 7-card heart suit, which could be of some value. And he does know that his partner bid 3-0, probably based on a source of tricks, because there's all this bidding going on for the opponents. It sounds like this is a distributional storm happening, not partner just has a balanced 24 count, which they would have doubled one diamond with anyways.
Yeah.
Sounds like actually partner might have been short in spades, which is why they didn't make a takeout double. Maybe a stiff ace of spades.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, king and 1, but which is sort of similar. So North has a powerful hand, couldn't risk a takeout double because they had a singleton spade, had enough tricks that they wanted to gamble 3-0. And that's the exact hand type they actually have.
That is generally what these 3-0 trump overcalls are going to look like. South does go after it. And South is going to get lucky leading the singleton diamond.
So, yeah, you have 2 diamonds, a heart, and a spade off the top. The 3rd round of diamonds, I suppose, East has to ruff with the 10 or the jack. South pitches a club. South pitches his 2nd club on that. And now I think you do get a trump promotion, because you get 2 trump tricks because East can't get to the dummy. So if it goes diamond, 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 2nd round of diamonds, you pitch a club. The 3rd round of diamonds, East roughs with the jack, you pitch your other club. And now Declarer is down 2.
Yeah, now this might not be the most obvious defense to find, because Hurd may well cash 2 diamonds and then cash the ace of hearts before playing a 3rd diamond.
But that's good enough, right?
Maybe it is good enough, as long as South still continues to pitch 2 clubs.
So pitches a 2nd club, and then Declarer still in hand with the 10 of spades, and can't get to dummy without letting South score the 4 of spades.
Right. And something I think we'll see Hurd do here is I think he'll play his diamonds top down, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, to show that he has a heart card to his partner.
Yep, he's done it. Good call.
So there is the club pitch, and now Hurd is going to have to think about what to do next. Okay, he's not going to have to think for very long. He leads the queen of diamonds instantaneously.
And I think Bathurst just pitches his other club here. I think that's not a hard play. His queen of spades is a natural anyways. I suppose Declare could put him under the most pressure by just leading a low spade towards dummy's 9 at this point. But he's going to get it right. He thinks his partner has the same ace of spades. King and 1, something like that.
He does. He finds the club pitch, so that's going to make the defense very easy.
Yeah, Declare just plays ace of spades and a spade, knowing he can't do anything anymore.
Yeah, 2 rounds of spades. Bathurst does find the duck. Ace of hearts, and then another diamond.
Even if he doesn't play the ace of hearts here, because Bathurst has a club control, they're still going to get it later.
Right. Wait.
Probably...
Yeah, that's true. So this is a huge swing going the way of Leonardon.
Oh, right, because Serena went down in the other room. I forgot that it went down.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Bathurst just overruffs here and plays a heart himself. In case his partner, well, he knows he can see 10 hearts. He knows no more than 1 heart is ever cashing. So you just solve the hand right away by winning and shifting to the queen of hearts or something.
Yeah. And it was very nice of him to switch to the queen of hearts in case his partner had the ace jack. You don't want to switch to a low heart and have it go 10 and your partner tanks. It wouldn't have really mattered on this deal, but...
Yeah, but you could save those seconds and save your partner some mental anguish from having to try to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. All right. 9 imps to Leonardon, so they pick up the first relatively large swing of the match.
It's been a lot of boredom match going on the first 7 boards. Okay, so big double fit for north-south and east-west here. North-south have more of the strength, but most east-west strength is concentrated in the east hand, which suggests that east is going to just bid 2 clubs here, and west might raise it. Well, it's going to heart 2 clubs, and south's going to do something like they probably play 2-no trump as a good 4-card raise.
Yeah, is this hand good enough for 2-no trump?
I was thinking it might not be good enough for 4 clubs, so then it would be a 2-no bid. But it could also just be a 4-heart call because you really have nothing outside. I think there are options for south. I don't hate 4 hearts, which just gets you to your limit and puts pressure on them. You don't know it's your hand or not.
Okay, 4 hearts, there it is. So West, unfavorable, decides not to push with 5 clubs despite hearing partner overcall.
And he doesn't make a transgression by doubling 4 hearts to show extras because he doesn't really have it.
Now, 5 clubs would have been a good save, and it would have forced the opponents to find the diamond rough, right? Maybe?
Yeah. You have a source of tricks and diamonds, so you only need to rough 1 heart in the hand with 4 clubs, which you can always do even after drawing trumps. So 5 clubs actually surprisingly has play because of the double fit. You don't normally think that you have 13 opposite 4 and a 9-card fit that you can take 11 tricks.
No, but if diamonds were 2-2, it would be cold. So,
The match is really pure east-west, right?
yeah. Well,
Everything's working.
with West not showing the club fit, East decided to try leading a high club at trick one. The other table managed 12 tricks on the north-south cards, which, if if you're not familiar with trying to get roughs, the singleton 10 of clubs in the south hand scored a trick. Um, East was trying to get a spade rough.
Oh, East led the singleton ace of spades and underled the clubs.
Yes.
Everyone laughed when the 10 of clubs held and Dakota claimed.
Yeah.
Cool. Um,
So this will be one imp going the way of Rosenberg here. So we're through 9. Leonard in a small lead. But the two sides are actually tied in border match scoring right now.
well, we're not sure about some. We think actually board 6 was a push.
Oh, you're right. Board 6 was a push. Wow, so Leonardin actually winning the border match as well.
And while their players are on a short break, I'm going to take a short break for the same reason. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Yeah, it feels like both teams have settled in actually quite well to the start of the match. 11-6, no big blunders on either side, I wouldn't say. It's all coming down to that decision on board 8, where in the one room, East decided to leave 3-no trump in the same auction, the gambling 3-no trump, figuring that he had some chance to beat it, or maybe just that he didn't want to risk going for a large number in 4 spades. And here, Lee on the East cards went a little bit more aggressive. Tried for the spade game, either as a sacrifice. It kind of looks like a sacrifice because you're looking at those 2 small diamonds over there. North suit is most likely to be diamonds, so you have 2 losers off the top. And the spade suit's a little bit weak. But it could have worked out. I mean, maybe West could have had king, queen, third of spades, for example, instead of the king, third of hearts, and then 4 spades would have come rolling home. Other swing in the match, I mean, I'm not going to talk about most of the overtrick imps. We've looked at some of those, and some of them were quite thrilling, like that very first board, the either end play or strip squeeze. But that third board, East-West got to 2 spades in this room. I wouldn't say necessarily more aggressive than the East-West pair in the other room to do so. They seem to be contracting for more tricks. Board 8, they're in 4 spades. Their teammates are in 3-no trump the other way. Board 3, they're in 2 spades. Their teammates are in 3-no trump the other way. Maybe the moral of this match is that Rosenberg and Platnick always declare 3-no trump on their cards. They have done it 4 times in 10 boards.
So, for anyone wondering, like, hey, East overcalled 2 clubs on only a 5-card suit, and we're almost certainly going to make 5 clubs hit West bid it. Maybe West should bid 5 clubs. That's a lot of resulting. There could be, it's not hard to construct hands with a 6-card normal club overcall where you're down at least 500 and maybe 805 clubs. The partner could have 2 small spades or queen and a spade and king, third of hearts, which is, all that's defense, and fewer diamonds. The diamond queen could be offside. So, partners say like a 2-3-2-6 pattern here. It could just be a complete disaster to bid 5 clubs and get doubled.
Yeah, the diamond suit could have been much more foul as well.
Yeah, here, if South Singleton was in diamonds instead of clubs, it would just start. Life would start with diamond, 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 rough, ace of hearts. You're down 500 before you get started.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just not normal to bid the 5 hole run on white with a hand like the West's, even though, if you catch the lightning in a bottle with like the perfect pattern and honor dispersion in the East hand, you're probably making 11 tricks. It's just so much easier to make 8 or 9. The East overcalled 2 clubs here because of the lead directing value, because of the honor clusters. You don't always overcall 5 card suits at the 2 level, even with an opening hand, just because you have to have some reason to want to be in the auction. Certainly wouldn't have overcalled it if it was like ace jack 5th of clubs and the straight queen of diamonds and the king of hearts or something. The East hand would have just passed because they didn't want to be involved.
Right. I'm a huge advocate for almost never overcalling at the 2 level with 5 card suits. This hand I would probably make an exception for as well, with such strong clubs, ace king queen 5th, and a little bit of distribution. We're on to board 10. Players have returned from their bathroom break. South has picked up a 19 count, which might get upgraded.
Yeah, I think he's opening that 2-no despite it being 4-3-3. So he's got a couple 10s, the honor clusters, all the aces. Those are all excellent attributes to a hand. Players who think that all the aces isn't great for no trump, the aces and spaces theory, it's true. All the aces could run into nothing, and then there's just 4 tricks. But when partner doesn't have nothing, the aces combine with partner's lower honors to generate extra tricks better than anything else. So he's not upgrading. Bathurst, we said before, is a very down the middle kind of guy, and so he's just opened a club of spade 2-no.
Yeah, club of spade 2-no, so 18 to 19 from South here.
North will check back. He's 5-4-2-2 with a club fit. Even on this hand, I almost mistakenly thought that Slam had better play than Slam actually has play in clubs. Like you can pitch a heart on the 3rd diamond. Then you still need the spade finesse.
Yeah. So we've missed a pass in the auction here.
3 hearts.
North played 3 hearts, East doubled.
I'm sure 3 hearts showed a 5th spade. They probably just play transfers. Everything's a transfer over 2-no trump is one of the things that people do sometimes.
Yeah, South has bid 3 spades to confirm the spade fit. We'll get the undos in. And so North will bid 4 spades. North will end up declaring the doubler is going to be on lead. You probably lead a heart anyway from the East hand.
Well, you did double to tell yourself to lead a heart, right?
In case you forgot, that was lead directing. So yeah, as you say, declare can just pitch it hard on the ace king queen of diamonds, and then declare will take a losing spade finesse.
Well, on the heart lead, declare doesn't want to run into like the 3rd round of diamonds getting rough for the 2nd round. And it's possible that declare actually cashes the ace king of spades before going about trying to take his pitch.
Yeah,
which
you
will work
can
out
definitely
very
do
well
that.
cards.
If you're worried about a potential 6-2 diamond split, then cashing 3 diamonds before trying the trumps.
I guess it's more likely that you get a 7-1 diamond split, which is almost certainly non-existent if the 2nd round roughed and then them cashing a heart, and then you still have a club and spade problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I would classify cashing the king ace of spades first as an abundance of caution, but a spectacularly successful abundance of caution.
Yeah, they might win an overtrick here, but I do think it's a little bit more likely to just try and pitch the heart and then work on the spades in the natural way. You haven't guaranteed that you have only one club loser, so if you go ace king of spades and spades happen to be 4-1 or something, I guess there's some risk that you could end up going down.
If they're 4-1 in the West, it's not a problem because you can lead towards the Jack later. It looks like he
Okay.
is actually catching ace king spades.
Yeah, Declare has decided. Well, you can cash the ace of spades and then cash 3 diamonds. Maybe a little bit careful, just in case someone roughs in with a singleton spade. So there goes the heart. Now a spade to the jack. Just taking the percentage play in every suit. Ten of spades from West, actually. I mean, it might just be a suit preference signal here, but I tend to like it when people make these sorts of plays. I think it's useful as a defender to be aware that your partner's queen of spades or queen of trumps might not always be protected by itself. Strong declarers can sometimes read if you follow with a bunch of low trump spots to drop the offside queen doubleton. So that 10 of spades kind of protected East's queen a little bit because it makes it look like East still has the 9 of spades remaining. All right, club to the ace, run the 10 of clubs, and we make 11 tricks as they did in the other room. So another push board. Through 10, Leonardon is up by 5. But a really tight match. East-West finally pick up some cards, huh?
So they've got all the tricks as soon as they get on lead.
Yeah, they're just off the ace king of clubs, and depending on who ends up declaring it.
Now, they don't have an 8-card major suit fit, so if they wind up declaring it in no trump, they are off the entire club suit.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah. The other table almost got too high. They get to 5 hearts.
That's not a good spot, but hearts behave very kindly for a declarer who wound up at the 5 level off 2 top tricks and 6 trumps, including the jack and the 10. Four spades feels like the contract you want to be in, where if they play club, 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 you could, well, I mean, 4 hearts is fine too. Roughing with a 6-card holding is not a big deal. In a 6-1 fit, it's roughing with a 3-card holding in the 4-3 fit when you have the ace, king, queen, jack is also fine.
Yeah, either contract may well go down against a 5-1 split in the trump suit, so kind of looks like hearts might be the better contract because you'll go down less when trump split really badly.
So East has a complicated hand here. He doesn't know, has no idea what strain is right, but he has a very good hand in the face of his partner showing diamonds and spades.
Yeah, 2 diamonds XYZ. So this is an artificial game force from East. West patterning out with 3 diamonds.
He still doesn't know that, you know, I like that 3 diamonds actually deliver a 6th diamond, not 5. I like 2 spades to not promise a 6-5 hand here, and I could just bid 2 spades on 4 chunky spades so that I don't have to go all the way to 3 diamonds. What if partner was planning on raising diamonds right now? He can't agree them in a forcing way below 3 no trump. So I'd rather bid 2 spades here, give partner the 3 level to agree suits. That's was written up a long time ago in possibly by John Lone. No, it was I don't remember who did it. It was called Extended Plob, and Plob stood for Petty Little Odious Bid. Back in the days when bidding anything artificial was considered sort of odious, and this was another one in the series of low-level artificial bids to that help your constructive auctions.
Yeah, well, in this case with the precision diamond, It's a little bit.
Oh, right. One diamond's precision. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. I'm sorry. I thought I was thinking one diamond was natural, in which case, the two spades.
Yeah, so West has divulged their minor suit. With the three diamond bid, East has showed a game forcing hand that's single suited in hearts. West bidding three spades, I really like. West is missing a
Yeah,
club
it's a really
card for three no trump.
and I think East can now picture that West is either 4162 or 4153 with all their stuff in the pointed suits. Otherwise, they would have bid 3 no trump if they had a club card.
Mm-hmm.
So East knows to not bid 3 no trump. And in case partner has a heart void and is something like 4063 with three small clubs, I think East is just going to bid four spades here. And that's a great contract. That's the one most likely to score 11 tricks because you don't.
Yeah, yeah, they could push with the other table by getting to four spades.
You should know they're off the king of clubs.
Yeah, I do agree with you that I think it's very likely East knows that they're off two club cashers, and so that's going to slow down East slam exploration. Um, despite having this beautiful 18 count and hearing partner open the bidding, I think it's possible East still bids for hearts. The heart suit even plays fine opposite of void. You could be worried that maybe partner is missing one of those key spade honors. Like if the queen of spades was the jack of diamonds, now four hearts might be better, even if West has a heart void. So, yeah, East bids four hearts.
I'm not entirely sure that West bids three spades if his spades are ace queen small small, maybe ace queen 10 9. Given that he's already bid spades, I think suggesting a 4-3 spade fit shows chunky spades. And I think East was, if I was East, I would have picked spades, but maybe they have different inferences in their partnership. And maybe it was expected that if West had a heart void, that they wouldn't pass four hearts. So that all seems a bit of a stretch. Well, I mean, the hearts break, so they're going to be sad that they stopped in that the five hearts made at the other table. But after the precision auction, it was basically and the artificial game force, they just had a natural auction and they wound up in one of their good fits and they didn't get too high. So well done, East West here.
Yeah, it's sometimes very difficult to stop with these on the cusp of slam hands below the 5 level, and then if anything splits poorly, you end up going down. Compton and Leonardon in the other room didn't get punished this time, but easily could have been.
And that's one of the things that can happen in your good sets. And then matches you win, you have an auction that was too optimistic. You wind up getting a level too high, but whatever finesse you need wins or whatever break you need happens. Like here, you get the 3-3 break. So instead of losing 10 imps on this board, you get a push.
Mm-hmm. A bridge can be unfair sometimes. All right, 2 rounds of clubs, and Declare might even just be facing their hand to claim right about now.
How do hearts break?
Yeah.
There, like if there was like a singleton 10 of hearts on his left, he may have sort of like trump cooing type positions where he could rough a couple things in his hand and then exit in the end position and get the last trick. So he can't really be claiming yet. He's going to have to cash the ace king of hearts.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for Herd to play a card. And I think you're right. This is a spot where there are technical chances against 5-1 heart splits. So Declare will have to wait for Herd to finish thinking, play a card, then lay down the ace king of hearts, and then there'll be a claim. But
so if you imagine that someone had 5 hearts, Declare would be trying to score their little trumps by roughing and then to get to 10 tricks. Score as many side suit tricks as they can while roughing things in their hand. It could be complicated, especially if the 5 hearts are behind you, maybe impossible. But if the 5 hearts are in front of you, you can jack 10 fifth, you could probably score all your little hearts.
I think you can only pick up a singleton 10 or jack in the south via a trump coup. Um, but
Right. You may be able to get yourself shorter than North, and then lead something through where North has to rough, and you either could like you lead a diamond through, and North, if they rough with the 10, you can just pitch, and then they have to lead into your trumps, and if they rough low, you score your 9. So it's sort of a trump. I guess it's maybe it's an en passant type play,
mm,
more than a if you're doing
okay,
that.
yeah, I do see what you're talking about. So if we can manufacture an end position with ace, king, queen, 9 of trumps, or queen, 9 of trumps, and a side winner, and we're able to lead from the west hand towards it, north with, say, jack 10 third, would have to split from the jack or 10, and then we pitch our winner and their end played. Okay, there's the ace of hearts. Now we'll see the
And
king of
everyone falls to the king
hearts.
of hearts. We will then see the queen and a claim.
Okay, same 11 tricks as was taken in the other room. Push board onto board 12. Some more distribution from east. 5-5 in the reds.
A nice heart fit. North South have a club fit. Let's see, West is first, and it's going to open a spade. And I would expect, even at unfavorable with a 9-8-7 of clubs in a good hand, that North is going to overcall 2 clubs. Could be his hand for 3 no trump, so you have to look for that. East, I think, would just be 2 hearts over 2 clubs. And then I don't know what their style of cue bidding is, or whether they would bid 3 hearts or 3 clubs or 4 hearts. How West will react to 2 hearts. But he will have some way of raising hearts.
Yeah, the question, I suppose, is just how much weaker could West have opened, and I'm not familiar with their style. Okay, they're playing transfer responses, so after an overcall,
This
2
is
diamonds showing hearts.
Yeah, so this is kind of cool because now West could just jump to 3 hearts to say that he really likes hearts, or he could just bid 2 hearts because he didn't jump to 3 hearts.
It is an 11 count. The ace of clubs is kind of both a positive and negative value in the opponent's suit. But the 4-card trump support is actually really nice with the West hand.
Yeah. So, West has got to do something positive at some point. You can't just bid 3 hearts again. It has to do something more than that. He bids 4 clubs here, and then partner thinks he's cue bidding for diamonds. I would have much rather just jumped to 3 hearts, let partner know I really liked hearts the last time. What? No, that didn't
West
happen.
didn't pass. No.
Did they have a bidding accident? They thought that East forgot they play transfers. They did.
Oh, they did have a bidding accident. Uh-oh.
West thought 2 hearts was natural. That explains it. East bid 2 diamonds to transfer to hearts. West thought it was natural and showed their heart suit. East rebid the diamonds.
Oops.
So transfers have a price. You usually don't factor in forgetting them into the price, but it is there. I've seen forgets in these auctions enough times to know that until you just instinctively know they're on, there's always a danger that someone forgets.
And yeah, okay. Well,
partnership.
We're in 3 diamonds as East.
Pop one now.
Kind of the big breaking point here in terms of expectancy, because East can see that the other table is going to be in a heart game, and that's just going to make. The big breaking point will be making 3 diamonds versus going down. So I don't think East is going to care at all about over tricks as usual. In these imp contracts, East is going to have to pause, collect their thoughts, make sure that they don't get upset at their partner for leaving them in 3 diamonds, and then try and find a way to make 9 tricks here. There's a club, a spade, and definitely 2 diamonds to lose, but it looks like that might be it. King Doubleton of diamonds is going to show up in the pocket.
So does, as declared, you think you should finesse the 10 of diamonds on the first round or the queen?
Um, Probably the 10.
It does generate an over trick if North has King Jack third. So that seems right to me also.
Okay, well, they do play a diamond to the queen, which is going to work out just fine. They cash the diamond ace, and now, in fact, they can even exit a diamond, hoping that the suit splits because the hearts are all running. So this is going to be 9 tricks. Hopefully that doesn't rattle them. I mean, they only have 3 more boards to play in this segment, so even if they're a little bit flustered by this, as long as they can make it through the last 3 boards for the Rosenberg team.
We've seen 30 imps exchange hand on 3 boards just yesterday, so
yeah, we have, and it's very important to not let things get worse from here during the set. So the unfortunate thing for them is that they don't get to sit out ever. They're playing on a 4-handed team, so they're going to have to continue playing during the second segment. I've played myself on some 6-handed teams with no sponsors, where sometimes if a partnership isn't feeling great or they have made a little bit of an accident and they just want some time out, they can request to sit out for a set, and that's just not an option for this East-West pair. So they're going to have to get things back on track. Maybe a short discussion after this board is over about transfers. That would probably be prudent to make sure you and your partner are on the same page in case it comes up on the very next hand. But 8 imps to Leonardon. So Leonardon ahead by 13. A pretty low scoring segment thus far from what we've seen in the previous days.
It strikes me as unusual to play transfers after one of a major 2 clubs. It's not quite parallel to one of a major double. It makes it very awkward to show diamonds. And there's only one step to be as a transfer. Really, I guess 2 steps. You got transferring the partner's suit. I've not really seen it encounter transfers after a spade 2 clubs or a heart 2 clubs. So I think that was an unusual agreement by East West, and I'm not entirely sure which one of them messed it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick look at Broglin and Baka's card from Norway, because they're, I think, one of the prominent partnerships worldwide that does play a lot of transfers in these types of auctions.
Also, Slam Alert.
Yes, North-South have a huge club fit and King of Spades on side. They're going to declare it from the right side even, which means
so
that
you're the Ace of Diamonds or the King of Spades.
You could lead a diamond towards the King. There's a little bit of handling difficulty because you have to ruff 4 rounds of hearts in the north hand.
Yes, the 2-0 trump break is a bad break. It means you have more work to do. So West got shut up by the 1 heart response to 1 club. And East didn't make a light takeout double. And actually, after a bad result like this, I'm a lot more likely to be slightly conservative in the auction. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I think it's a psychological thing that I may, dial it in half a notch right after an accident. Just trying to get out of the last 3 boards with normal results. We can see the result from the other room. They got to 5 clubs and made an over trick. South would like to bid some large number of clubs without suggesting 3-0 trump. They may play XYZ here, but they may just play 3 clubs as, better than 2 clubs. And not enough to force game.
Yeah, 1 spade getting alerted probably suggests that North is promising an unbalanced hand, which is always going to deliver a singleton somewhere in one of the red suits.
and South can judge that that's going to be in hearts because otherwise the opponents have 11 diamonds and have not shown very much enterprise.
Yeah.
It's starting to actually seem like, I think Bathurst can put the clues together that he shut the opponents up when they have 11 clubs, so hearts are behind him because he shut someone up. And so he just makes the honest 3-club big call here, and North is going to like his hand and not pass this. Probably, I think North just patterns with 3 diamonds.
Yeah, 3 diamonds would make a lot of sense.
North is good controls. Heart void instead of the singleton.
Yeah, can we construct a hand from South where we're making a slam that's within range? Partner would need... I mean, sure, if the King of Hearts was elsewhere, the King of Spades, then a slam is good. I suppose North wants to investigate.
6 clubs even.
Yeah.
Partner could have hands with 4 clubs that make a slam here because partner could have more high card points for this too. Or a better match. And partner could have the King of Spades, Queen of Diamonds, Ace 4th of clubs, and you have a slam.
It would be close opposite those cards, but yeah. Okay.
Play for a slam.
Herd does decide to bid 5 clubs. So no exploration, but doesn't want to give away anything to the defenders about his opening lead, or the opening lead.
So Declare doesn't have to play trumps pretty much. Declare can basically just lead a spade up towards the king, diamond towards the king. When that loses, take a spade finesse and cross ruff. Maybe the defense is supposed to lead trumps themselves at double dummy.
Yeah, a trump lead looks like it defeats 6 clubs, at least at first glance from my perspective. But maybe a spade lead is normal.
Ace of Diamonds lead is not going to give Declare any trouble.
No.
You may be able to, double dummy, do something weird like lead the King of Diamonds to transfer Diamond Menace to West, and then, amongst your things that you're doing, West comes under pressure or something.
Doesn't seem like that works, but it would be a good attempt.
Or maybe East is under pressure as when you rough the 4th round of spades in the South hand, like East has to unguard one of the aces short enough that you can rough it down or something. There are weird things double dummy that can happen that I just sometimes are just too hard to figure out. This is not going to cause Declare any troubles. Now he can. He has 11 top tricks.
Yeah, I suppose if on the 2 rounds of trumps, West doesn't pitch both hearts, West pitching from either spades or diamonds would blow a 12th trick. But if West throws a couple of hearts on the 2 rounds of trumps that get played from East, then I don't think there's anything Declare can do. But yeah, as you say, so diamonds, West dumps the queen. So this will just be 12. Even if we get a trump switch now, the cross ruff is already established, but East.
And if there's any question whether Declare was going to take the spade finesse or not, that has been resolved. So I think Declare can actually claim, yeah.
Yeah, 620. Board gets pushed. 2 boards to go.
Okay, that's a West hand. 11 cards and 2 suits. And he's facing a double fit, such as it is. North-South can take a lot of tricks despite the bad breaks. Looks like a slam for North-South. I assume pass a heart, 2 hearts, but it could go pass a heart, 4 spades if you really wanted to put it to them. I don't think they'll be that active given what happened on board 12 and 13 just a moment ago. 1 heart, 3 spades.
So West does bid 3 spades. I mean, with 6-5, you kind of upgrade your preempt by a level. And North is going to bid six hearts. I don't know. I mean, what do you do with North over
I,
three
I
spades?
think North's going to bid four diamonds and then five no trump next, possibly. He doesn't know his partner has two aces,
Nope.
but he does have 9, 12, 15, 17. So spade preempt on his right. It's easy to imagine diamonds being a lot better than hearts if you think of partner having the ace queen of clubs instead of the ace queen of hearts. Then the heart loser can go away on the third round of clubs. But if you're playing it in hearts, it doesn't have anywhere to go. Four
Okay,
clubs
well,
must have
four
been
clubs.
something.
Maybe another transfer accident waiting to happen.
Well, four spades by East is a bid too. I mean, I guess he wanted to take away South's Q bid, but it wasn't clear to me.
I mean, the four spade bid looks like it is just going to force North into making a slam decision immediately. Maybe they have 4 no available as some sort of key card ask. But I don't even know which suit has been agreed. You know what's possible? Four clubs might have been a slam try in hearts. It
It
got
might have been.
alerted. Because you really want as North here a way to distinguish between just a simple four heart bid and a hand that wants to investigate slam.
If that was the case, then the East South's pass over four spades showed some interest in cooperation, and
Mm-hmm.
so now four knows key card in hearts, and North will find out about the Queen of Hearts. Although he'd like to still suggest six diamonds as a contract because let's say partner's hearts are ace queen, 6-4-3 or something, and hearts go 4-1. You're still cold for six diamonds and down in six hearts.
Right? Yeah.
He might not be able to play it in six diamonds from this point because if this is key card response, they may play six diamonds as not an offer of strain, but asking for a diamond card. Um, I know Zia has been always been a big proponent of sliding into a different strain at the sixth level, and this hand sort of shows you why you want to have that ability to do it in a jammed auction.
Yeah, I think North might even know that six diamonds is likely to be the better slam. Because his partner can't have very many spades on an auction like this. I guess South could be like 2-5-1-5. That's possible.
So I just use 5-no as always choice of slam. So if I wanted to push towards slam with the north hand after it goes four spades pass, so I think we're making slam, I could bid 5-no trump. If partner bid six clubs, I bid six diamonds, and partner with only five hearts, and the pushers and diamonds should understand though I'm only suggesting diamonds as a potential strain because I have a whole lot of them, and should figure out to pass six diamonds, I think. Although with the queen jack of hearts, it would be less clear. Meanwhile, they're playing it in the higher scoring strain, which is actually fine on
Yeah, the other
this
table reached six
Jack 9.
diamonds, and that contract made. So this will be 2 imps to Leonardin on this one.
Someone who might be knowledgeable about the Herd Bathurst system has commented to me that he thinks that four clubs actually showed diamonds, and that four diamonds would be a slam try in hearts.
Oh, that could be. That would explain Bathurst's long hesitation over 4 now, actually. Because Bathurst might not have known what it was keycard for. So I could believe that.
I think that would ambiguate 4-0 Trump a great deal.
Yes.
And it would certainly make me want to bid 5-0, not 4-0. Just give up on 7 and just try to focus on giving partner a choice between the red suits.
Alright, West has doubled for a spade lead and has found it. So, after Declare pulls around to Trump, this will just be claimed.
Declare it. The only thing that could declare trouble would be like 5 of hearts.
Yeah, but they would have to be in the East, right? And so Declare can pick that up even.
Well, after getting tapped, it would
Well, you get
I
tapped and then you cash the king of hearts and you see the 5-0 split.
take a heart finesse and then start running diamonds through east.
You can just pull trumps. You have the 9 of hearts.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, the only real concern on this hand is that one reason diamonds might be better is if diamonds were 4-0, West might have been able to cross to their partner in spades and then get a diamond ruff.
That requires both a big play by the defenders and a bad break.
Yeah. This is really nice defense by West, though. I will point this out. I think this East West pair has been on point with their card play in general. That second round of spades forced a trump from dummy, and so Michael was talking about 5-0 trumps, which, given that Declare had the jack, they would have been able to pick up. If West had just passively exited a diamond or a club or something, Declare would have been able to cash the ace of hearts and then play a heart to the king to pick up a potential 4-1 trump split if East had jack fourth. So that spade ruff prevented Declare from choosing that line of play, which was really nice.
So we're going to see one no trump, and I think North's going to bid Stamen.
Mm-hmm.
And then have to invite when partner bids 2 diamonds unless he's willing to pass it. But it's a red game, so he's going to invite, and I don't think South's going to accept, but they're going to be in 2 no trump, which, looking at just the North-South cards, looks like a lot of no trump to be in.
It is a lot of no trump.
3, 4, 5, 6 top tricks. If you can, clubs could get you all the way up to 8 by themselves, but meanwhile, the defense you expect the defense to attack hearts. They might, West probably won't attack hearts on this, on his actual holding. There's one of those things like, right, you look at the North-South cards and you go like, oh, this is a terrible 3-0 trump contract. Meanwhile, West on opening lead actually leads a diamond, helping you out.
Or a club.
Club helping you out a lot. Even on a diamond opening lead, you're probably going to, my first thought would be, whenever someone leads from a 3-card holding or a 4-card holding against 1-0 trump, I'm going to play them to be a balanced hand. So I'm going to play West to have the queen of clubs on a diamond lead, and you'll make it, right. You'll take 3 clubs, 3 diamonds. Oh no, that's just only 8 tricks because the diamonds will break, but the clubs don't.
Whoa!
West is just like, wow.
Jack of hearts lead. Look at that.
That, I mean, that's a sort of lead I would have expected from Fisher.
So West deciding to be as aggressive as possible, given that the opponents have stopped it short of game to try and collect as many tricks. You could, of course, have chosen to lead from your 3-card spade suit instead. King third, but King Jack third needs a lot less from partner. It's much more likely to give up a trick, especially given that you have King Jack 9 in the heart suit.
I think it's absolutely bizarre. The opponents have stopped in 2-0 trump. I'm not trying to be aggressive on opening lead. I'm trying my best to not blow any tricks because they don't. When they stop in 2-0 trump, it's because they'd rather be in 1. If they thought they could make 2-0 trump, they'd be in 3.
Well, the heart lead's going to work out great this time.
Yeah, Declare is pretty much no chance on the heart lead.
East does have this diamond entry, so we'll duck 2 rounds of hearts, win the 3rd round, and then what? There are 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, a heart, and a spade, which is only 7.
And Declare actually doesn't even know what's going on in the heart suit other than East seems to have encouraged. And East should definitely not show the queen of hearts here.
Yeah, East West have done great on defense so far.
Declare wants 4 club tricks. I think you play club to the king, jack of clubs. That pins out a double to 9 in the West hand. And maybe you pick up queen 9 fourth in the East hand if you think that, it's sort of how it's going on. Although it is a club finesse into the potential long hearts. You don't realize the hearts are this way. You don't think there's no chance the West slid the Jack of Hearts from King Jack 9.
Is it right to play King of Clubs, Jack of Clubs? I mean, assuming hearts are 4-4, because then West would have led from King Jack 10-9, and East would have had Queen 4th. Um, we don't really have any indication who's likely to be shorter in clubs, but maybe West, by some inference, is likely to be shorter in clubs. So maybe club to the Jack is actually better. Try and pick up a Queen Doubleton in the West hand.
So see, if you know that if you knew West had 2 clubs and East had 4, then King then Jack is best because you pick up everything but Doubleton Queen.
Yeah.
But then but that's counting on you knowing to finesse the 8 on the 3rd round. If you don't count in that you know to finesse the 8 on the 3rd round, it's a lot less clear to me.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout our discussions over this last week, I tend to believe you on suit combinations over me.
Well, this one I think falls a lot on what you believe is going on in the heart suit, I think. And as you say, I don't think that Declara has any idea this is the layout of the hearts. I'm pretty sure Declara believes that it was King Jack 10-9 4th on his left, because then the Jack of Hearts would make a lot of sense.
So Declara looks like he's going to play club to the Jack.
Yeah, so club to the Jack. I think I like this play. It's not really going to help him here, but...
And I suspect he ducks a diamond next.
Yeah.
Because he thinks hearts are 4-4.
Right. He's going to play a diamond. I think when East pops up with an honor, he might even just go Ace King of Diamonds diamond. Seeing East pop up with 2 honors in the suit, then he can perforce set up an extra diamond.
Right.
And is that going to see him home? I think it will. Because East can win the diamond and cash 2 hearts, but he's then going to get 3 clubs, a heart, a spade, and 3 diamonds. Yeah, there's the Queen of Diamonds.
Well, you're right. He's going to make that anyways.
So this is really fortunate for Bathurst.
Even if he crosses back to the King Club to lead another diamond towards his King 9, he's going to make it.
Right. Yep.
I think he's deciding now whether he can afford to do that. West should surely false card the Queen of Clubs on low to the King to give to... Oh, no. Then the king, he's 10 or high. Never mind. Should surely not false card the Queen of Clubs.
He definitely could cross back to the Club King. And I mean, East would have split high here from Queen Jack 10 4th as well. So it's going to be on Bathurst to decide if he's willing to club to the King, diamond, low. Is he willing to stick in the 9? Because if not, it's probably better to go King of Diamonds, diamond.
Yeah, if he puts in the 9 and it loses, they could knock out the spade entry to dummy, and then he doesn't get the long diamond.
Right.
So I don't think he can ever afford to put in the 9. So crossing dummy in clubs and leading a diamond is only to pressure East to pop up again with Queen Jack 10 small.
Right. Yeah. But sometimes you do want to put the opponents to that sort of guess, or test, I should say. He can always cross to the Club King intending to play a diamond to the King, so it doesn't really hurt him.
I think that's the conclusion he's eventually going to come to, is that he might as well do that. It doesn't cost him anything to do it. And I think he's going to preserve the 7 of diamonds as long as possible, and he may score it yet at trip 13. I guess, oh no, if he crosses the King of Clubs, he will, and the defense takes the hearts and shifts to a spade, he won't be able to score the beer.
This might not be the most pressing concern for Kevin Bathurst, but you're right about that. He would deny himself a beer.
If Bathurst is thirsty, he plays the King of Diamonds right now.
He might be trying to decide what club to play. Since he knows West has the queen, he can always safely lead the 10, hoping to pin a 9 doubleton in East's hand. But he does play the 8 to the king. Now we're going to see another diamond. And when the honor pops up, I mean, he can in fact claim. He's going to be shocked to see East get in and cash 2 hearts, but he'll have his 8 tricks. So this was really well done. He does prevent a small imp loss. Ends up losing an overtrick imp to 1 no trump, making 3 in the other room. He now pitches a spade and asks how the clubs split, and he says, no, I have another heart. Plus 120. So that's going to wrap up the first quarter of this match. Leonardin getting the better of Rosenberg here, thanks to a little bit of an accident on one of the boards, but that means they're ahead by 14. We will see you all in just a few minutes. Players are going to take a break to compare, and we'll get right back into the action for the second quarter.
All right. Thank you all.
All right. How are the other matches? Rubinstein is ahead against Nickel in the first set? Wait. I thought Grossack was playing with Rubinstein before. Is it Rosenberg that's playing with him? Maybe they're like alternating. Also, I would like to mention that somehow I made it through the first segment having not eaten breakfast this morning, which is amazing. Zimmerman against Street is close. You're torn on who you want to lose more. Rubinstein, who knocked out your team. Who was your team? Or Nickel, because you're just a Nickel hater. Oh, they have all 4 matches on. Oh, look at this. A Moyles? Oh, because of Hanlon? I got you. Yeah, I see. So Goldberg ahead of Delimpledakis. I'm getting so much better at saying that name. I'm also still probably pronouncing it wrong. Do I think the bidding mishap, 1 spade, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, is bizarre? So I looked up Brogland and Baca's card, and they don't play transfers in that auction. Do I think it's bizarre? I don't know. I mean, sometimes people have bidding misunderstandings. It's very unfortunate. I've been impressed by the unknown partnership, the unknown Chinese partnership. Obviously, they have a sizable number of seeding points because they were seeded relatively highly. I think they were like the 17 seed or something going in. 2 diamonds there as a transfer is somewhat common in Europe. It's not surprising. Well, I don't think this is common in Europe. Playing transfers in auctions like this is common in Europe, but this specific auction, I was unable to find something in the European cards, at least among the top level partnerships. Yeah, 1 club, 1 spade is a transfer. Then people play transfers. That is common. Maybe not common, but there are partnerships that play it. But after a 2-level overcall, it's less common. Wow. Big oops, though. I mean, fortunately, it'll only cost them 8. East recovered nicely and made 3 diamonds. You don't actually know who Lee's regular partner is in China. Maybe they are a new partnership. They could be a new partnership. But the thing that I find impressive is that a lot of the Asian partnerships, at least 10 years ago, I don't know if this has changed, they used to be relatively weak card players, both declarers and defenders, in comparison with some of the Western counterparts, both in America and Europe and South America. But this pair has impressed me. They came up with that really nice line of play on board 1, the strip squeeze. And in fact, it's even more impressive that Declare played for the strip squeeze because, as people had pointed out, they could have just exited a diamond and South would be unplayed. But West, probably thinking ahead, already knew they could play for the strip squeeze, and they had a full count on South card. So West ran the spade suit, exited a diamond, made the over trick. That's really well done. You think the J-Lu in Team Goldberg is widely considered the best Chinese player. He's in his mid-30s or mid-40s. The Liu from Goldberg. Oh, Jing Liu. Yeah, so this guy's been around for a while, and I actually don't know. I'm not that familiar with some of the other Chinese partnerships, but I liked the way East West played for the Rosenberg team here. I think that they probably wouldn't have made it this far if they weren't very strong players, but they've done really well. And then this is a common partnership on Goldberg. So Rubenstein ahead. Zimmerman Street is close. That's a match that I figure to be a little bit close. Goldberg, Delimpel Tadakis is close. Leonard and Rosenberg is also kind of close. I mean, if it wasn't for those 8 imps, we would see a match that is 13-7. It would have been our lowest scoring match. It still is our lowest scoring match. So Zimmerman and Street were in. Good lord, there are a ton of kibitzers in that match. You've watched a lot of videos by G. Lee. Is that this guy? G. Lee. So is this the player that someone was mentioning does a bunch of commentary? Chinese commentary? Maybe English commentary? I don't know. But they say he's like really funny and also really knowledgeable. You mentioned him? Gotcha. Yeah. I think they played well. I think they played really well. You know, they're just Leonardin got lucky on a couple of hands, and specifically the 5 heart hand, wherever it was, board 11. They got a little bit too high and it didn't cost them. And then, of course, the bidding accident. I mean, 8 could have worked out better. It was a 9 imp mistake, bidding 4 spades. Maybe that's not the right way to put it. It cost them 9 imps. It was probably closer to like a 1 imp mistake, if you want to do the math on how often 4 spades will make versus how often 3-0 is going to go down. He only comments in Mandarin. I do not speak Mandarin. I know like ni hao. Is that Mandarin or Cantonese? But that's about it. That's all the Chinese I understand. So if all of his commentary was just saying hello or greetings, then I would probably have a pretty good idea of what's going on. Maybe with some hand gestures included. I guess some of these other matches are still going on. Do we have first quarter scores? Oh, you know what I was planning to do? We do have first quarter scores. Let me put up the scoreboard. And let's go ahead and edit this. Spingold KO teams. Quarterfinals. 17 Rosenberg, 6 to 21. This isn't going to work the way I wanted. How am I going to do this? Rosenberg, 17. Leonardin, 9. Is this good? Maybe this is good. Nickel, 2, 31, 36. Rubenstein, 7. Should I put like a little divider? Maybe I should put like a little divider like that. Okay, we got Goldberg, 19, 22, 18, Delimpel to Dacus, 22. And then Zimmerman, 4. 40. Oh my god. This is high scoring, huh? How does that look? Delimpel-Tadakis got to the final of the European Winter Games earlier this year, but they lost to Zimmerman in the final. Slightly different team. Burris and Pepsi instead of Dubois. So what is their team right now? And SEMA. So they had Pepsi Cola and Christoph Burris instead of Giorgio Dubois and Leonardo SEMA. Jing Liu was in the final of the 2024 Vanderbilt. Jing Liu. Oh, that's the player on Goldberg? Yeah, which team did he play for? I don't remember in that one. Final of the Vanderbilt. Fantasy bracket leaders. Marcia Platt. Oh, you can't see. Fantasy bracket leaders. Marcia Platnick. I wonder why. I mean, if they keep winning, then maybe they'll pull through. She could win the thing. A lot of high seeds got killed in this event. So we still have the 2 seed and the 7 seed in. We still have the 4 seed and the 5 seed in. But Goldberg and Delimpel-Tadakis usurped. Let's see, who were the other big seeds? Rosenthal. Rosenthal ended up losing yesterday to Goldberg, disappointing all of the Norwegian fans. And then, who was the 6th? Oh, Goodman. Roman defeated Goodman, I think, in the way back. Oh no, Roman defeated Wolfson. They were the 6th seed. Fleischer went out. We saw that match. The exciting conclusion. I would be interested in continuing to watch this Chinese pair for the second set. But I also wouldn't be averse to switching over to one of the matches that is closer. Do we have second quarter matches yet? Let's see. This match is still going on. Zimmerman Street. We're not going to head over there. Is this match still going on? This match is still going on. I think we're going to just go into the second quarter of the match that we were still watching because it'll be fluid. Otherwise, we'll have like a long break. Has chat ever influenced me? I put up polls and stuff. I let you guys vote on things. 2 Hertz doubled making. Holy shit. What happened there? This could not possibly be the way the auction went, by the way. Pass, pass, pass. 2 hearts. Double, all pass. There's no chance. What table was that? Wait a second. That was, this table, right? There's no way that South passed a 13 count with a singleton in third seat. And there's no way West opened 2 hearts, and there's no way North made a penalty double. This was not the auction. I guarantee this was not the auction. A diamond, a heart, double. 2 hearts, double, all pass. Yeah, that could be. Can they beat it? Maybe on like a club over and a trump throw? I don't know, it's probably too hard. Nickel Rubenstein is a key match for fantasy brackets. Ooh. Okay. Let's head over to Platnick and Rosenberg sitting against Cran and Vince. Oh, we're right into the action. See you in a bit, chat. Welcome back, everyone. We're just getting started with the second quarter of action here. Rosenberg against Leonardon. So it looks like maybe a couple of imps were off. Leonardon leads by 15. 6 hearts in the east. Declare is going to need to pick up the Trump King. It is onside. And this is going to be a swing immediately going the way of Rosenberg here. Lots of preemption. I'm sorry we missed the auction on this one. This would have been a fun one to take a look at, but the preemption kind of backfires for North-South. They push their opponents into a heart slam, which makes...
Yeah, if they'd given them room to bid key card, they would have discovered they were missing 2 of them.
Wow.
And we don't stop.
So 13 imps to Rosenberg right off the bat, and the match is almost tied once again.
As Edgar Kaplan would sometimes say, as much as key card proponents would pretend that it is, the king of trumps is not an ace.
Okay, so board 17, and the match is once again all square.
All right, so this is 20 opposite 20 in terms of high card points. North-South have 2 balanced hands, and East-West almost have 2 balanced hands. So pass, a club, a heart, double. And I guess, I mean, does you think South dials in and just bids 1 spade, or does he bid an honest 2 spades?
Oh, certainly 2 spades. I'm never a proponent of denying your length. I was thinking East had some potential to bid a no trump there over the double after partner's hard overcall, but East does pass.
And yeah, I mean, if partner has like a singleton heart, you could easily have a game.
Mm-hmm.
So might as well just be drawn as 2 spades. Plus, it gets above 2 hearts by West in case West had a 6th heart. They might not It might have an easy 2 heart bid, but not a 3 heart bid at all.
Sure. So West on
So
opening lead is going to have to find some way to come up with 5 tricks. Doesn't look that attractive to lead king doubleton of clubs with the clubs on your right, so he goes after the unbid minor, diamonds.
you could have tried to cut down on dummy's roughing power with a low spade lead.
Yeah. And this will set up a diamond trick. Declare can pick up the clubs for 1 loser, leading low towards the 10, which I think is going to be the natural play given the 1 heart overcall. Playing West for honor doubleton in the suit. 2 heart losers and a spade loser.
Yeah, 2 hearts, a spade, and a diamond, and a club off the top. So Declare needs to, and Declare's kind of mirrored here, right? Only clubs can provide an extra trick.
Yeah. Now, if Declare does end up roughing a diamond in hand, leading a heart to the king, and cashing 2 trumps, Declare could exit hearts. West will get end played.
Yeah, that may actually happen. Declare's ducked the opening diamond. Well, I think East is going to switch to a heart, having won the king of diamonds. I think East has some idea what's going on.
Yeah, heart switch makes a lot of sense.
That doesn't actually stop Declare from doing that. Declare can win the king of hearts, cross the ace of diamonds, king ace of spades, rough a diamond, exit in hearts, and come to the same position. But it is more likely defense.
Yeah, so there's the heart switch. It'll go to the 9, probably 10 and king. And we're kind of at a crossroads.
Yeah, entries to the north hand are tight. So if Declare wants to pay that club play that you were talking about, now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, he could cross to the king of spades, for example, and lead a low club towards the 10. And then West would be caught. No matter what he does, Declare would pick up the clubs for just 1 loser. It's a little bit risky, though, because there is some potential for a 4th round of hearts to come through from West, which could cause problems in some layouts of the hand. So
I like your initial thought of 2 rounds of trumps, the diamond rough, and exiting in hearts.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost always best whenever West has started with exactly 2 spades.
Right. Yeah. West will guaranteed being end played. The big problem with this line of play is that if West happens to have the 3rd spade, then West will be able to win the hearts, draw the 3rd spade, and then play a heart, and now you just have no chance. You're out of trumps, right, and you haven't even worked on the clubs.
Yeah, you would actually need the king, queen of clubs both in the East hand then, and that even isn't good enough because East has a diamond winner.
Right.
In that case, so East could split the clubs and just cash a diamond.
Yeah.
No, North still has a trump, so it is good enough.
No.
The trump got tapped off. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
The trump got tapped off.
So that's kind of what Declare's thinking about. He's choosing between these 2 lines of play, and Vince, a very strong technical card player. He'll probably come up with what he believes to be the percentage action and go with it. So spade to the king. I think we are about to see a low club towards the 10. Or maybe spade to the ace and then diamond to the ace and a low club towards the 10, but now
he
just
still played. Yeah, he still could have did the other thing, ace of diamonds, spade to the ace, diamond rough. There was still time for it. He had both options still available.
So there is a low club towards the 10, and now he's going to be very happy. West flew the king of clubs.
I think the other line really shines when West has king, queen, doubleton of clubs.
Yep.
Because here Declare will finesse into the king, queen, doubleton and lose both of them. The highlighting a second on board 16 East with 7 high card points, 3-6-3-1 pattern after a diamond, 3 clubs, red on white, just bid his 6 card heart suit, 3 hearts. That was a bold bid because it led to minus 1430. So all the more power to him. But
Yeah, he decided that there was probably going to be more preemption. The opponents were favorable, so rather than pass and have his partner be guessing at the 5 level, he decided to give his partner a little bit of information where his strength lay. And yeah, as you say, fortunate that the King of Hearts is on.
Big things. If you're going to bid 3 hearts, there's a case for just jumping to 4 so the partner doesn't overestimate your strength, and you don't establish a force by jumping to 4. At least not for me. But 3 hearts certainly, West liked his hand a lot. Ace king, the queen of trumps, and the opponent's bidding and raising is nothing.
Yeah, if all East had was ace king, 6th of hearts, then he could count 12 tricks. Pretty close to it.
All right, so meanwhile, back at the ranch, Claire's about to do club finesse and make his contract.
Yeah, 10 of clubs.
All right, Claire's going to take a very late club finesse and make his contract.
That's true. Yep. He is risking going down 2 this way if East was able to play back another diamond, forcing dummy. But he gets as much information as possible about the hand before committing to his decision. This is something that all strong declarers strive to do on every board, and very few are always successful. So Vince has now seen almost all the diamond honors, has seen all of the hearts, and has seen a lot about the distribution of the hand. So, oh, he misguesses. He guessed to play West for King Queen Doubleton of clubs. Wow.
Stuff. I have a feeling that was inputted incorrectly, but
you think so?
I think so. I don't think he played him for King Queen Doubleton of clubs.
He might have
possibly just decided that with King and 1 club, West would have just ducked the club up.
You have to give your opponents some credit that sometimes with Honor Doubleton there, they'll duck, and with King Queen Doubleton, West wouldn't have had an opportunity to duck. It would have to play an honor. So
all that suggests to me is that the Rob Brady line was the brilliant line on the hand. You don't have to count clubs. You don't have to guess it as long as West doesn't have the 3rd spade.
There's no misguessing in the alternative line of play. That's very much true. But
all right, heart of spade. South bid a no trump. He might. Some people would have bid 2 spades. I'm good with either no trump or 2 spades. I don't like raising spades on 7-6-3 unless 1 spade implied 5.
Yeah, so North has to find something to do over a no trump. You can't pass with 5-5 in the black suits. These guys open relatively aggressively, as we see here. South vulnerable against Nod in 2nd seat, opening a balanced 11. So Cranyak does decide to, it looks like...
I wonder... I mean, I think North wants to show invitational values with spades because 5 clubs looks like it's too far off. So if there's game, it's going to be 4 spades. I don't know if that's what 2 hearts shows. A lot of players play their check back method after a heart of spade and no trump, just like they would over anything else. But North is alerted 2 hearts and South is past it. So this could be a bidding accident for North-South. But I don't think North actually wanted to play 2 hearts.
I would be surprised if they had a bidding accident. These guys have been playing together for 20 years. And this feels like a pretty common auction to come up. I don't know the meaning of two hearts. It's very possible it could show a Doubleton Heart Invitational, and that's why South gave it a little bit of look and decided not to correct to two no trump with controls.
There's no way that it showed five spades and South understood it that way, or South would not have passed it.
No.
So they're in two hearts, and I don't think you can blow anything in the heart suit, even if they got club roughs. It's with naturals. You're going to lose two spades, and a diamond is 3, and two hearts is 5. And I guess there could be a spade rough in the west hand could defeat you.
Well, that would be with a natural spade trick.
You'd have to misguess the spades, then they cross back to the ace, and then when East gets in with their trump, they give partner a spade rough.
Right. Yeah.
Be the only way that could happen.
Yeah, so first things first, Declare is going to, I think, win the king of clubs and dummy and lead a heart.
Yeah, I think we're going to see ace of hearts and a heart, and that's going to destroy any chances for the defense to get a spade rough. And after that, Declare shouldn't have any trouble coming to 8 tricks.
Yeah, at least 8 tricks. The clubs will actually be set up to run. So there's the king of clubs. East has to find a heart card to play on the heart lead from dummy, and I think any of the hearts have appeal, but he chooses the jack. As you had mentioned, club roughs come with natural trump tricks, so that doesn't really threaten Declare. Heart comes back.
So West knows the heart position, and so does East, I think.
Yeah, also, more importantly, the defense probably knows the diamond layout as well. Declare having a singleton diamond and dummy holding the ace of hearts would absolutely have gone for a diamond rough if that would have helped him. Which isn't good news. I mean, I think Platnick just has to play back the 10 of diamonds, but...
But it's a good inference to be aware of that if Declare has the ability to rough something in dummy and doesn't bother to do it, it nearly universally means that they didn't need to do it.
Right. Now, there is a huge result in the other room for Team Rosenberg. 4 spades been made, and there appeared to be 4 top losers, a diamond, a heart, and 2 trumps.
And the club problem. So yeah, they did very well.
Oh, a heart just goes away. Wow.
On the king of diamonds.
Yeah, heart goes away on the king of diamonds when they don't lead it at trick 1. Compton led his singleton club over there, but when West got in with the diamond ace, West didn't give his partner a rough. He could have given his partner 2 club roughs as well to beat the contract. The ace of diamonds, ace of spades, and 2 club roughs. So really nice result for Team Rosenberg. So there's a diamond around to the king.
And you would think, as the north-south pair at this table, you stopped in 2 hearts, you had a bidding accident, but it's fine because you went plus on a board you side can't make game.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a good result if they get to 4 spades and go down. You're not really thinking this is a game swing out. You're thinking this is actually like, a happy little accident where you go plus on a board, maybe you were slated to go minus.
All right, spade over to the ace, and that's going to be the last defensive trick.
Declare is not going to finesse the spade with the clubs potentially running. So that's 9 tricks for Declare.
Yeah, 140. So this will be.
Who knew?
10.
Cranyak was psychic that you do as well in hearts as you do in spades, just in general, theoretically.
All right, ace of clubs and 9 tricks claimed, but still a big swing for Rosenberg, and they are zooming ahead in the second quarter. Currently up 27-0 after 3 boards. I know that the North-South partnership here will have chalked up those 13 imps on the first board, but they're probably not going to be aware of the game swing on 18. They might think that board 17 is a little bit sad on the misguess in the club suit.
I see 33 high card points for East-West.
That's a lot. Some duplication in the diamonds.
You partner with Tuna Trump with the East hand. I think he opens a heart, but I mean, I could totally see Tuna Trump being open. The heart, a spade, 3 clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've got a pretty good hand for partner having jump shifted. I may also go heart of spade 2 now. I'm not really sure what Wes is going to do over after heart of spade. All of those things lead East to be checking the backs of the cards a little bit and forcing slam.
Yeah, so which slam is going to be best on the East-West cards? Is it 6 clubs? Is it 6 no trump? Looks like 6 clubs is best.
Yeah. If clubs are 3-2, you have 3 clubs, 2 diamonds is 5, 2 hearts is 7, 2 spades is 9, and a rough in each hand is 11. You only need to either the hearts to be 4-2, or you could find that out before trying to play on spades.
Right.
And even 5-1 hearts with 5-1 hearts, they can always get a rough. So basically 6 clubs makes all the time. It doesn't go down on a rough because hearts are 4-2 and you can establish long heart. I think even with clubs 4-1, you can just rough a heart high. So you have enough trump spots to claim as long as hearts aren't 5-1.
The other table did reach 6 clubs, so
spot.
North-South actually got involved in the auction in the other room. They were doing some preempting.
Really? Who has a bid in this auction?
East-West are playing precision, so North actually got to overcall diamond over precision club.
Well, you're not required to overcall a diamond over precision club.
You are not required to, but...
Oh, wait. One club is forcing, but it's not forcing on you. No, I would actually be totally fine with a 2 diamond overcall in the north hand over the precision club, opposite a past partner. At least take that room. Now, I don't really care for 1 diamond, which takes up negative space and doesn't really make all this declare more about my pattern.
Well, Platnick's trying to decide how to handle his slam intentions over 3 clubs. 4 clubs seems like the most straightforward method, where we agree on trumps. That's what he goes with. And so now Rosenberg bids 4 diamonds. Not sure if this is kickback. Could be.
This match so far is 27-0.
Yeah.
In favor of Rosenberg, who were down down a bit from the low scoring first set. This set is not low scoring so far. They've both been black here. I like that. West bid 4 diamonds kickback, and East responded 4 no trump key card. They're going to make sure they have all the aces here.
Yeah, it looks like 4 no.
I can't tell which is four diamonds could have been a cubit and four no key card, or four diamonds could have been key card and four no show two without. Oh, except East has three.
No, 4-0
So I
probably
think
shows 3. 0 or 3.
four hearts, four spades, four no third step. So
Oh,
I'm thinking
you're
actually
right.
four no is key card.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So 4 diamonds cubed, 4 no key card,
And then
5 clubs
one key
1.
card. So I think the read of that if four diamonds is asking for aces, four no is also asking for aces, is the right read on the option.
So
So
from East perspective, he has so many high card points, he might be thinking that 6 no trump would be a safer contract than 6 clubs.
partner surely has the queen of clubs, and with partner being so light is, and with one ace, I mean, he may be thinking that partner's aces and hearts. I'm sure he is. So what? His partner cubit diamonds. So I'm thinking partner probably has like 1-5-3-4 with the king of diamonds, the ace king queen of hearts, and the queen of clubs, and that's not even enough. So 4-7-9 10-11 12, maybe the king jack of diamonds 13, queen jack of clubs is 16. He still owes me like the king of spades. If that's the case, if partner's a fifth, can we count 3 hearts and 4? He's doing the safe thing and bidding in clubs. Yeah, I'm having a hard time coming up with these 19 counts with only one key card. I'm sure he's supposed to.
I guess there's some potential that partner's diamond cubed could be a singleton. So you would really want to avoid 6 no on that type of hand.
5.
Yeah.
So say partner has, 5-5 in hearts and clubs with queen jack fifth of clubs and like ace king queen fifth of hearts and the king of spades.
Yeah.
That's a real hand, and you better not play that one in no trump. It's amazing how little East knows of West hand at the point he had to choose the contract, where West has the ace king tight of diamonds and East couldn't tell whether he had that or a singleton.
Yeah, precision systems with relays are the way to go, I guess. At least for strong hands opposite slam potential.
Yeah. They have flaws in some of the other options, speaking from experience.
10 of diamonds, Rusno lead, showing the jack.
So Declare can afford to play at least one high club before playing on hearts if his plan is to ruff a heart high in the East hand. I think he can afford to play 2 high clubs and then hearts.
Yeah, so ace king of clubs, king of hearts, queen of hearts, heart ruff with the 10. And then cross back in either spades or diamonds to pull the last trump, if necessary.
Yeah, when he plays the ace king of clubs they break, he can just draw the last trump, lead a heart towards his king queen jack in case it's 5-1 with a stiff ace. When the king of hearts loses the ace, he'll be claiming shortly thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
Once everyone falls to second heart.
So that seems like probably the strongest plan. If Declare instead plays to work on spades, that's also going to end up being fine on this layout of the cards. But I don't see why he would.
What I like about playing on hearts is that I only have to ruff 1 heart to establish it, whereas spades I may have to ruff twice.
Yeah.
And if I've drawn 3 rounds of trumps after ruffing once, I'm going to have a hard time ruffing again.
All right, ace of clubs.
Ace of clubs. Okay. It happens. Yeah. It happened eventually.
Yeah, now as Michael says, definitely the king of clubs. We want to start the hearts from the east hand. Very unlikely that Singleton Ace is going to pop up in the south, but no reason to lead the King of Hearts out of hand.
So we don't want to pay off to it if it's there.
Yeah. And Kevin
I don't
also
want to.
a very strong technical card player. He learned everything from his father.
If you pay off large quantities of imps to low frequency things, then you're basically a slot machine.
That's how they get you in Vegas.
Be the house, don't be the slot machine.
So Cranyak needs to find a discard. He now has a much better count on Declare's hand. Alright, heart to the king. North will win the ace, play back a diamond.
I guess he's going to win it, but maybe he could duck it. Ducking it slowly is. I wonder if he's won it and they're just busy claiming right now.
Yeah, probably. Ace
Probably
of hearts.
play back down.
Diamond to the king, queen of hearts, and then once both north and south follow, Declare will claim, roughing the heart loser and dummy.
Sometimes in situations like this, the play starts getting really fast and the view graph operator loses it. This may have already happened, or it may be happening now.
Yeah, Kevin's going to pause for a second. I don't think he's going to be able to get a better count on the hand, but if there was some way to work out that hearts were 5-1, he might have been able to like cash the ace king of spades and then get a complete count. Instead, he just goes queen of hearts. Everyone's followed. 1370. Push board. First one of the set. We're on to board 20. Ooh, some more distribution for east-west.
So this, I suspect east-west are going to wind up in 4 spades eventually. And how does that fare? If the defense lets you rough diamonds and dummy, I think you're doing really well. The defense lead trump, you can't. You can try to get enough entries set up the clubs by ace clubs, club rough, jack of hearts, overtaking with the queen, roughing a club high, and then play king of spades. No, just roughing a club south follows. Or they have to pop the ace of hearts on the jack.
Yeah, there would be actually a lot of really interesting potential in the play if North does lead a trump against 4 spades. The other table only reaches up to 2 spades. They make 10 tricks.
You only need to score 1 diamond rough and dummy to get up to 10. The spades breaking. You have a heart, a diamond, a club, a rough, and 6 trump trucks.
Yeah, any non-trump lead and Declare can make 4 spades pretty easily.
I think the continuation I like is 2 spades by west and 3 spades by east and 4 spades by west. East recognizing the 2 aces and the queen of hearts are enough to give his side a chance to look for a red game, and west looking at his good pattern and solid spades, it's one for the road.
Yeah, 3 spades seems like a great try at imps, especially if partner has any amount of fit opposite either your clubs or diamonds.
Ryan said 3 spades is a great try. Hold my beer. I have a different game try in mind.
I mean, he's kind of right that if his partner doesn't fit either minor, then maybe the hand just isn't making game, and he would rather wager on that than his partner having to guess.
So
Cranyak leads a trump. Oh boy. Okay, well, we're in for some excitement. So Michael, you want to talk through that line of play you were suggesting earlier, a low heart towards the queen?
Yeah, so Declare needs to get the clubs on track. Now, Declare could lead the king of hearts out of his hand at trick two, which North has to win and play back another heart to kill the entry to dummy. If or a diamond actually would work. It would also kills a late entry to the dummy. As long as they switch back to no, diamond doesn't work. This Declare ducks it. And now you have to play a trump, and they've made it. So
Yeah, so what Michael's saying is that one plan Declare could adopt here is to win the trump lead, and then seeing that he can no longer ruff a diamond, try and set up the clubs in the east hand. So, for example, club to the ace, let's just talk through the simple plan. Club to the ace, club ruff, jack of hearts. If North doesn't hop up with the ace of hearts here, then the queen of hearts represents an extra entry to ruff the clubs good. Declare could then pull trumps, cross to the diamond ace, and run the club suit. Michael was suggesting that maybe Declare could win the opening lead and lead the king of hearts. And now, if Cranyak wins the ace, he's going to have to play back a heart to kill the entry to the long clubs before Declare gets those set up.
So if you think of it in terms of like how you're going to set up a club, you need the ace of clubs represents one entry to ruff a club, and the ace of diamonds represents another entry to ruff the clubs good, and you need a third entry to get there to win them. And that entry can only be the queen of hearts. And you can either go sneaky by trying to overtake the jack, or you could play the king and play for a missed defense.
Yeah, so Rosenberg does lead the king of hearts, and Cranyak is now pausing to think because he understands this is a really pivotal decision. The good news for his side is that he's looking at this king 10 third of clubs and kind of realizes that clubs aren't 2-2. Declare doesn't have a doubleton club, and so clubs aren't going to split for Declare if he does. So
Yeah,
he's
they're
going
not
to be
immediately threatening.
yeah, he's going to be thinking about like trying to kill the entries to this club suit. And I mean, another positive he has going for him is that given that he's looking at both aces in the minor suits and dummy, this isn't one of these situations where we can just win the ace of hearts, hope that king of hearts was a singleton king, and then try and cash tricks in whichever minor Declare is going to pitch from. Declare is always going to be able to win a diamond switch with the ace and pitch a diamond loser if that's what is happening. So
if he wins the ace of hearts, figuring that maybe that's a singleton king of hearts, and then South gives him a count signal, he'll know it wasn't a singleton, and that should maybe lead him down the right path.
Yeah, that as well.
Is it possible Declare's plan is to ruff a heart in dummy with king third of hearts, and he's doing it in a weird way? Not with North Helen both kings, because North knows there's no fast entry back to the West hand. Unless West is like voiding clubs.
Right.
Starting with a heart king is a weird play from 3-card holdings.
It's weird, but with you having mentioned it, it actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, he could, if he did have king third of hearts, let's say his hand was king third and 3 small diamonds with the singleton club. Now if Cranyak wins the ace of hearts and continues a heart, Declare makes it. He gets a heart ruff. Cranyak would have to win the ace of hearts and
play back another trump.
Actually, no, because then the queen of hearts is an entry to clubs. Cranyak would have to duck the king of hearts.
Maybe we're coming to the conclusion that he's supposed to duck the king of hearts in all cases.
I think that ducking the king of hearts is a really strong play and seems to work every time he can beat the contract. But I do like that he's paused to think about this at this point, whether or not he chooses to duck the king. He does. Wow.
That's a really good. Yeah. So
and
now Declare can hope that
the defense is like really in control, right? Because at this point, even if Declare plays a club to the ace and ruffs a club, and exits a heart, Cranyak can just pull another trump. they don't need to be as careful anymore in how they defend.
So basically, I think West now is down to South pitching a diamond when they shouldn't. So maybe South needs to change horses and play off a few rounds of spades and hope that, maybe South started with a doubleton spade, has to make a couple pitches and gets it wrong and throws a diamond away, while West has enough control to play ace of diamonds and a diamond and then rough something and then play a third round of diamonds and establish the seven of diamonds for the long diamond.
Yeah, I was going to mention that this was an alternative. I like Rosenberg's decision to try the King of Hearts because it put a lot of pressure on Kranyak to do the right thing. But he could have instead just started rattling off trumps immediately. And then South wouldn't have had any information about the location of the missing honors or the count.
If Declare had drawn all the trumps first and then played a fourth trump, it might have caused some issues. But so I think the defense is going to have no trouble here. They almost can't go wrong other than playing back. They'd have to play like a minor. So he's going to play a couple trumps now, but South has easy hard pitches.
Yeah, so could anything go wrong if the defense isn't careful from this position? North and South can discard hearts, of course.
I don't expect North to be unblocking the King of Diamonds, but it doesn't hurt him to hold it.
So I expect to see some more hearts from North and South.
And without a diamond pitch, West knows the diamonds are dead, so he may just play more trumps now.
Mm-hmm. And we'll note that South's choice of heart spots that he pitched here is going to indicate that he has some strong diamonds. That 8 of hearts, he can kind of give soup preference. He's already showed his partner an even number with his count signal when the King of Hearts was led.
I think Declare knows that he's dead, and he's just trying to figure out what defensive error to play for.
So if we play one more spade here and we exit a heart, is there any chance against some defender having 5 diamonds and club length? I suppose the answer is no. They can always knock out the appropriate stopper.
Also, good job by the defense, and I think it was a good try by Kevin with the King of Hearts to put some pressure on them. After Kranyak had to find that lead, which
yeah, the trump lead was not at all obvious from the north hand, and he did really well. And then once he ducked the King of Hearts, I mean, it was practically over for Declare, but it was a tough play to find.
So this will be what about 5 imps back to Leonardon?
I think so.
Maybe 6 imps, 270. I got my handy dandy imp table. 270 is going to be 7 imps.
And based on South's 8 of Hearts card, Kranyak bears the King of Diamonds. So really strong defense. Now Jack of Clubs. I think Declare has to hook this. He would still have had legitimate chances if South had the singleton 10 of clubs. He would have been able to pick up the suit for 2 tricks from here.
Yeah. So he has no choice but to play low.
Yeah, now a diamond to the king and ace. And North will score the last 2 tricks. Really well done.
Declare, if someone was down to king 10 third of clubs, Declare could make it by playing a low club in this position. But I guess there's, there are 3 plays. Someone could have had ace of hearts, queen jack of diamonds. I would only be North.
Mm-hmm.
but he might have done that, and or the defenders probably claimed to not giving him an opportunity. He said, "Oh, you get the ace of clubs," because they could see that was true.
Yeah, so board 21, a lot more distribution we can see.
Wow, 7-4.
7-4 in the majors. So we're going to
Nice
see
one,
two
too.
passes around to South, who gets to open in third seat.
Well, I think I would be very tempted to just open at 4 hearts and just hope that was okay. I only have 10 high card points, but I have 11 cards and 2 suits. I don't really want the opponents getting together in a minor or something and outbidding me.
Yeah, if you preempt with a hand like this in third seat, you're just kind of hoping that, I mean, for one thing, you're making your vulnerable game, but two, the opponents might actually have a cheap save and say 5 clubs looking at our hand, and you can prevent them from finding it.
It wouldn't be shocking if 5 of minor was a very good save against 4 hearts.
No.
The old down 0 type of save.
But Demui opens a heart. Takeout double by Rosenberg. He's spitting a no trump, so I think South is just going to rebid 2 hearts here. The other table reached 4 hearts, and 4 hearts has pretty good play.
It's a friendly lie of the cards. The diamond finesse is on, the hearts break, spades are guessable. So you only ever have to lose 2 hearts and a spade, and they lost 1 fewer trick than that. I guess you pick up the diamonds for 5 tricks on a good day, like today. They let you.
Yeah, so Rosenberg firing back on this hand after going down in a close game on the previous board. Now they're going to pick up a game swing.
I don't think East or West did anything unusual on this. I mean, West sort of has opening bid with heart shortness, such as it is, double 1 heart. East had a 9 count with heart stop, bid 1 no trump. It's did they just open 4 hearts at the other table like I was suggesting? I think that's a likely thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened in the other room. South opened 4 hearts. They played it there. This time 4 hearts was making.
Yeah, partner has kind of a misfit. If here's the experiment for you. If you put your hand up against any of the other hands at the table, you have pretty good play for game. Right. So maybe that suggests you're just supposed to bid 4 hearts, because southwest, south north, and southeast, all those combinations all have somewhere between decent and excellent play for 10 tricks in hearts.
Well, diamond opening lead. Vince actually doing quite well to stick in the 9 of diamonds here, which is going to hold. This will give him an extra entry to do whatever it is that he wants, whether that's leading spades or leading hearts towards his hand.
I think it's heart to the jack. That picks up, king, queen. You can't do anything with king, queen, 10, 4th. Well, I mean, I guess king, queen, 10, 4th of hearts, they play low. You're always, you could, heart to the jack is just fine. It's just as good as a heart to the 9. King, queen, 3rd of hearts, a heart to the jack picks it up because the 10 is dropping. So I think the jack's the only play that's likely to gain a trick over anything else. So if the ace could skewer a singleton, king, queen, or 10.
Yeah, if you play the jack and you lose to a singleton, king or queen, then you still have 2 more heart losers. But he does go with the jack of hearts, which, as you mentioned, this is an unusual type of finesse combination. A lot of players would think you play low to the 9 on the first round because they'll suspect we can pick up honor 10 third, but we only have 1 trump and dummy. If hearts were 6-2, then low heart to the 9 would have been the standout play.
So, yeah, he doesn't want to repeat the diamond finesse. That's kind of an illusion. It doesn't really help him if it wins, and if it loses, it's bad.
Yeah, so a diamond rough back to hand, setting up some winners in the north hand. And now he'll just go ace of hearts heart, knock out the trumps, try and guess the spades to get back over to the diamond suit.
He can still misguess the spades, and he may well misguess the spades. They made four hearts making five of the other table. The defense probably didn't attack diamonds, and Declare was probably just able to lead the jack of diamonds to his cover, and he just lets them win the king of diamonds. And then when the diamonds run, he had all the pitches in the world. If I had to guess, that's what happened. But then that would actually only make 10 tricks. You'd lose two hearts and a diamond. I was thinking that was a likely route to 10 tricks, but I'm seeing they made 11. Maybe they led or shifted to the jack of spades, or they led a spade from the west to solve Declare's problems in the spade suit.
I'm not going to spoil the mystery. It's a good one. But yes, anyway, so it looks like Declare has managed to...
He did follow through with misguessing the spades to make himself feel better about staying at the 2 level.
Yeah, plus 140. I mean, it was tough defense. The diamond opening lead looked friendly for Declare at first, picking up the diamond suit for 5 tricks, but then the second diamond...
Okay, I see what happened.
Yeah, you see what happened?
And C trick 1 is the 2 of hearts from Queen Deuce Doubleton. I guess the 4 heart opening. We were talking about leading low from Honor Doubleton, and not against a 4 major opening. Just don't lead the suit at all. They're probably not roughing things in dummy when they open a 4 of major.
Probably not.
So yeah, that was a spectacularly unsuccessful opening lead.
All right, 2 passes around to West, who opens a diamond. And Cranyak, despite holding a 14 count, just doesn't have anything to say, especially opposite a past hand partner in their style. A diamond, a heart. This will probably pass back around to North, who's going to balance with a double.
North could pass 1 diamond, but he has way too much ammunition to pass 1 heart out. And South has kind of a normal 1-no trump. I don't think South's going to go for a penalty against 1 heart. That's not very attractive.
No, not with only 4 trumps in such weak spots. The opponents could easily be in a 5-3 fit here.
I mean, I guess North's auction implies diamond length, so South could also bid 2 diamonds. But 1-no trump feels completely normal. Your partner could be 4-2-3-4 with 3 small diamonds, or even 4-2-2-5 with 2 small diamonds, which makes an implication of length is not a promise of length in this auction by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and it looks like this will be a small swing to Leonardon here. 1-no trump is going to make on heart lead, which I think is pretty likely. 2 hearts, 4 clubs, and a spade trick, if nothing else. The other table reached all the way up to 3 diamonds on the north-south cards. Wow. East-west
Really
pushed them up there.
Double pass 1-no trump. West bid 2 hearts. Double pass. I mean, 2 hearts. Well, the cards are actually pretty friendly for East-West. They might have been okay in 2 hearts. Doubled.
Yeah, I think North-South were worried about that, which is why they ended up running. But
I'm surprised North doubled again, though, after when double pass 1-no trump 2 hearts, that North just didn't pass.
I mean, North has 14. North might have been thinking that their side could easily have had a game still.
North could also have passed 2-no trump. That we think that would go down. We can see 7 tricks in no trump, but we haven't gotten to the 8th trick with the ace of spades in the wrong hand.
No.
Maybe you can get a position against West where they have to give you a diamond, or you can set up the diamond 8 or something for another trick, but I don't think you can do that before the defense gets 6. Well, West has to make pitches on 4 rounds of clubs possibly. Then you set up a club trick for East, who has the ace of spades.
Yeah, and also this 9 of hearts falling
Wait, yeah. Wait,
means
what
that
happened? Oh,
Declare is
right. East
actually,
has 6-5-4 deuce of hearts.
yeah,
That's an extra heart trick.
Declare is going to make 3 heart tricks on this hand. Didn't see
All right,
that
so
one
three
coming.
hearts, 4 clubs, and a spade is 8. So that is a two-no trump making.
Yeah, that'll be 6
Well,
imps if Declare manages
bold two
to
heart
collect all those tricks.
West boldly bid 2 hearts over 1 no trump and earned his side 6 imps.
Mm-hmm.
Bold are winning their imps today.
Now, Rosenberg actually, I think, has a pretty good picture of the hand at this point. The 6 of hearts not only denies the 7, so he's going to be upset about the way this has gone, but it's also going to be suit preference for spades.
Such it is as it is. He is looking at the ace king queen of clubs in dummy, so partner probably wasn't super enthusiastic about clubs anyways, but maybe if partner had jack 10 of clubs and they just the ace of spades, they probably would have signaled for clubs.
Yeah, so I kind of expect a high spade lead, the 7 of spades coming through. But 38-7 on this set. 31 for Rosenberg. Finally, we get to see some of the high scoring that we've been missing out on in some of the other matches. I mean, Kevin's also trying to come up with a hand where he can beat the contract, and that's starting to look increasingly less likely. But I feel like he'll eventually shrug and come to the conclusion that partner asked for spades, let me play spades. Oh, he switches to clubs. So club around to Declare's jack. Jack of hearts cashes. Declare sees the 9 fall.
Yeah, Declare didn't know the 9 of hearts was falling, but was out of sure entries to his hand, so needed to cash it. Maybe that was the theory behind the club shift, is just the general principle of attacking Declare's communications rather than doing work for them.
Right. Yeah. East probably would have signaled the ace of spades without the jack, so it's kind of true that Kevin didn't know about that card. I'm surprised Declare is leading a club rather than a spade at this point. I guess it doesn't matter too much. King of clubs, we'll see a...
At some point, Declare needs to lead the king of spades.
Yeah, now seems to be the time. So king of spades to the ace.
Before establishing the club for the defense, yes.
Right. Platnik can play a diamond through, which seems somewhat important. And eventually 8 tricks, so 6 imps. Going the way of Leonardon. They're now back by 10, 44-34. And we're about halfway through the quarter. So a couple of really nice results for Rosenberg early, putting them ahead in the match, but there's quite a ways to go. And I believe something we've seen from the Leonardon team earlier in the event is that their front four is very, very, very strong. Bathurst and Hurd will come in to replace Compton and Leonardon. So even if Rosenberg maintains a small lead going into the third quarter of play, they're still going to have their work cut out for them against the team of Craniac, Demouy, Bathurst, and Hurd.
Those guys are really, really good. So, yeah.
North-South can make 4 hearts here. The
South is
other table... Oh, no. It happened again, didn't it? Oh, my
oh my.
God. It's the same pair, and it happened twice. They need to have a sit-down during lunch and talk about their transfer auctions. They had the exact same uh,
So, I
mistake.
mean, like South is like torturing his partner, right? He bid 2 diamonds, his partner raised to 3 diamonds. Are you just like re-torturing them by like I'm gonna make a retransfer, make sure you bid 4 hearts? Just like it
Well,
couldn't sense like, you know what, let's just get this thing straight and let me bid my hearts at some point. Remind partner that, playing this in hearts.
yeah,
Wow.
and what happened is, so earlier, in case people have missed it, I'm sorry, we'll get to the hand in front of us in a second. I do want to bring this up because I think it's
Thank you,
important
Rob, for being the grown up here, by the way.
for partnerships. Is that the previous time Lee was the one who made the transfer bid in the exact same auction, a spade, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, promising hearts, and their partner was the one that didn't really field it. They bid 2 hearts, and then eventually they ended up playing in diamonds. This time, Kai is the one who ended up bidding 2 diamonds, the transferred hearts, and Lee this time was the one who didn't really understand what was going on later in the auction. So if you're going to have that convention on the card, as Michael said, it's really important to make sure you know that these things show hearts, and also maybe that 4 diamonds kind of tickling to try and put the opening 2 club bidder or the 2 club overcaller on lead was a little bit too fancy. South could have just bid 4 hearts to make things simple.
Well, I wonder if South, what happened was South bid 2 diamonds transferring to hearts. North bid a natural 3 diamonds, right? And now South had 4 card support for his partner's second suit, raised it, although it's alerted, so I'm not sure why it was alerted, but
Yeah, it feels like
fine.
they just might not have been on the same page, but that's something that they're really going to have to iron out because that has cost them dearly twice now.
Yeah, and so if you take 20 imps in the minus column or more than that, because here you can minus 300 against your own game, you're putting more than 20 imps in the minus column on 2 instances of a convention. You have to pick up those 20 imps with that convention before it's net positive, and you may have to play that convention for a couple of years before you get a couple of game swings in from it. I If it was me, that convention would be off the card after this, after today. Although to be honest, it wouldn't have been on the card in the first place because I just have a hard time remembering transfers. Played bridge for
Okay,
way too long to have transfers to
well,
stand and play them.
as things have gone at this table, North got to 3 hearts. The opponents have been raised clubs, and 2 rounds of clubs have been played. So with the trump splitting 2-2, Declare can plan on just taking the percentage play in the diamond suit, which is effectively hooking west for one of the queen or jack, playing low to the 8 and low to the 10, which is kind of consistent with the auction as well. East overcalling 2 clubs is very likely to have the diamond ace. But Declare is going to be concerned that trumps might be 3-1, and in that case, a 4-2 diamond split, even if he picks up the diamonds for a trick, he'll still have to deal with that 4th round of diamonds in hand. So
Now, Declare could try to go after spades too.
Yeah, Declare could alternatively work on the spade suit.
So what happens if he plays like ace of spades, king of spades, spade rough, planning on just trying to? He's lost one trick. He needs to. If the spades break, obviously that's great. Here, if we go say spades, king of spades, spade out show, he can still swap over to diamonds, even if he's never touched trumps. Right? You could just rough the third spade in his hand and now play a diamond.
Okay, he's decided to pull a round of trumps. Platnick false carding with the 10 of hearts.
That gives him options about like high cross rough type things, but he still has 3 diamonds, so he needs to do something with. If the spades are 3-3, you can pitch 2 diamonds on the spades. Even if the spades are 4-2, you can set up a spade, but that's only good enough for one pitch. But then there's certain, you might be able to get an elimination position against East where you play a diamond to the 8, and they're, they either have to give you a rough and discard or play another diamond for you.
Yeah, so with that 10 of hearts, he has read it as a true card and is now working on the spade suit. As Michael says, if spades are 3-1, he's going to, or 3-3, he's in great shape. He can rough this, pull 2 rounds of trumps, ending in dummy, cash 2 spades, pitching diamonds, and eventually lose 2 tricks in the diamond suit. But with East showing out here, I'm pitching, I assume, a club. No! He pitched a heart.
Well, I think that clarifies that trumps are 2-2.
It does.
And if they weren't 2-2, they're 2-2 now. So, well, that elimination position now happens, right? He overroughs this, crosses to a dummy a trump, roughs another spade in his hand. That spade's a winner now, and trumps are gone. And now he just ducks a diamond to East, who has to either give him a rough and discard or play a second diamond for him.
Which is a little bit less friendly than it might appear, because East can give him a rough, sluff, and clubs, and if he...
So he takes the rough in the south hand and pitches the 10 of diamonds, and then the north hand has a trump, the 9 of spades, and a diamond loser.
I guess actually he should probably take the rough in the north hand, pitching a diamond, then rough the spades good.
Well, he's already... I'm saying he's going to cross to a trump and rough the spade good right now.
Oh, I see.
He's going to do. So there'll be 1 trump left in each hand, and then he plays a diamond to the 8 and East is end play.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good line of play. It's important to identify these kind of 100% lines, no matter where the missing honors lie. And King 10-8, or like King 10-3 specifically, would have been good enough here. You just lead towards the suit and cover whatever card West plays, and East gets end played. It's similar with like Ace Jack 9, no, Ace Jack 10. I'm trying to think of equivalents. I mean, King 10-3 is kind of the common one. But 14 imps going the way of Leonardon.
So yeah, it's a big 14 there, and it was a funny. They made their 3 diamonds in the other room when they stopped there, but they game with their cards at the other table. I don't remember if it was vulnerable or not, but it's a lot of imps.
Thank you. Someone has pointed out Ace Queen 9. You lead low, cover the thing. Queen Jack 3rd is also one of them. So maybe a short break for the players about halfway through the set. But the match has become much closer due to that miscommunication in the other room. And I don't think they know it here.
No, it must be on break. North South are probably taking a break just to like iron this thing out now, because last thing they need is to come up a third time. They'll each swap. The other one is going to play it as transfer, and the other one and the other one will play it as natural. They need to both play it the same way.
Right.
I wonder if like after the last one they sort of thought they ironed it out, but each one thought they were acquiescing to the other one, like, okay, it's natural, and it was like, okay, it's a transfer, and they just swapped their brains.
Right.
And,
yeah.
They had another accident.
Yeah. If the discussion goes like, "Oh, sorry, partner, I understand," and that's the end of it, then we could easily see the flip flop happening.
So if they flip flop once, you better not do flip flop a second time. Serial accidents in the same auction. Need to avoid those. This is not a team that you can throw them random swings and expect to still win.
No, especially not two or three times over the course of the match. Because now, I mean, we are looking at, I think it was 8 imps the last time, 22 imps worth. Leonardon could have been, I guess, behind by 16 at this point.
And you really would like to build up a bit of a cushion for when Compton and Leonardon are out, given that their other two pairs are probably not going to be giving you that many gifts over the next 30 boards.
Right.
You're going to have to earn every imp that you get when. You have to earn it or luck it. You know, you can outbid these pairs, and that's how my plan to beat them when I play them. But they're going to beat me in the card play. So yeah, you have to figure out where you're gonna win your amps.
Well, that's why you play an unusual system where you can transfer over their 2 club overcall so that you can earn the swings on those boards.
There is a lot of merit to putting the stronger hand on opening lead. They blow a trick, you know, like on average, like they blow about a third of a trick, depending on how strong they are. If they're the opening bidder, if you think about hands where you have a strong no trump overcall and an opening bid on your right, you're about half a trick ahead if you could position the no trump in your partner's hand all the time. So there is a lot of merit to having ways to transfer in some of these auctions. It's just you have to have ways to transfer that don't cost you too much, even when you remember them in other auctions. But it's a disaster if you forget them. That was one of the, I used to play that over an opening bid, a double showed 15 plus, usually balanced. And that had the effect of putting the opening bidder on opening lead against no trump. And that was where it won. That was where that system totally shined, is the number of times that we made a contract went down at the other table because of the positioning of the contract was a lot. The price you paid for having that double not being able to have anything to do with like a balanced 13 count or having to bid one no trump for takeout on hands that were just stupid and putting too much pressure on our partnerships and going for numbers. It was I think in the long run we dumped it because it wasn't worth it. You remember the wins and you forget the losses. That's a disease that people can have. You have to measure things fairly. All right, new hand up on the table.
Yeah, West we're into board 24. North-South made a no trump at the other table.
13 count, unremarkable. Craniat's not going to upgrade that to a no trump either. I think it's going to go pass a heart, pass a spade, pass a no trump. And then I think South with the misfit in bad spots may duplicate it to one no trump.
That seems very possible.
Staying low, white is no. North has opened a no trump, whatever their range might be.
14 to 16.
And South is going to force game with 11 opposite of 14 to 16 no trump. So I think we'll just see a statement auction.
Yeah, and the hand's really unfriendly for declare. Ace Jack fourth of hearts offside, Ace Queen of clubs both offside.
So West is going to have to lead knowing their spades on his left and hearts on his right. The 10 of spades is probably a safe lead. It might be safer than trying to pick a minor. We can see that a diamond lead is very good for East-West, and a club lead is very good for East-West.
And a spade lead's very good for East. A heart lead is pretty bad. Is that the conclusion we've come to?
A spade lead is neutral, and a heart lead is bad. But it might not be bad enough. I think given the lie of the cards, East-West actually have time to do that. They could blow a tempo on the heart suit. North would have 4 spades, and 2 hearts is 6, and diamond is 7. And even if they set up a club, that's still only 8 tricks.
Yeah, there's way too much work to do with all the everything offside here. So Platnick does like the 10 of spades.
Yeah, that's safe spade lead. I talked about when spades are likely to be 4-3. The 10 is unlikely to cost. And here you could be thinking, well, maybe partner has Jack third of spades. They think I've led the 10 from a sneaky 10 from Jack 10, and I blow into partners. Play ace of spades, spade to the king. I follow with the third spade. They're looking at the 9. What have I done? Maybe I had the 10 from Jack 10 fourth. But it's all fantasy. Declares looking at the spade Jack. So
Yeah,
from
and
Declare's perspective,
he might be very upset about this 10 of spades lead, because if East is really leading from spade shortness, that probably indicates that everything is situated poorly for him.
he's going to have to play on hearts. And he doesn't have convenient entries without overtaking. Well, he can, with the 10 of spades, overtake a spade for a second entry to the dummy. To lead us, if he leads, let's say, a heart to the king, he can run the spades, overtaking a spade, honor and dummy, and then play a second heart. The spades could be an entry back to his hand. I don't think he has to. I think he can't worry about him not having entry back to his hand in diamonds. He just needs to assume that that's an entry if he needs it to be an entry.
I think he might just play a heart to the 10. Yeah, win the queen of spades, heart to the 10.
Yeah. Given transportation, a heart to the 10 means he doesn't need to cross back to dummy to make a second heart play. He's already made his big play in the heart suit.
Mm-hmm. And against these defenders, it's possible that even if he does play a heart to the king or a heart to the queen, East might end up ducking anyway. So
I would just assume that a heart to the king or queen wins against these defenders, no matter who had the ace.
Yeah, so he does just play a heart to the 10, which I think is probably the right way to go about the hand. Now, Platnick doesn't know about partner's 9 of hearts, so he's not aware that the 7 is a third stopper in the suit. But he will be soon.
So he knows to switch to a minor. He's just not sure which one. But he's picked clubs. It's a little safer because there are only 3 clubs in dummy.
Yeah, so Rosenberg should probably win this trick to let his partner know he's on the right track. He could duck.
He could duck, or he could win it and play low and back. Or he could put in the 9. He has a lot of options. Well, I think putting the 9 is bad. He should probably win it and play a low club back.
Yeah, especially given that he has the ace of diamonds. He's not worried about getting his ace of clubs stranded in case his partner's really switching from 8 doubleton.
And now he can sort of count 3 club tricks. The ace of diamonds is 4. Partner's already won a heart is 5. And there's no way Declare's peeling them. No way his hearts are solid. He started a heart to the 10 and the jack. Partner has another heart stopper. Not sure what it is, but I'm sure he has one.
Yeah, low diamond back would be quite the play from West. That would set up quite a few diamond tricks for their side.
For the hearts to be running, Declare's hearts would have had to have started with ace, king, queen, 10, 5th, and he finessed the 10 on the first round.
That would be a big play.
That would give new definitions to unlikely.
I think it's a lot more likely that Rosenberg believes his partner might have king jack 4th of hearts, because low to the 10 would make a lot of sense if Declare's holding was like ace queen 10 5th in the suit. But imagine the sinking feeling that Cranyak would feel if this went club to the queen, 9 of hearts hits the table. Now he knows he's just toast.
Yeah, and actually winning the queen of clubs and playing another heart, if partner wins a trick, you can see 5 defensive tricks. You have 1 and 3 with ace, queen, ace, and whatever partner wins with is the 5th defensive trick. So I suppose that's possible. The worry of playing queen of clubs and then a low club back is that North started with 4 clubs, continues another club. So now maybe Declare has to cash the spades and a high heart and then exits in a club. You wind up winning your Oh, when your ace of clubs next to a club, you still have that. You still have that club exit. So yeah, you're fine. I think queen of clubs, low club back is just going to always beat it when it's beatable, and it's always going to be beatable on the line of play. That's on the cards we've seen so far.
Yeah, Craniac's 13 count did not fit very well with Vince's 11 over there. How'd the other table get to a no trump, a heart of spade, a no trump? So North didn't upgrade.
South didn't invite. And it's not. That was an auction I suggested might happen here.
Right? It very well could have. This Jack of Clubs play from Declare, I think, is kind of indicative to Kevin that clubs are splitting. Because if Declare had Jack 10 fourth, he would have preserved the Jack 10 third and then just knocked out the Ace of Clubs to set up 2 club tricks. So whatever Kevin was thinking about when he won the Club Queen, he might actually change tack here and now continue a low club. He does. This seems like a good play. So how many is Declare going to go down? He's going to end up taking 4 spades, a heart, a club, and maybe a diamond for down 2. Club comes back through. Declare can pitch a diamond if he wants.
Watch out, the hearts aren't winners. What if Kevin just cashes the ace of diamonds for down 2 and goes home?
Yeah, that seems pretty likely. I'm guessing based on
Because
account.
He can't go away.
No, he does exit a spade. I was going to say based on account, I'm sure he realizes that North has to have both the king and jack of diamonds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to open a no trump. But
The Declare can just build a diamond trick himself right now with the king of diamonds without setting up the 7 of hearts for the defenders.
he might have been without an entry.
I guess it doesn't matter because no, it does. Like if without an entry to the queen of hearts, you're right.
Yeah. But 2 down, 6 imps to Rosenberg, and they're back on top, 48 to 50. This is a close match. I've heard that Zimmerman Street is also a very close match. I think that one will be very exciting down the stretch. We might end up heading over there for the 3rd and 4th quarters.
Let's see, it looks they must have played. Oh no, it's 57 to 56 in Zimmerman Street. And they must be playing at a very slow clip because I just took a peek at the Lequier Street Zimmerman Moulton table, and they are on board 22. And if we thought pace of play was a little bit slow here, they're 3 boards slower than that there.
Well, we had a very fast first quarter. I think we finished 3 or 4 boards ahead of all of the other team matches. So we got a...
Hold on a second. Slam alert, slam alert. Okay.
Okay, slam alert, east-west. They have big fits in both majors.
And nothing opposite the void, other than the natural club opening bit opposite the void.
Yeah, East opens a club. So East has a 14 count, does not upgrade.
I think a lot of people would with the look at that Jack 10, 9, 8 of clubs and the 10 of hearts and say it's a 14-point hand that kind of looks strong no trumpy, so I'm going to bid a no trump, which would give you a different challenging option. If West is able to show a 3-suited hand with club shortness, East will love that he only has 1 high card point wasted in clubs, but he will also not love that he only has 13 points not wasted in clubs.
Yeah, okay, so let's see if East bids... Wow, double of 2 diamonds by North.
They can't beat that.
He's aggressively going for that opening lead. I think it's going to be hard for East to do anything other than bid two hearts or two spades, depending on agreement.
I mean, if West passes it, I imagine if East passes it, I imagine West will redouble it if that's a penalty.
It's a good point. You know, West could have any sort of game force over there, and if West does have a redouble available, then East is pretty happy with Queen 10 Doubleton in the diamond suit.
I don't think you make too many in diamonds. You may only make about 9 tricks in diamonds, East West. If they could start forcing the West hand in clubs. But anyway, so it's a pointless exercise because they are not playing this in diamonds, and they don't need a ruff for the 4 forfeit because spades break and they have all the diamond spots.
Yeah, there's 3 diamond tricks, 5 spades, and 4 hearts in either major suit contract.
It does look like the kind of setup where you might rather play the 4 forfeit in case spades don't break, that you might still make 6 hearts.
That sounds right. If the king of diamonds is on side, then you might be able to scramble 12 tricks quickly in the heart contract.
So West, I don't know. And West doesn't like that his diamonds got doubled behind him when he's got the ace jack. He doesn't like that his partner is open from clubs. Overall, I kind of agree with Kevin here that the hand is not really that slamish, and that I think I would just bid game and miss. It's an excellent 6 heart contract and a certainly acceptable 6 spade contract, but missing it. It was missed at the other table. I agree with his decision to stay low. The actual, beautiful nature of this dummy, how it fits with his hand, notwithstanding, that's a perfect dummy for a weak no trump for like every single card. The jack of hearts even is a key card that leads the queen and 10 of diamonds maybe, and the every single card in the east hand outside of the club suit is doing heavy lifting.
Yeah, so on this heart opening lead, Declare is just going to pull some trumps, cross and hearts, try the diamond hook, and end up making 12 tricks. In the other room, they actually had a real opportunity to maybe reach the slam. East did open a no trump. West showed a slam try after Stamen finding the heart fit. And over key card, West decided to show 2 key cards with the trump queen, not going out of his way to show the club void in addition. So if West had instead chosen to show an even number of key cards with a void, East may well have put the hand in a slam.
Didn't they have enough key cards anyways?
Yeah.
You've got them all plus a void. You have all -1 if you don't count the void.
Right. Yeah, they were off a key card, but Compton elected to pass it out in 5 hearts.
His partner splintered in clubs. He bid key card. Partner showed 2 with, and I assume 4 clubs was a close one. 4 clubs, maybe 4 clubs was a balanced slam try, but or maybe 4 clubs. Maybe 4 clubs was key card for them. They might have had an accident where West thought he was splintering clubs, and East thought West was bidding key card. 4 diamonds, 4 hearts, 4 spades.
Speaking of accident, look at this hand. What happened in the other room?
Okay. I think I know what happened in the Compton auction to get them to stop with after what appears to be key card. I think that West thought he splintered in clubs, but East, their actual agreement is that 4 clubs is key card. And East showed 4 spades, 2 without, and East responded key card to 4 spades, 2 with, and so they both thought they bid key card, but East thought he'd already responded key card and West had signed off, so he passed. Okay, so 4 cards East made.
Yeah, this is an exciting hand because it looks like 3 no trump is going to make. There are 5 spades, 2 hearts, a club, and a diamond. Or maybe 2 clubs and no diamonds.
I can sort of see if South opens 3 diamonds and it goes 3 diamonds double. I still don't see getting to 4 hearts because it goes like 3 diamonds double, presumably past 3 hearts. I guess it didn't happen that way, but that's how I would have
It
thought.
did not. No.
No, okay. I just looked at their auction. It didn't happen any of the ways that I thought it was happening. So, uh, potentially short club pass a 1 heart response. What? I don't know what happened. Okay. My secret decoder ring on board 25. I got burned out on my secret decoder ring after board 25, figuring out how they had both ASCII cards and they wound up in the 5 level. 26, it's burned out. There's no magic crystal in it anymore. It used all its power on board 25. So this seems like a sensible auction to me.
Yeah, they just bid Stamen, didn't find the heart fit, so they got to 3 now. And Declare has a little bit of scare, given that the opponents are able to establish quite a few diamond tricks out against him. But with the Ace of Hearts in the north hand and diamonds in the south, it's not really an issue. I even think South is going to switch to hearts here. Because he knows he doesn't have an entry to the diamond suit.
Does he switch to the 6 or the 10? I think he switches to the 6 if he switches to hearts. Because the 10-9 might be too important to blow up.
Yeah, if Declare has like King Jack third or something, you switch to the 6 of hearts. You don't really expect Declare to run it around to the 8.
Maybe lacking an entry to play him a second time, you do shift to the 10, but I can see either one. I wonder if that's mostly what he's thinking about, is whether to shift to the 6 of hearts or the 10 of hearts. I guess the other card he's probably considering is the 10 of clubs, because if partner has a club holding like Queen Jack fourth, the 10 of clubs is a very good card to play.
Yeah. And of course, Cranyak would have led a low club from Queen Jack fourth, so it is possible the 10 of clubs is the right thing to do. One thing that kind of counters that argument is that it's very rare for a 2 no trump opener, as it was in this case, to have a bunch of small cards in any one suit. It's just very unlikely, percentage-wise, for that to happen. So West is pretty likely to have a club honor of some kind, and whether that's the Jack or Queen, continuing the 10 of clubs is bad for your side. I think we will see a heart switch. But I suppose, again, he's going to have to find a way to count to 5 defensive tricks. And if it looks like Queen Jack fourth of clubs is the easiest way to get there, 3 club tricks, and his partner has 2 more, then maybe he will continue the 10 of clubs.
So Declare has only 19. He's got to put points in Declare's hand. One of the things I want to put in Declare's hand are the Ace and Jack of diamonds, probably Doubleton, to make it sort of so that Declare has a lot of high card points and diamonds, producing maybe only 2 tricks. Mm-hmm. So might not have entries or use the entries to finesse diamonds. You'd like to see partner have a spade honor for your defensive chances. If you did shift to a high heart, I said he was thinking the 10 or the 6. Apparently he was thinking the 10, the 9, or the 6. They probably use something like they shift second highest through the closed hand. So the 9 is their partnership card.
Yeah, or just 9 promises the 10 or something in the middle of the hand or something like that. But 9 of hearts, King Ace, heart comes back. So Declare can win, run the spade suit, cash the Jack of hearts, and then decide if he wants to be brave and hook the 9 of clubs. I mean, at that point, Cranyak may actually have pitched a club.
If he cashes the Jack of Hearts first, then he can conveniently cash the Eight of Hearts before running the spades, which makes things even smoother.
Yeah, that would actually present a show-up squeeze against North, given that North has the diamond ace, and so he would take the rest of the tricks from here. Running the spade suit makes it, I guess, a little bit more likely that a defender with 4 hearts actually pitches from that holding, and your 8 of hearts scores eventually. So we'll see how Craniac defends. I guess now Craniac is going to be happy to bear his ace of diamonds, giving nothing away. And I think Rosenberg's going to end up with only 9 tricks. At match points, guarantee that he would take this club finesse. That doesn't seem like the club card that was played from the East Hand. The 9 of clubs.
All right, so I just realized, Rob, that as bad as I did on my fantasy bracket, I'm actually a tiny bit ahead of you.
Oh, no. So we're going to
Keep in mind, I picked Yanova Goodman for the final. Although it had Nickel and Leonardin in the semifinal, I guess. So those guys are still in. I thought there was, like, given the amount of upsets I picked that didn't come true, that I was a pretty good chance to be in last place. But that's owned by Roger Lee, who has a maximum of 46 on his bracket.
All right, Rosenberg is going to cash the Jack of Hearts and then decide what to do. Oh, he did take the club hook. Wow. A little bit scary to do at imps, but it does earn his side a 2 imp swing, because if he had just cashed out, he would have... Or no, actually it earns his side a 1 imp swing. If he had cashed out, he would have been 630.
I think 3-0 a more sensible contract than 4 hearts on the auction, but just 1 imp for getting the more sensible contract.
Yeah, well, fortunately, the hearts split in the other room, so...
A normal 1 spade. It's going to go past 2 clubs, I assume. East is not going to get involved. 2 hearts by South. 2 no trump or 3 clubs by North, one of those things. 3 hearts by South, 4 hearts by North would be an auction that I would expect to happen.
Yeah, as long as they figure out that they have a 5-3 heart fit, they'll get to the heart game. And then what does West lead?
West is not in a big hurry to play trumps from Queen and 1 when his spade holding is 10-3. A lot of times you'll lead trumps to try to protect your holding and declarer's suit, but when you have a bunch of small cards in declarer's first bid suit, it's likely that it's going to be establishable with only maybe 1 or 2 roughs. Maybe just 1 rough will see it far enough along. So I think West wants to attack with diamonds to try to attack the long heart holding, to try to force the long heart holding as the best defensive chance, rather than try to cut down on spade roughs in the dummy.
Yeah, and kind of consider if we flip the East and West hands, then that king 3rd of hearts with king jack 9 4th of spades 100% would be leading trumps against this auction to protect the good spades. So a diamond does seem likely from West, but I do believe it is between the red suits. A diamond or probably a low heart from Queen and 1. If your partner has ace 3rd, you're likely to score the Queen of Hearts on the second round.
So we saw the low trump lead against the 4 heart opening bid in the other room.
Yeah, less successful than this one.
Blew up the entire trump suit. But then that was a 4 heart opener, not a hand where they had a heart fit. So declarer can cash the ace king of clubs to pitch the diamond and then just start cross roughing. So we'll say win the ace of diamonds, ace of spades, spade ruff, ace king of clubs, diamond pitch, diamond ruff, spade ruff, diamond ruff, spade ruff.
Yeah, that's
And what
almost
is that?
exactly card for card what happened in the other room.
So it goes ace of diamonds, ace of spades, spade ruff 3, ace king of clubs 5, diamond ruff 6, spade ruff 7, diamond ruff 8. How many spades have I ruffed, Nami?
2.
3, 4, 5, 6. So another spade. Well, then now I just have. I'll always have 2 trump tricks now by ruffing a spade and dumping the jack, and I'll have ace 9 8 of hearts. And they have only one higher one out, even if it's over ruff. So that's 10 sure tricks, right?
Yeah, as long as 2 clubs cash and spades are 4-3, you're going to be in great shape as declare.
Yeah, I think that line of play is very likely to get you to 10 tricks.
Okay, ace of diamonds. So we'll see how declare starts. I think it probably makes sense to cash the ace king of clubs first, because if something goes horribly wrong here, maybe you actually can fall back on the spade finesse somehow. Though I don't know how we're getting back to the north hand to take it. But now I do believe the cross-ref line is kind of indicated. You could take a small inference here. Like at match points, it probably is right to play a spade to the queen, given that they didn't lead trumps at trick 1 against you. But at teams, no reason to risk it. Declare wants to ruff diamonds back because that is safest. Spade ruff with the 10 of hearts. Diamond ruff with the 5 of hearts. And now, even if somehow the spade went king of spades, ruff with the jack, over ruff with the king, declare would still have 2 trump tricks in hand per force.
In fact, when the jack of hearts holds, declare is just going to be able to ruff a club with the 8 and be guaranteed 2 more tricks.
Yeah, alternatively, Rosenberg could ruff in front of dummy with the queen of hearts, but then declare actually scores 3 more tricks from there as well.
So I think this will be a push at 4 hearts making 5, and then we'll see board 28 at the table. So we're coming towards the end of this set.
Yeah, the other table's almost done. They finished board 29 already. They're playing board 30 currently.
So the Street Zimmerman match, they've played 8 boards, of which 5 of them were pushes. One of them was a 1-amp swing. One of them was a part score, and the other was a down 6 save against Phantom Slave against a slam.
A down 6 phantom save?
A down 6 Phantom against a slam.
Wow.
1,400.
Well, I'm disappointed I missed that result.
It's board 18 in the Zimmerman match. Wow, Pacman was counting on the vulnerability to protect him when he saved against the slam that was going down.
Oh my. So
But
that could be a big swing.
The right lead to beat it. The wrong lead would have let slam Nick.
All right, Rosenberg eventually does elect to ruff with that queen of hearts. And this would have worked out a little bit better for his side if his partner's trumps were a little stronger. Might have netted them 3 defensive tricks. Was not going to beat the contract, but that's 11 tricks. The board is pushed. On to board 28. North-south in the other room managed to reach 3 no trump, which looks like their best game. And
There is potential to make slam on the board north-south in clubs, where if you could take 2 hearts and a heart ruff to go with 5 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a spade. 5 clubs, 3 diamonds, and a spade.
yeah, it's a lot of work. You're going to have to ruff the heart and hook the queen of clubs through west.
Well, north is open to no trump. I don't think South's going to. I mean, South will probably have some way of showing a 1-3 hand with both minors, and that's not going to impress North so much that he won't bet 3 no trump.
No, especially not if the singleton is opposite North's 5-card spade suit. So will East lead a spade anyway?
I think so. They often have 2 stoppers for this, but they don't always. Sometimes they just don't have anywhere better to go.
Yeah, generally against these auctions, it's right to lead a major suit, and you just kind of look at your majors to determine which one. So this time, East spade holding comes from a 3-card sequence, and the heart holding comes from a 2-card sequence. A little bit safer to lead spades.
And imagine the north hand had 1 fewer spade and 1 more heart. He would still be forced to bid it the same way. He's got a spade stopper. Maybe the spades are 4-4. He can hold off on it. The spades aren't necessarily going to be the Achilles heel in 3 no trump.
Right. So how is Declare going to do? I guess you duck the first 2 spades, because you're not really afraid of any switch.
Win the 3rd spade. You could just play another spade to establish your long spade. Or you can play on clubs or diamonds. Those are your options, I guess. Playing on hearts would be dumb. You also have to pitch from the south hand each time you duck a spade, which gets less and less fun as the pitches go on.
Yeah.
You could, I suppose, pitch 2 hearts from the south hand. You don't want him, to red flag the heart switch and then wind up finding that, the minors are unfriendly and you've ducked a couple spades and now they've established the hearts. You can take 4 clubs almost all the time to go. The diamond is 5, 2 hearts is 7, and a spade is 8. So you need 1 more before they establish 5.
Yeah, maybe the line of play is, well, one thing that could happen. No, I was about to say something silly again.
I think you duck the first spade, and then you duck the second spade pitching a heart. And if they play a 3rd one, you can just win it and knock out a spade. And now you can pitch the second heart from dummy, and they can play a heart, and you can lose a club, and you'll have 9 tricks.
Yeah, as long as you get an extra trick somehow. So I do like this plan of ducking a couple of spades. If they do split 4-3, as Michael says, as long as clubs aren't 5-0, you're going to be able to score 4 club tricks, even if you misguess 2 spades, 2 hearts, and a diamond.
Now you could win this spade figuring if anyone has 5 spades, it's east, and then play a club to the 10 or a diamond to the jack, figuring you're sort of finessing into the safe hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that line is also very safe to win the ace of spades here and just take one of the minor suit finesses into the west hand.
Yeah, I suppose the risk is that West switches to hearts then.
I think the main danger was that the lead was from 10 and 1 spade. That would be some very subtle defense by the bad guys.
Yeah, I mean, your 7 of spades would still hold up as a stopper, but The big problem is if you take a diamond finesse and West switches to hearts, and then you take a club finesse and
All right, so he has ducked the second spade, which I think is best, and he's didn't want to expose himself in the heart suit, so he pitched a diamond.
yeah.
So now he can actually just establish a spade trick if he wants, but he also could take a club. He'll probably establish the spade trick. I think he pitches a heart here, and he plays another spade and pitches another heart.
Yeah, I think he'll pitch a heart and actually probably just set up clubs right now. He has plenty of entries to the north hand.
Right, he could play club to the 10.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants to put ace of clubs club to the 10, because now he might not have plenty of entries to the north hand.
Mm-hmm.
And again, maybe he might not need plenty of entries on most slides of the card.
Yeah. Okay, he does pitch a heart. Yeah, maybe he does just set up the spades immediately.
I could believe either. I think they're both safe. A club to the 10 and a spade I think are both pretty safe.
So that would be for 10
Or diamond
trumps.
to the jack is pretty safe. Not as safe, because you said the when the. I guess you might not be able to set up the spade now, but you've set up a diamond instead, so it's sort of the same thing. Well, the diamond won, so even better.
Yeah, he knows where the jack of spades is, I think, from the opening lead. So he's probably planning to just take club and diamond finesses into the west hand.
With the diamond finesse winning, I think he may just take a club finesse into the danger, more, the hand with the winner. Okay, I'm wrong. I thought he'd probably put West on longer clubs and would take a club finesse through West. Has a better chance for overtrick since he's made the contract either way. They can only win the club and cash one spade, and then they'd be done. So he does have another trick to lose here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that if he had preserved that 8 of hearts, the 10 of hearts would have been a threat against East. It might look like, depending on how familiar you are with squeezes, that East could get squeezed in spades and diamonds from here. But in fact, the north hand is going to have to discard before East does on the third round of clubs. And that means that East will be able to throw the jack of spades if North abandons spades. East will be able to come down to singleton king of diamonds if North pitches a diamond from the queen doubleton. So I think 9 tricks. Which is a little bit confusing to me because Declare almost could have claimed 10 tricks by just playing a club to the 10. The diamonds would have been protected from a diamond lead through, and then he could eventually get back to the north hand a couple times to establish the spade suit.
Oh, but if he played a club to 10 and lost, and then he gave up a spade later, that would be 4 defensive tricks.
Oh, that's still 4 defensive tricks. Okay, I'm no longer confused. I was confused.
Well, I mean, what you said was accurate. He could almost claim 10 tricks.
Fair enough.
He could claim 10 tricks. The defense might not be as forthcoming in giving them to him.
Okay, 1 imp to Rosenberg. We got 2 more boards to play.
Another high-scoring set so far. 73 imps have changed hands.
Yeah, things have quieted down after a bunch of double-digit swings back and forth for either side. But East-West Bidden made 4 spades on this hand. They have a diamond, a club, and the heart finesse is offside to lose.
So East has a very sound 1 spade opening bid, and West has some sort of something between either a maximum mixed raise or a minimum limit raise. no matter how many types of raises you have, it still seems like you can find a hand that fits in between them, right?
It does seem
Well,
that
now
way
that's
sometimes. Um,
three clubs and or three spades, whatever their mixed raise is, because the queen of clubs is kind of a down grade now.
yeah, South deciding to come in two clubs, so three spades probably mixed, um, as Michael's saying.
So heart finesse is offside. You lose a club, a heart, and a diamond. You can set up a heart for a diamond pitch, but that's not all that helpful. You can't squeeze anyone for anything. So North raised clubs. How does North South do in five clubs?
It's not so bad. They got two diamonds, a spade, and two hearts to lose.
Not so good either.
No, no. It was maybe a little bit aggressive. North has not a lot of stuff over there, but the king, fourth of clubs, I think he might just have wanted to make sure his partner led the ace of clubs from ace empty rather than
I think so.
heart.
The 10-1 spade is a very bad holding when it's like a 5 card major on your left and a mixed raise on your right, because now you think spades are 2-2 between your hand and partners, and you really don't want to suggest bidding at the 5 level.
No.
With that sort of holding. But 4 clubs was probably more about the opening lead and not indicative the partner should be bidding more. We saw an earlier hand where all the player had was 4 trumps and a stiff, basically, and you could make a lot of tricks. So East actually has a 1, 2, 3, 4 loser hand opposite the right, like that queen of clubs into the diamond suit. Partner has queen fifth of diamonds, ace fourth of spades. You have a slam.
Yeah.
Pitch the loser away on the long diamond. So that's what he needs. He's thinking ace fourth of spades, queen fifth of diamonds makes a slam. So he's made a little bit of a trouble.
The 4 diamond bid is angling at that. Another thing that I've heard from some of these really strong players in terms of these auctions is that taking away the opponent's ability to cubit your suit at the 4 level sometimes prevents them from reaching a good slam. So maybe that's something that Kranyak was thinking about when he bid 4 clubs. And
it's two-edged in a way, because when the cubid, if the cubid marks shortness in one of the hands or the other, sometimes they evaluate better also, or when the raise marks shortness. And with them having spade, like if East West were bidding in hearts and North South were in diamonds, now all of a sudden the 4 diamond call gives them no room at all to make any sort of try between 4 diamonds and 4 hearts. And it's a bit more effective. So they took away the 4 club cubid, but they didn't take away all of East's options for suggesting slam.
No, but West kind of already knew this hand was not slamish. He was just making the mixed raise to show some values.
So if the message "Don't lead hearts" was being issued by North, it was
South didn't read it.
There was some interference, some radar interference between North and South by the time. And I suppose maybe he thinks the best chance for beating this contract, his partner's ace and a heart, goes heart, 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 rough, and you have the ace of clubs coming. It's not impossible if East's hand looked more like I guess East would have to be something like 5, 3, 4, 1 with solid diamonds or something.
Well, after that opening lead, Declare is not going to have much trouble at all in this contract. Diamonds happen to split, so he'll make an overtrick. There'll be one more imp going the way of Rosenberg.
He might have just said, how do diamonds break? And they said 3-2.
And we're on to the last board of the set. So we're going to have a bit of a break. We're finishing up a little bit earlier than we have the past couple of days. So we got about an hour and 40 minutes until the next segment starts, the third quarter. But this hand looks somewhat exciting. The other table, oh my god. This is going to be... Maybe I shouldn't call it yet, but this feels like it's going to be a huge swing to Leonardon. 6 spades bid in the other room was not the contract they wanted to end up in.
It's so close to making, too. because the diamond loser goes away on the queen of hearts, the club's on side, but the spades are just bad enough for you to lose 2 spade tricks when the 9 of spades is covered. If they don't cover the 9 of spades, you can make it. 6 clubs, on the other hand, has other problems because you need a late entry to run the spades. Sort of do some cross-ruffing things in 6 clubs. It really, slam is too much for north-south.
Yeah, 12 opposite 15 and a misfit. They got a little bit overzealous in the other room, it looks like.
But I think you actually can make 6 clubs north-south. Maybe just losing.
You certainly can if you take the spade hook. You'll be able to ruff a diamond and a heart in the north hand.
You might be able to make it even without the spade hook when, lead a diamond, ace of diamonds, ace, king, queen of hearts, pitching a diamond, ruff a diamond, ace of spades, spade ruff a diamond, queen of clubs, just lose a trump trick.
You still have a heart loser.
Terrible.
But yeah, the king doubleton clubs is in the pocket. I mean, there's a lot of friendly things that are going on for declare, such as both black kings on side. Well, here we go. Did South really open a heart?
It's not the worst bid I've ever seen, but I actually, even though I don't have an objection to opening a suit like ace, king, queen, 9 with one of a major, I don't like doing it when I'm the one looking at a singleton. I'd rather be 4 triple 3 into it. Because if I'm going to play a 4-3 fit, I want to ruff something where I'm weak in the shorthand. I don't want to take ruffs with the high trumps. So counterintuitively, if you're going to play a 4-3 fit, usually the hand with the 4-card suit wants to be balanced and have their partner have a doubleton opposite their weakness.
Yeah, this is a good point. Although what I think Vince was wondering is, what am I going to do when I open a club and partner bids a spade with this hand? It's a 15 count, and it's a pretty good 15 count, but it's not quite good enough to reverse to 2 hearts. So to avoid his rebid problem, after a club a spade or a club a no trump even, he decides to just open a heart and rebid clubs.
So 2 diamonds was probably an artificial game force, and South actually just bid the cheap thing with 2 hearts, which is probably what he's supposed to normally. 2 diamonds might have even been a pop into 2 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume 2 spades was some variety of forcing with spades. And I think North's, they're just going to wind up in 3 now here. They've gotten there from the wrong side, because a diamond lead from the west hand goes through the doubleton ace, and that's very bad for the declaring side, because now the defense has 4 diamond tracks.
Well, I think that South might bid 3 spades here, because North has showed a potential single suitor in spades, and South has a little bit of doubt about no trump, as you mentioned, with that jack 10 third of diamonds not being a full stopper.
And North has shown reluctance to bid 3 no trump.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a little something about ace doubleton. A lot of people don't realize that ace doubleton is positive positionally, and we can see why it is opposite jack 10 8. Even opposite jack 9 small, you're often going to be much better off playing it. You're always better off playing it from the ace in one side than from the side that has almost any holding that you could imagine, other than queen and 1 where it's random, which position is correct.
Okay.
So they've gotten from the wrong side. But
yeah, Vince has bid 3 no. Oddly enough, if the king of clubs was in West's hand, we might see a push. 4 diamonds and the king of clubs to take against 3 now. But king of clubs with East, this is going to come home.
Declare will not risk a spade finesse in the end position. The defenders might have a hard time imagining the declare doesn't have 5 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's going to make a difference. If you're running the 5 clubs and they have a count on the diamond suit, they're going to think declare's 0-5-3-5.
So East is going to pitch 2 spades, and declare could just make 12 tricks.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Would be able to finesse the spade and run the entire spade suit, but of course he would not do that, because unless West pitches a spade, counting declare for the spade void, realizes there's no reason for him to hold on to the spade either. West is certainly not going to pitch a diamond because it's potentially the setting trick. It's going to go diamond to the queen, 7 of diamonds back to the ace. I guess yeah, so we'll know declare has at least 3 diamonds. And when he shows up with 5 clubs, he'll know declare doesn't have any spades.
Then again, counterpoint to that, if declare really was void in spades, he would cash the ace when he was in dummy for the last time.
Well, maybe he thinks his last name is Dummy, not Demai, and well, it could go queen of clubs, king ace, and now he doesn't have an entry to cash it anymore.
Yeah, the defenders will be left scratching their head, but I think Rosenberg is going to work out how to defend here.
All right, so Platnick doesn't know about the 5th club on this trick. Well, now he knows about the 5th club, I think.
Mm-hmm.
For sure, Rosenberg knows about the 5th club now, so now Rosenberg on the next trick thinks declare is void in spades.
I mean, it could be very amusing.
He has 1 safe spade pitch, and I think for sure he's going to pitch a spade on this trick because he wants to keep his 4 hearts at the jack, and he wants to keep his diamond, and a spade is always going to be safe, even if declare has a singleton king of spades.
Now, I guess East actually might end up pitching a heart at some point. Because if declare has the ace, king, queen of hearts, declare is just making it, right? 3 clubs and the ace, king, queen of hearts. So it's kind of safe in a sense for East to pitch a heart from the jack if they want to beat the contract.
Safe for the contract, but you certainly don't want to give them over tricks. Now they know declare. Now they both know that declare does not have the hand he holds.
Okay, so West has to make some discards. I suppose if West starts pitching hearts, then East will know he needs to hold them, and he'll pitch spades.
Now West could pitch the 10 of hearts here, which maybe saves declare a guess in some positions. Yeah, so West has pitched a spade because he's just counted out declare doesn't have any spades, so it's totally safe. See, what they should have done is they should have been me before 10 a.m. or after 8:30, and then they wouldn't have counted to 13 properly. And they'd hold their spade cards.
This is great.
I think Platnick's pitching a spade too. Partner played the 6 of spades from King 9-6, I guess.
Yeah, he may pitch a heart. It sounds like his partner's holding on to something in hearts.
I don't think a heart pitch is much better.
No. He's still going to have to do something on the 5th club.
He could pitch his communication with his partner by throwing his diamond away, figuring he's not getting in anyways, early enough to do anything.
Okay, he does pitch a heart. And now on the next club, West pitches the king of spades. If he's going to be consistent, right?
Yeah. Why not? Spades aren't. There's no entry. I'm going to pitch the king of spades. Doesn't want to keep a loser where he gets get thrown in and have to give dummy a spade trick. All right, so this is making a funny number of tricks.
It is going to be a funny number, yes.
12 tricks.
I think at this point, Platnick realizes that it's maybe hopeless and he throws a diamond, but declare can...
Declare's got enough tricks.
Yeah, declare just has everything. All the hearts run, the ace, queen of spades. So 12 tricks.
You ever go to a recap sheet in a match point event and you see a result and you're just like, how in the world could that possibly be the result? Well, Exhibit 1, board 30, in the round of 8 of the Spingold is how that could possibly happen.
Yeah, now this is when East-West go back to their teammates and say, why didn't you just bid the cold no trump slam on this hand?
All right, so this is funny. East is taking a long time on this discard. The hand's actually already over.
Mm-hmm.
He just doesn't know it yet. Suppose if he pitches another spade, Declare can just claim. Right, Declare knows there's only 2 spades left, so Declare's like, check out what I got.
Everyone lets out
Everyone's like,
big
yay! Kevin's like shaking his head.
Kevin might be sitting there like recounting, checking his math on this one, because he's like, well, I counted the 5 clubs. Partner returned the 7 of diamonds, so partner had 3 of those. Declare had 3. Declare opened a heart.
Oh, yeah, I think this board. I don't know. I thought it would have been claimed, but
No, Declare is like playing it out for a potential heart diamond squeeze maybe against East.
Yeah, to make like 2 additional over trucks after he's made his 12 trucks.
Oh, the Jack of Spades is falling. I wasn't even
yeah
paying all that much attention.
But he could potentially have a squeeze for like a 16th truck.
All right, 11 imps to Leonardon. So they take the lead finally going into the 3rd quarter of play, which will be coming up in about an hour and a half. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all in a little bit.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, chat. Yeah, 6 no trump. It's interesting because what the defense wants to do is attack communication in the spade suit in 6 no trump. So I think if they lead a spade at trick 1, Declare goes down in 6 no, but on a diamond lead, even if he switches to spades, there's communication to the ace of diamonds, so Declare can peel off 5 rounds of clubs, and the count is now rectified, and then cross to the diamond ace, and East gets squeezed in the majors. So I think only a spade lead. We can take a look. Here. Is my fast analysis correct? Let's find out. Gib? Gib tells me a spade lead still allows Declare to make 12 tricks. If they lead a spade, it's cold also. Huh. Why is that? Oh, of course. You can't develop spades, but you can run all of your clubs first and then duck a diamond. Yeah, so sorry, this is in the way. Also, I'm not on screen. Right, so you can, for example, king of spades, right? You win the ace. And now you have to follow a really precise line of play to actually make 12 tricks. See? From Gib, you have to start by running all of your clubs. So you lead the queen of clubs. Let's say it gets covered. Now you have to continue running the club suit. Supposedly you can cash a high heart. That's interesting. But anyway, running the clubs is like the simplest way to do it. You run all the clubs. East pitches a diamond, I guess. Play another club. You pitch spades. East can pitch a spade. You play another club. Diamond. We pitch a spade. I guess East is getting a little bit squeezed already. But let's say they pitch a diamond. And now... Oh, I see. Yeah, so this is why we could cash a high heart, because East is forced to pitch down to this. But let's suppose we now just duck the jack of diamonds to East. A heart comes back. We win the ace. But now when we cross to the diamond ace, East gets squeezed in the majors. So this is the simple route to the squeeze against East to make 12 tricks. Big blunder by the Chinese partnership. Not reaching 6 no trump, which is completely cold on the north-south cards. Okay. Let's head to a different match so that we can watch while I go pick up my food from outside. Is this still going on? This is still going on. We'll stick around in this room, but I will be back in just a second. Okay, much faster than anticipated. What's going on here? North-south are somehow all the way up to 4 diamonds? Is this making? How did they get to 4 diamonds? Like, they didn't have to bid all the way up to 4 diamonds, right? No one pressured them into it, I don't believe. South really like to bid diamonds? Yeah, South has bid diamonds and diamonds and diamonds. And double. Oh, I can adjust the scoreboard. Let's do that. Here we go. Rosenberg, 53, 59. Nickel, Rubenstein. That match is close. 59, 62. Goldberg is 58, 47 over Delimpel Tadakis. And Zimmerman Street at the half, these are the scores. So spoilers. Zimmerman is ahead at the half, which is not looking good for Street. So maybe we won't go to that match. Oh, I should probably put something on the scoreboard to let everyone know that is the halftime scores. There we go. Okay, no face cam while eating. We'll get some Olympic drama, maybe, if there's been any. So North-South are playing in 4 diamonds. 9 a spade switch. Interesting from East. Fun fact about the Canada Olympic spying stuff. This thing happened regularly in both men's and women's football. That's kind of gross. Okay, down 1. Feels like a bit of an oopsie there for Kalita and Klukovsky. Man, that's a lot of points north-south for taking very few tricks. They better play in hearts as well. I guess they will. No Trump opener. South can show both majors. What is this thing? Does anyone know what this thing is? This little bar thing? Is that my connection? Because I feel like that has been fluctuating recently, and that's concerning to me. Sorry, I've banned links because there's been a lot of bot spam. Yeah, that's my bad. Let me permit. How do I do this? Is it /allow? I'm going to type something and see if it works. Nope. Didn't work. I know there's a way to allow people to post a link for like 15 or 20 seconds. I think it just gets auto-purged. Exclamation point permit. Did that work? That didn't work. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, don't you worry. Hold on, I'm going to try and debug. This is the extent of my programming knowledge. You guys are going to see this firsthand. Hmm. Yeah, the permit command didn't work, which I think they're telling me I need to do something with filters, and I can't figure out what to do. Oh, I could unblock it on Twitch and then see that's what I tried doing, Koopa. Yeah, that didn't work. That's what you do, but you probably have something set up, and I haven't figured out how to set it up. Let me... Okay, I'm going to fiddle around by clicking some buttons, and we'll see what happens. Timeout length for link posted. Let's do 1 second. Okay, apparently I need to do 5 seconds. Let's make it quiet. Okay, let me go to my mod settings now. I'm slowly getting here. So I can turn on allow links. But now Nightbot's going to ban people. I think. But now can I do this? Boom. Done. Easy. Oh, I'm so good at this. Wow. Wouldn't people want to hire programmers like me? Oh, we're done in this room. Look at that. What's going on at the other table? You got one board to play. Also, what is that link? Why are there just like a million digits of pi at the end of it? Other room got to 3 spades making 4. I guess there's a heart rough. At least it's not a Google Map link, which just like gives you coordinates in longitude, latitude. I know, that's crazy. You hate when your link covers the entire screen. Just like the tiny URL links. Like, this link, if I open it, it's like if I open this link, I mean, it gives like this entire thing up here. So if you copy and paste, it just screws it up. You have to like right click and go to like copy link address to be able to share the link sensibly. It's actually really impressive that the tiny URL thing does such an excellent job with the hash. Like, somehow this 8 letter and number code translates to all of this crap, like from here to the end of the link. This is so... Oh, you can't even see it because I don't have my address bar. But, you know, go look at it yourself, and it's just 8, not bits, but 8 pieces of information. That's a really efficient hash, I think. AMP, not map. Oh, I just assumed typo. I don't know what an AMP is. Accelerated mobile pages. Is that a Chrome thing? What the fuck happened here? East-West are in 5 diamonds. This is what happens when you sit at a table with 2 sponsors. No one knows what's going on in the auction. So this is just what, down... North didn't lead a trump? I guess it wouldn't have mattered. Down 1 or down 2? Queen of Hearts roughs out, but do we have entries to the East Hand? Like a club switch probably beats it too. Maybe other switches cause problems as well. Okay, well, that's a spade. The 4-0 diamond split causes problems. Declare just like wins the ace of clubs. You didn't see trumps broke 4-0. I mean, even 3-1 trumps might have been an issue, but yeah, the 4-0 is real bad. Don't search Olympics on Reddit. Noted. Wait, how did I get to the Olympics Reddit? Did I search Google? Maybe no one saw me. You think double dummy you make 10? You think double dummy you make 10? I mean, certainly not if North doesn't give you a spade rough and just plays back a club at trick 2. You haven't unblocked the ace king of hearts. You only have 1 entry in the diamond suit. So even if you can rough the hearts good, you can't get back to the East hand. South has a spade entry to cash the clubs. Okay, we got an hour. Let's look at this conspiracy theory. Let me get rid of this. I'll leave the scoreboard up. Canada's men's and women's soccer teams have relied on drones and spying for years, sources say. We're sorry, this content is not available in your country. That's fine. Coaching staff and contractors working with Canada's men's and women's national soccer teams have been engaged for years in efforts to film the closed-door training sessions of their opponents. Hold on, let me read this again because I was not paying attention. I wasn't ready to be hit with this bombshell in the first opening sentence. Coaching staff and contractors working with Canada's men's and women's national soccer teams have been engaged for years in efforts to film the closed-door training sessions of their opponents, including during the women's gold medal winning Olympic tournament in 2021. Two sources with first-hand knowledge of the activity told TSN. What is TSN? We need X-Files background music. I don't want another copyright strike, but that would be nice. I should get some soundboard stuff for the stream. Yeah, it's the Sports Network website, but I want to know who it's coming from. Like, which country controls TSN? Okay, TSN is a Canadian English network owned by Disney and Canada. So it's Canadian Disney. That's what I understand. Yeah, the link deletion actually works. That's good. And you're not timed out indefinitely, which is great, and it doesn't purge your messages from chat. Okay, this is what I was hoping for. Actually owned by ESPN, Dan says. I'll believe you. You seem knowledgeable. You chimed in very quickly on that. What I read was it was owned by Disney, but okay. The filming also included at least one training session before a women's national team game against Panama in July 2022, when Canada was attempting to qualify for the Women's World Cup in Australia, one of the sources said. There are so many sources. Two sources with first-hand knowledge told us about the filming the opponents, and now we have another source that filmed a training session. In that case, the source said, a Canadian contractor was caught attempting to film a private Panama training, and a complaint was made by the Panamanian Football Federation to Canadian Soccer and to CONCACAF, the soccer confederation that governs the sport in North and Central America and the Caribbean. This is really bad. This is not as bad as the doping by Russian athletes, but this is really bad. The historical spying allegations come with the Canada's God, there's so many possessives in this sentence. The Canada's women's soccer team program under intense scrutiny at the Olympics in Paris. The Canadian Olympic Committee said on Wednesday that assistant coach Jasmine Mander and analyst Joseph Lombardi had left the team and returned to Canada after Lombardi was caught using a drone. So Lombardi is the analyst. This makes sense. See, this was exactly what I was thinking happened. Someone who's doing like strategy for the team was like, shows up to the practice and is like, hey coach, nudges her on the shoulder with his elbow. He's like, I have a good plan. I think I know what they're going to do against us. I've been studying their movements. Okay, anyway. On Thursday, Canada beat New Zealand 2-1 in their Olympic opener. Read further, it's not one person. Lombardi was caught by French police on Monday after they saw him retrieve a drone that had been flying over the New Zealand team's training. I'm doing so bad with the apostrophe S's. The Globe and Mail reported. The Globe reported that police retrieved footage of a second New Zealand training session from the drone and also obtained text messages between Lombardi and Mander. The text messages reportedly showed that Mander was aware of Lombardi's activities. Right, so this is the assistant coach, Jasmine Mander, and the analyst, Joseph Lombardi. Let's find out if the head coach is involved. After TSN published an initial version of the story, Canada Soccer Chief Executive Kevin Blue wrote in a statement that head coach Bev Priestman had been removed from her position for the balance of the Olympic tournament. Blue wrote that the Federation had obtained new information regarding previous drone use against opponents that predates the 2024 Olympics. The Canadian Olympic Committee said that Priestman had been removed from the Olympic team. This is awful. The worst case scenario, said Amy Walsh, a former women's national team player who now co-hosts a podcast about soccer called Footy Prime. Oh, yeah. That sounds like the Texas version of something. I don't know why. Footy Prime. I feel sick to my stomach, genuinely nauseated. I understand when you get to a high level, people will be ruthless and do whatever they can to gain a competitive advantage, but this is so far over the line. Yeah. I hear this all the time that, like, and I guess it's true that cheating becomes more worthwhile at higher levels. There's, I guess, a higher risk because you're more likely to get caught since there are better systems in place to catch people for whatever sort of cheating thing happens. But of course, the rewards are much greater, right? This could easily be the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars of money, like it was in bridge for a while for Fantoni Nunes and Fisher Schwartz and all of the other players who were cheating at bridge. It was literally 6 or 7 figure sums that were getting exchanged because they could produce wins for all of the highest paying clients. So, it's like similar to risk reward sort of thing. You think this is relatively common in football? What's my take on the Astros scandal? I looked it up a while back. Again, it's really bad. I don't know what should be done about it. There's a lot of scandals that go on. There are people who, what usually happens for cheaters is that there are people who are like good at a thing, but they don't enjoy putting in work themselves. And whether or not they have enough talent where they could become one of the best if they actually just tried hard, or if they're like talented but not quite as good as the top players and get frustrated at a point, they they end up cheating because they feel like they're really good at this game and they deserve to win. And there's a little bit of a disconnect, but this is always the story, right? Everyone who cheats has the same story. They have this narcissistic personality where they think that they're just God's gift to the planet. And if they can't win by playing fair, or if they can't win quickly because they think they deserve it, then they end up finding a way to circumvent the system and give themselves an unfair advantage because they deserve to win. So why not just cut to the chase, right? So for the Astros, I don't know. It was started by the coaches. Most of the players did not. Well, from what I understand for the Astros, okay, so for what we're talking about, we'll get back to the soccer in a minute. For what we're talking about in baseball, the Houston Astros back in 2019 or 2017 through 2019 or something like that had their outfield zoom in on the signals that the pitcher and catcher were giving to each other and figure out what pitch was about to be thrown. And then they were able to signal to the batter by making noise about what pitch was going to get thrown. And obviously this is illegal. All but one of the players went along with it. So one of the players on the team actually ended up not going along with the thing and got upset and ended up throwing games where he got told what pitches were happening. But but yeah, it's still cheating, right? That's not part of the game. To some extent, sure, you're supposed to. It's tricky. In baseball, the pitcher and catcher need to communicate, and they want to do so in a coded way that they can pass information to each other. So technically, the batter might be able to read the signals themselves if they were skilled enough, but that's not what was going on. It was they were gaining outside advantage. It's kind of similar to I'm trying to think of other examples. I mean, there are examples in the past where NFL teams, like professional football teams, American football, will hire someone who can lip read to be on their sideline and just stare at the other team's coach and see if the other coach says something that they can make sense of, and then they relay that information, which is why nowadays you'll always see in American football the coaches will hold up a piece of paper to cover their mouth all the time whenever they're talking to people, which is kind of crazy, but that's the reason for it. Anyway, cheating is bad. That's my take on it. I don't know. I've never done it like in anything ever, and I've never really had any desire to cheat because like if I lose fair and square. If I win, I want to feel like I've accomplished something, but not everyone feels the same way. All right, where were we? We were at Footy Prime. Very important. That podcast. Feel sick to my stomach, genuinely nauseated. I understand when you get to a high level, people will be ruthless and do whatever they can to gain a competitive advantage, but this is so far over the line. Not even at school? Nope. Not even at school. I know that some people do, and I think that like some minor discretions at school or whatever are less important than like this sort of thing, but I've just never had the interest in going down that route. If I don't deserve something, like if I do something I feel like I would like it to be my own, and so I either deserve to win or I deserve to lose. It's all under my control. If I cheat, then it's out of my hands. Win or lose, like it's not really in my control. Anyway, not my thing. The players are benefiting from the coaches cheating. True. There's a certain amount of blind trust the players have that coaches are doing things the right way, and this is the ultimate betrayal. Staff and contractors connected to the men's national team have also filmed the closed training sessions of competitors, one of the sources told TSN, adding that Canada used a drone to record a U.S. training session before. I mean, this is where they went wrong. This is absolutely where they went wrong. They're not going to learn shit from recording to the U.S. training session. U.S. is like the worst country in the world when it comes to soccer. So, what were they thinking? Yeah, the U.S. won that game 4-1. Maybe if they had recorded like the Argentinian training session, then they would have won the game. 2 years later, Honduras stopped a training session in Toronto during World Cup qualifiers after someone spotted a drone overhead. God, it's rampant cheating. I'd imagine there's probably a lot of people in Canada that fly drones. Is that true? Any Canadians out there? Do you own drones? Do you just like fly them around? Do you frequently take them as close as possible to other teams' football training camps? Then Canada coach John Herdman said at the time. And when a big team like Honduras turn up, I'm sure people are probably interested in what they're doing when they come into our country. So I know for sure we won't be heading into people's countries too early, because with drones these days, people can obviously capture footage. You've got to be real careful. So yeah, you got to be careful in CONCACAF. It's a tricky place. Big teams like Honduras. I know, right? Oh my God. Some staff and contractors. Yeah, women's soccer in the U.S. used to be pretty good, but the one that we were talking about was the men's team. Was watching the U.S. men's training session. So, U.S. men's team has never been any good. At least, comparatively. Some staff and contractors were told the filming was part of their jobs and that they could lose their positions with the Federation if they did not go along with the demands, one of the sources said in a series of interviews with TSN on Wednesday and Thursday. This is a tricky spot because frequently, and I think this happened with like the more recent FTX scandal, the cryptocurrency scam thing, or whatever you want to call it, where they were just like spending all of the money from people who had dumped their money into their company. But when someone in a position of power, like a head coach, assistant coach, or, you know, lead analyst or something like that, decides that they can cheat the system, and then someone else beneath them finds out in the hierarchy, you could lose your job. And you could lose your job in a really bad way. So you have two options. You can become a whistleblower, which, you know, has its own set of issues, or you could just go along with it. And I think that most people are just sheeple, so they go along with whatever they're told and don't ask a lot of questions. It's very rare to see whistleblowers, and it always causes a big controversy. I think I'm in the latter part. I don't go along with shit that I know is wrong. So I would be the whistleblower in this scenario. But yeah, I mean, it's very risky, especially if like this is your whole livelihood. You have some sort of lower paying job and you're fortunate to have gotten the opportunity, and then the coach says, hey, we're cheating, you're in, right? And then they smile at you and give you a thumbs up, and you just like smile back and you're like, yeah, I guess. In a couple of scenarios, people have been pushed and have been told you have to give 110% and this is part of the job, so if you don't feel comfortable with doing this, you do not have a place on the team, the source said. It's not something that's talked about, and it's not something that there are a lot of text messages about because of how sensitive this is. Some of the people who have to do the filming or review the filming have said to a few staff members how uncomfortable it was for them. Yeah. Yeah. Like, this is when you know you're cheating and you're trying to cover it up, right? Like, if the previous Canadian coach here was like, you know, like, sure, we're spying on the other teams with drones, but so is everyone else, that would be like a misguided view. But to me, that's not so bad if the guy is openly being like, you know, we're using drones. It's kind of like the CIA or any intelligence agency where like everyone knows that every country has spies nowadays, but we just don't talk about it, you know? So it's not really like a cover up. It's well known that there are spies and we're trying to root them out and make sure they don't like harm us in some way. But at least you know that like you have this belief that everyone's doing it, and in that case you're probably right about the intelligence. So that to me would be like less bad, because the guy is like, I don't think it's cheating, I think every country's doing it, therefore it's fine. But here, when they're like it's not something there are a lot of text messages about because of how sensitive it is. It's clear that there's a cover-up in progress, and people know they're cheating, and they know this is wrong, and they're doing it anyways, which is much worse. Both sources asked for anonymity because they said they were afraid the Federation would retaliate against them. It's unclear whether any players were aware of the strategy to record practices. Whistleblowing is a gray area, even more so in finance than sports. It's a very tricky topic, of course, right? It's a very tricky topic. And a lot of these people might even have signed NDAs, right? So they could be legally bound. But right? They were afraid the Federation would retaliate against them. So they may well have signed an NDA when they joined on, and then given that they've gone along with the cheating for some indeterminate amount of time, they themselves have become kind of part of the problem. So if they openly blow the whistle, then like not only might it be inadmissible in some sort of court because like they've signed the NDA, so they're not allowed to disclose this information in the first place, but then they themselves could also get sued for violating the contract. One of the sources said the spying included a Team Canada coach filming 2 of Japan's closed-door training sessions during the 2021 Summer Olympics in Tokyo. Canada tied Japan 1-1 in its first game during those Olympics. I think it's amusing that they've put the results as if this has any impact whatsoever on whether or not the cheating is good or bad, right? It's like, well, Canada cheated, but they only tied against Japan, so it's not a big deal. Or like, Canada cheated, but the US won the game 4-1, so it's not a big deal. It was a little bit tricky during that time, given that the fact that we were under a lot more restrictions, but there were ways to kind of sneak out of the hotel without people knowing, the source told TSN. In Tokyo, a lot of the facilities were a little bit more open, so in some cases you could see from behind bushes, or behind fences, or behind trees. It wasn't that complicated because they didn't have the big mesh walls, so as long as you were close enough to the facility, you're able to see if you're in a hidden location. The source said they weren't aware spying occurred in other games during those Olympics. 2 years after the Tokyo Olympics, a Canada soccer contractor who was scheduled to travel to Australia for the 2023 World Cup was told their responsibilities would include trying to record training sessions of opposing teams. When the contractor said they wouldn't agree to do that, their trip was canceled and a Canada soccer staff member flew there in their place to do the recording, the source said. Oh my God. TSN has reviewed text message correspondence of a women's national team coach discussing secret filming of their opponents' training sessions ahead of the games in 2022 against Costa Rica, South Korea, and Trinidad. How far am I? Okay, we're almost to the bottom. One of the sources said the strategy for filming opposing teams' practices in Canada was relatively easy because Canada soccer staff knew where they were practicing and what hotels they were staying in. When you're abroad, it requires a little bit more research. Oh, dude. It's just getting worse. When you're in CONCACAF events, you do have the ability of finding out where the rest of the teams are training because CONCACAF, FIFA, and the Olympics, they all publish where the teams are training in one way or another, the source said. You also know just by looking at the social medias from other teams and seeing what pictures they're posting. They have to get like the GeoGuessr pros. They'll get Rainbolt, send them a photo and be like, hey, locate the 5K on this and please tell me where it is. Both sources said there is a lot to be learned from filming an opponent's practice. You get to know their formations, their starting lineup, one of the sources said. You also look at who's taking a penalty kick and their set pieces. Most people see this as cheating, which it is. Oh, dude. What the fuck? Of course this is cheating. What do you mean? Most people see this as cheating, which it is. Some of our coaches just see it as a competitive advantage and justify it by saying everyone does it, which is also not true. Not everyone cheats, and neither should we. In an interview on Wednesday with a CBC reporter, Priestman did not directly answer when she was asked if she was aware of the drone filming. On behalf of our entire team, I first and foremost want to apologize to the players and staff at New Zealand Football and to the players on Team Canada. This does not represent the values that our team stands for, even though clearly it does, since they've been doing this for years. Priestman said in a statement on Wednesday, I'm ultimately responsible for conduct in our program. Accordingly, to emphasize our team's commitment to integrity, I've decided to voluntarily withdraw from coaching the match on Thursday. In the spirit of accountability, I do this with the interests of both teams in mind and to ensure everyone feels that the sportsmanship of this game is upheld. Both FIFA and Canada Soccer announced investigations into the allegations of spying on Wednesday. Canada Soccer said its investigation would be conducted by an independent third party and focus on the drone incident in France and more broadly, the historical, ethical practices of both the men's and women's national team programs. The investigation findings will be made public, Canada Soccer said. Okay. Yeah, preparing up against formations is helpful in soccer. I think this point about penalty kicks and set pieces is a big one, right? Because you can run different things on set pieces. Like sometimes it's right for your player to shoot most of the time, and if that's the case, you would basically tell your goalie, hey, look out for the shot against set pieces just outside the box. Wow. All right. Okay, we got 40 minutes. And as usual, I'm not doing a good job eating. Oh yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. We need to look at this hand. The Phantom Save. I forgot. Can we see the ViewGraph archive? No, quarter 1 of 4. Damn you. I forgot about this, otherwise I would have loaded it earlier. 7 diamonds doubled down 6 against 6 hearts down 1. Whoopsies. Big whoopsies. Ronaldo shooting might not be the strategy anymore these days. Yeah. But I mean, some teams, teams without Messi and Ronaldo will sometimes kind of flip-flop between shooting or playing for like a header in the box. But if you see them in practice just like always shooting or always playing for the header, then that'll tell your defense. Get them prepared so they know what's coming. I mean, regardless, even if there's not a tangible advantage from cheating, which I think there is generally, the fact that someone has to be aware that you could be cheating causes an additional strain on them. Like, I played against many cheaters in Bridge, and it was always much more difficult to play against cheaters than it was to play. So, like, known cheaters, for example. Like, I played against Fisher Schwartz a lot. I played against Fantoons a handful of times. I played against a number of other cheating pairs. I think I have a video about it on my YouTube channel as well. It's so much more difficult than just, like, trying to focus on all of the bridge decisions. You have to be aware that they're likely cheating against you, and at any opportunity, they might just have more information than you do. So all of your actions come with like a little bit of a grain of salt. Like, how much can I believe this opening lead from them, right? Because like if their hand looked different, maybe a non-cheating player would have made a different opening lead, but someone who's cheating and knows their partner has strength in spades or whatever would always lead a spade. So Like, if all you know is that, like, this person is cheating, but you don't know how, and, like, they might not even have gained an advantage. Like, if people cheated against me in bridge and, like, and what they got out of it was they found out I was very good at declare play, then maybe that doesn't give them a significant advantage, but for me competing against them, I'm still going to have to be on guard against far more things than I otherwise would have against, like, Rosenberg and Platnick or Grew and Moss or so on. Though I guess, stepping away from the cheating discussion, I am a little bit disappointed that the Chinese pair on the Rosenberg team has had two big slip-ups. Leonardon clearly is just a very, very weak sponsor. We've seen that on a number of deals, but, maybe most importantly, that low trump lead from Queen and 1 after the 4-heart preempt is just crazy. But a number of other reasons as well. And I think that match would have been much more interesting if Rosenberg had a slight lead going into the next set. But who knows? They have some good players on the team. If the Chinese pair figures out what 2 diamonds is in that auction, then maybe they'll actually be able to find a bit of a comeback. Canadian droning is more like non-sportsmanship. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit different, right? Because soccer is kind of an open book game. There's no concealed information on the pitch. And you basically just, like, try and do your thing. For bridge, I guess it's more a little bit more along this psychological aspects, but you can have the same thing from the set pieces, right? Like, again, if you know they've been cheating and watching your practices, now maybe you do the thing that you haven't been doing in practice. But that's bad, right? Because you practice the one thing and you haven't practiced the other thing. So but yeah, it's like non-fair play or something like that would be a way to look at it. Well, what should we do for 30 minutes? Should we look at the Olympic stuff? The opening ceremony's later today, right? I think. Or is it like tomorrow? Oh, what I should really do is restart BBO. Let me do that. Olympics opening ceremony mega thread. Snoop Dogg carrying Olympic torch. Look at this guy go. He's got to be like 60. This is like a Templar outfit or something. Oh, the opening ceremony already took place. This opening ceremony is legit fire. You guys took the opening ceremony outside and turned the whole city into a performance venue. Can't imagine the planning and work that went into executing this. Could someone explain the themes used here? Why the pink colors? Who is the guys in mask running around with the torch? Who does he represent? Absolutely loving it. The heavy metal section with Marie Antoinette was the coolest thing I've ever seen in an Olympic opening ceremony. Maybe I'll try and find some highlights of this later. But I'll have to watch it off stream. Otherwise, I'm going to get content struck again. Wait, Lady Gaga did some of the ceremony? Fascinating. She puts on big performances. The Brazilian uniform went viral in local internet. Do you also think it's ugly? From a Brazilian. I don't know. How do we feel about the Brazilian uniform? I don't know why they have two different uniforms. It's 1980s style. Like, I can see the white pants and the white skirts, and then, like, the green and yellow shirts with, like, a little bit of stripes. But I don't know why some of them are wearing, like, tracksuits with the long pants. Maybe it's too cold. So cool to see Gojira. Yeah, I'll have to check out the ceremony next time. Medal in the Olympics. Okay, here we go. Here's a meme. Let's look at this. Canada axes women's soccer coach from Olympics over drone use. Canada's women's national team head coach Bev Priestman has been removed from the country's Olympic team over a scandal involving the use of drones to spy on opponents' practice, the Canadian Olympic Committee, COC, said Thursday. It's actually embarrassing. Who does that in a pool game against New Zealand? Yeah, New Zealand of all places. I know. That's what I was thinking. It's not just that they're cheating, but like, why would you do it against New Zealand? Or in the men's case, against the US? Neither of those teams are going to give you any good strategies. It's not just New Zealand. It came out since they've been doing it for both men's and women's going back years. This won't be the end of the fallout. I think this will be the end of the fallout, though. Ooh, here's someone from Canada. The coaches probably just pretended the tactics changes coming from the drones were from the actual film study and the players didn't question it. Yeah. See, this is the thing. I could make a compelling argument that anyone who actually isn't directly connected to like the text messages and whatever is not in on it. But it's hard. Apparently they did it last Olympics too, where they won the final against Sweden. This Swedish person is still pretty salty about that, I think. Condoms distributed to athletes in the village. Here we go. These are the scandals that we're looking for. Wait, what is it? Hold on. Can we rotate this? Is there a way to rotate this bit? What does this say? No need to be a gold medalist to wear it. Oh, God. This is going to be good. Wait. On the field of love, play fair, ask for consent. Okay? Sage advice. Score a win. Yes to consent. No to STDs. Also accurate. Don't share more than victory. Protect yourself against STDs. Fair play, safe play, consent first. Okay. So really, it just was the first one said absolutely nothing about like consent or like reasons to wear condoms. No need to be a gold medalist to wear it. That's it. The rest were just like, practice safe sex. Oh my God. Where are the comments on this? Ooh, Lady Gaga. There's the show. Here was the halftime show, in case you missed it. This, in fact, is the entire dress. All of these pink fluffy things are all connected to the dress. A tribute to Great Britain's diver Tom Daley. My body achieves what my mind believes. Is this guy really young or something? This guy looks really young. Ooh, that was a good dive. You can tell because of no splash. That's what I understand about diving. Opening ceremony dancing dude. Nice. Oh, this is cute. The Eiffel Tower with the rings. So you can see like a little Eiffel Tower there. That's nice. Rain or not, nothing stops us from setting the vibe in good mood. Nigeria. New pictures of Team Philippines uniform for the opening ceremony. Is this the same team that had the uniforms yesterday that everyone was criticizing, but now their uniforms look sick? Ready for the Olympics? That is... Where does this person live? There's just nothing for miles out here. Oh. There's like a windmill in the background. And that's it. I guess there could be other people around. But it kind of doesn't look like it to me. They got the laptop where they can research anything they want. And then they have the monitor with the stream on. As well as like an iPad. I like how they have the charging cord as well. Because they know they're going to be here for multiple hours. They're just like in a hammock or a lawn chair. Relaxing. That's nice. Belgium probably. Yeah, thanks for the guess. I finally figured it out. What the hell are minions doing here? What the hell are the minions doing here? From outer space to underwater to minions, you tell me. Huh. Illumination is a French company, and one of the best animation school is the Goblins in Paris. Interesting. I don't know. This would help if they had a picture of what's going on, but I'm picturing the Despicable Me minions. The little yellow guys with one eye. Cyclops dudes. Lovely opening. Music is great. Dance is lovely. I don't know why people are complaining. Were people complaining? Am I tripping or am I seeing severed heads singing in the opening ceremonies? Nice. That looks good. There it is again. There's the head. Why Russia is the prime suspect in massive Paris Olympics sabotage. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Is there an actual article? Okay, here's the actual article. Why left-wing radicals are emerging as likely suspects in Olympic sabotage. Suspicions swirl as authorities try to determine the perpetrators behind Friday's attack. What was the attack? Is it Friday? It is Friday. What happened? French intelligence sources hinted that the massive sabotage attack on rail lines leading to Paris on Friday may have been the work of left-wing radicals. But with no confirmed suspects, Russia was also blamed as suspicion swirled that Vladimir Putin has been yearning for a chance to humiliate Emmanuel Macron. Is that the French president? That's probably the French president. There are reasons to believe either may be correct. As of Friday afternoon, with theories coming from multiple quarters and little to no hard evidence, it remained unclear who exactly the perpetrators were. And yet we still have like 4 pages worth of article to read. Cool. We'll keep going. The French authorities have laid on a large high-tech security regime, have relied on a large high-tech security regime to defend the Olympics, with Reaper drones in the skies and AI-powered cameras on the ground to watch for suspicious activity. But Friday's attack suggests they paid far less attention to key rail routes, which were sabotaged by old-fashioned arson methods rather than cyber attacks. Damaged cables near Coeur-d'Alene, France. Perpetrators had a good working knowledge of the railway and were most likely seeking to cause maximum disruption while avoiding any loss of human life. Okay. There have been 5 incidents of damage to the SNCF rail network, all of them targeting electronic or signaling boxes. French media reports said bundles of cables in their network had been burned or severed. The result was around 50% of the trains in the north and east of France were not running as of Friday morning, while the high-speed TGV network was also paralyzed. The disruption is expected to last through the weekend. Oh man, this is like a U.S. airport. This is exactly like a U.S. airport. There's just people sitting on the floors. Passengers wait for their train departures at the Gare Montparnasse in Paris. The attacks came in the early hours when no trains were running on the high-speed network and were carried out in such a way that control centers would have become immediately aware of the damage and shut down the system. Had the perpetrators struck during the morning rush and employed acts of sabotage that could not have been so easily detected remotely, such as parking vehicles across the line, the outcome might have been very different. France has not yet accused any group or state over the sabotage, but many will immediately point the finger at Moscow. Other possible suspects include terrorism groups, left-wing radicals, or environmental activists. The head of SNCF has described the arsonists as a band of lunatics, but gave no clue as to their identity. Gabriel Attal, the French Prime Minister, said the attacks were carried out in a prepared and coordinated manner, as he vowed to find and punish the saboteurs. Okay. Now we got a little infographic on screen. Let's try and figure out what's going on. So, red means kaboom. Red is like death and destruction. I don't know why the rail lines are also in red. That just makes it confusing in a color-coded manner. But boom, Pagny-sur-Moselle. Boom, Crecy. Boom, Coeur d'Alene. And then Virginie, the sabotage was foiled. These are all leading into Paris. They didn't do anything in the city of Paris itself, at least not yet. We're obviously in a situation of conflict with Russia, and Russia is obviously not going to do anything. And that's an understatement, to help these Olympic Games be a success. Why is Russia allowed to participate in the Olympics? No one has given me a sane answer to this question. All right. In April, Mr. Macron, the French president, said he had no doubt whatsoever including in terms of information, that Russian leaders were planning to disrupt or damage the games. Why? God, fuck, can we just, like, exile Russia to another planet? Is this something we can do? We just all, like, get up to vote? You know, make some sort of, like, worldwide conference? Send Russia packing? That would be great. Around the same time, an aide to Mr. Macron warned, there is a hardening from Russia, which we have been seeing for several months. Security source said on Friday that a smoking gun had not yet been discovered to establish whether the railway sabotage was the result of a Russian hybrid attack. They added, we do assess overall that Russian and their supporters' activity is rising. Man, these translations to English really have a lot lacking, don't they? This is not how we would phrase this in English. This will see an increase in both the severity and frequency of incidents in the gray zone designed to disrupt and deter the supporters of Ukraine. However, a French intelligence source told AFP news agency that the sabotage was similar to previous incidents involving the far left. The conspiracy thickens. The modus operandi, arson attacks on installations, resembles that used by the ultra-left in the past, the source said. Israel, meanwhile, has blamed Iran, its arch-nemesis in the Middle East, which continues to fund and support Hamas, as well as the Lebanese group Hezbollah. Sabotage of railway infrastructure across France ahead of the Paris 2024 Olympics was planned and executed under the influence of Iran's axis of evil and radical Islam, said Israel Katz, the Israeli foreign minister. Is that their actual name, Israel Katz? From Israel? Wow. Well played on that one. Based on information held by Israel, Iranians are planning terrorist attacks against the Israeli delegation and the Olympic participants. Increased preventative measures must be taken to thwart their plot, he added. A bunch more pictures of passengers that are stranded. France's diplomatic and military support for Ukraine has put it in the crosshairs of a new Russian campaign against Europe known as hybrid warfare, which involves sabotage, arson, cyber attacks, and other attempts to destabilize Western democracy. And there's already a precedent for Russia launching arson attacks on businesses and infrastructure in Europe. In May, when a mysterious fire broke out at the Diehl arms factory in Berlin, German investigators initially ruled it an accident, despite the Diehl group being part of the supply chain that supports Ukrainian forces with weapons. They've since received intelligence from a NATO member state, which strongly suggests it was actually a Russian sabotage attack. In the previous month, pro-Russian arsonists targeted a business with commercial links to Ukraine in East London. British government expelled Russia's defense attaché in response to the attack. Okay, well, that was a bit more than I had bargained for in terms of the drama. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry, what am I even looking at right now? So someone titled this the no-fly zone. There are no planes that can come within like 100 miles of Paris or something like that. Is that what's going on? They said it was 91 miles wide. Wow. That's nuts. That's so crazy. Oh, look at that. It's the French, or if you're an uncultured American, it's the USA colors. Oh my god. There we go. Big blown up picture. It's on the river. What river is that? Is it the Rhine? I don't know what river runs through Paris. But that's sweet. Where is the smoke coming from? I guess it's coming up from stuff in the ground. Oh my god. The Olympics announcer introduced my country as our arch nemesis. I'm South Korean, and the announcers, both the French and English, called us the Democratic something Republic of Korea, North Korea, as their boat was sailing in. Whoops. At least they're having a laugh about it. They said LOL. But my god. That's pretty embarrassing. Okay. Let's get BBO back up. So we got 10 minutes left, once again. Do they have the archive? Quarter 2 of 4? No. We'll have to check out that Phantom save in 7 Diamonds later. But right now I need to finish my food. Yeah, they went for 1,400 in 7 Diamonds in the Zimmerman match. And 6 Hearts was going down. Leonard and that's who we were watching earlier. Who should we watch now? I guess I have the scores on the bottom of the screen, but I can just pull up bridge winners. Have we discussed the biggest scandal of the beach volleyball player from Netherlands? No! I missed it. What happened? Maybe we'll just follow this match all day. Assuming it remains close. Oh, that was the thing. Yeah, I didn't open that article yesterday. That seems really bad. Like, why they would allow someone in the Olympics. I wonder if the players will do something. Like, do you think after the matches they just like won't shake hands or something? Win or lose? Do you think players will boycott playing against the Netherlands? I wonder. I don't know what I would do if I was a player in that spot, but like it feels like the players might do something. The players on the other teams. Have they had any beach volleyball matches yet? Norway decided to play the game, at least. You know, it's kind of dumb, but it reminds me a little bit about the Hans Niemann thing in chess, where Magnus essentially just forfeited games against him because he refused to play. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if said player gets accidentally beat up by unknown assailants in the middle of the night and is unable to compete. And the police's investigation can not find or not determine the culprits. That seems completely fair. We'll just call it karma if that happens. We know that framing people for doping usually doesn't work. So you could try it, but it might not help. Okay, I think we'll stick with Leonard and Rosenberg, but in the fourth quarter, we'll see. If Leonard and Rosenberg is close, maybe we'll just stick with them through all 4 segments today. Otherwise, we might move to a different match, like potentially Nickel Rubenstein. It'll definitely be an entertaining second half of play. I hope sound is good. No one complained the past few days that Michael was a bit loud. And I don't think I've changed anything with my setup, but I turned him down a little bit. So hopefully that is fixed for everyone now. All right, I'm going to clean up, and I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, chat, I am back. Looks like we haven't missed much. Our match is not up yet. Eric, you got an ad on Twitch? Maybe it's because your sub has gone out. Actually, I don't know. I don't know why. A McDonald's ad that was not in your language. That's like actually really funny. Michael says Nickel Rubenstein. I was thinking of sticking with Rosenberg against Leonardon. But you can choose, Michael. Whichever match you want to see, we'll go ahead and do. Nickel Rubenstein's fine. We could watch this table. Grossack and Rosenberg against Levin Weinstein. All right, let's do it. Okay. Goodbye, chat. I will see you in a bit.
Allowed to go head hunting with it is sort of the thing with that sort of double. Now, most players here will use an agreement over the double. Like you'd pass with clubs, you could bid 2 diamonds with diamonds, bid the major you wanted. If you want partner to pick, you would redouble. And that's what Levin's done. The expectation is that if Weinstein has even length in the majors, he'll always pick hearts. But if he has more spades than hearts, he'll pick spades, which is what Levin wants. If partner is 5-4 in the majors, he'd rather 2 fit than the 4-3 fit.
Yeah, so South does bid 2 hearts. So they do get to the 5-3 heart fit. And Grossack now continues by making another double.
Yeah, I would play that double as penalties once I've doubled 2 clubs, which is essentially same, and the first subsequent doubles become penalty. If he's indeed intended this as a penalty double, he will collect some number of under tricks against 2 hearts doubled. Declare could take 4 hearts, and a club is 5 off the top, and then everything else is a battle. So I think Grossack's going to probably lead the queen of hearts or a low heart. Maybe a low heart.
Mm-hmm.
Weinstein has run. Well, out of the frying pan into the fire. I'm not sure why he would choose to run here.
Yeah, it's a little bit unusual. I mean, sometimes North's redouble might suggest equal length. And so he was hoping to run from a trump suit that's splitting badly into one that's splitting better.
I think, you can show equal length with 2-3 in the majors, or, ask partner chooses 2-3, but not with 3-2, because partner will choose the wrong one. And if Weinstein knew that Levin could never have the same number of hearts, could never have more spades than hearts, but might have one more heart than spades, I think he would not have done this. This now is a question of, like, he doesn't have entries to the dummy to take 2 heart finesses. It's only a question of how bloody this is. It could be quite.
Yeah, it's going to be real scary playing in the 5-2 fit, and Zach got exactly what he wanted out of this auction with them running now to 2 spades. Now he's a lot happier defending the contract doubled. So, in fact, given that Zach was probably planning to lead a trump against 2 hearts doubled, now knowing that the opponents are in a 5-2 or even worse fit, with his partner's one no trump opener promising at least 2 spades, he's happy to actually lead a minor suit.
He's just playing the queen of diamonds here, probably. Actually, he probably knows the 9 is good. The spot lead of the third best 6. Now, the queen is kind of an unblocking play, more so than. Well, I guess the 9 is in dummies, so the jack's in dummies, so he can't really unblock it for the 10. So he's probably playing the 9 of diamonds here.
Yeah, he does win the 9 of diamonds, and now Rosenberg can kind of see what's going on in the hand, which is that his partner might have made a speculative double of 2 hearts, but clearly has spades well wrapped up.
Rosenberg wouldn't mind seeing a 4th round of diamonds played so we could rough it with the jack. If he keeps attacking diamonds, that it does allow Declare to single in some of his small trumps as tricks. In this position, every trick Declare scores, he's maybe happy with that. It's not like Declare can set up the hearts, draw trumps, and run them. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, he also has a little bit of extra information that, given his partner didn't lead a trump, that his partner kind of knows what the right defense is, and if his partner thinks the right defense might be to start forcing Declare by playing some winning diamonds, then Rosenberg will probably go along with it.
They can sort of hype. I'm like, Rosenberg could shift to the jack of spades. Probably one of the reasons Zach didn't lead trumps is that he had good spades. And it's all suggested by the fact that it sounded like Grosek has doubled them off with just a couple of hearts. Rosenberg won't know the exact hand, but he might shift to the jack of spades, trying to intersperse sort of spades through Declare with tapping Declare so that eventually they can draw trumps and run winners, although they're out of winners to run. Diamonds are their only source of winners. I think Declare is actually going to get a second club trick eventually because the defense has nowhere to put it. If you think of it more like East-West are declaring 2 spades than North-South, East-West have 2 club losers and they don't have a place to park it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Declare is going to have a bit of a wrong picture of the hand, given the way that this is kind of played out, with West doubling 2 hearts for penalty and then doubling 2 spades. He's probably going to expect West could either be 4-4 in the majors or at least 4-3 in the majors, with the king queen of hearts behind. That would look consistent with this opening diamond lead potentially being from 6-3 doubleton, and Rosenberg starting with ace king queen 10-9 in the suit.
Do you think maybe he's going to put West on like queen jack 4th of spades and king queen 3rd of hearts, potentially popping up with the king of spades on a spade through? If Rosenberg shifts to a low spade, that could be a disaster. I mean, I would think that East has 2 small hearts on the auction.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to one no trump so much with a singleton.
Yeah, so I mean, to some extent, Rosenberg could cause a panic if he switches to the 9 of hearts here. Heart to the queen. Eventually he gets back in with the club ace and plays the 4 of hearts. And then Declare will be worried about losing a second heart and then having a 3rd heart get roughed.
I think even the 4 of spades might cause a problem, but in the normal play is for Declare to dock a spade shift, unless the shift is the jack. But there may be clues just from the auction that he thinks that he's been misled. Then again, Weinstein knows that it's Zach Grosek on his left.
Mm-hmm.
So that's authorized information.
Especially because he's sitting on the same side of the screen as him. He's looking at the guy. Yeah, Weinstein actually a pretty avid poker player and a very strong poker player. I do wonder if his running from the double was playing a little bit poker, and he ended up losing this time to Zach. Uh, where maybe Zach looked fairly confident about his double. Okay, we do see a low spade switch from Rosenberg, which
I
runs
didn't really
around
think that
to
was
West
super
9.
likely, but it was likely enough to have actually happened. And this does preserve for Rosenberg the ability to rough up the fourth round of diamonds with the jack in some cases.
Yeah, so Zach does continue diamonds, not wanting to break the heart suit.
I guess jack of clubs now, for lack of anything better to do.
That does feel like the natural play. If the opponents keep forcing you in diamonds, I mean, maybe you can just pull trumps yourself and they can cash a diamond trick, but they'll have to play hearts or clubs for you.
You figure the jack of clubs is going to win, and they'll win the next one, and then you'll see what they do.
Yeah, the second round of diamonds going to the ace is going to look really weird to declare. Because if Rosenberg really did have ace, king, queen, 10, 9, he would have definitely played the 10 here. There would be no reason for him to waste a high diamond on this.
So it's starting to look like maybe West is 3-3-4-3, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But no, someone has to have 4 spades. I guess that would make the spades 3-3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible West is 4-3-4-2 with a doubleton club. I'll find out the club situation when Zach gives him count on the jack of clubs. Assuming he does. I mean, the defenders know the count on the hand, so they might not give a count signal. No, Zach does give him an honest count signal.
Yeah, club to the king. Really important for Rosenberg to have club count here.
He could just win it, and play spade, spade, and then the defense could play diamond to the queen. Declare, I guess. Roughs or doesn't rough. If he doesn't rough, the defense probably just plays another club, putting Declarer on lead in hand with jack of clubs. That doesn't seem that bad. I think he was better off leading the jack of clubs from his hand so he doesn't block potentially end play himself on the jack of clubs.
Well, I think Weinstein is just trying to get a club entry so that he can play a heart to the 10, potentially picking off an honor doubleton in East's hand, which is not going to work. Like, we could definitely see him overtake the jack of clubs at some point in the play and lead the 5 of hearts to the 10. The entire hand would blow up at that point. Well, I guess we're about to find out, right? No, he plays well.
Set up club winners for the defenders. Now, he may try to split the spades from now.
Mm-hmm. That would be very reasonable to do.
Not like he's in a big hurry to lead a heart out of his hand anyways. What does he know? He knows Zach's got the ace queen of spades. Well, he doesn't, not 100% sure what the ace queen of spades. It could be a clever jack of spades from queen jack, but likely it's ace queen of spades on his left. He knows the king of diamonds is over there. So there's no room for both the king and the queen of hearts on his left anymore. He knows there's a heart on his right. But it could be a doubleton heart still. 3 hearts on his left. The auction suggests maybe 3 hearts on his left.
Okay, there is the 10 of spades. He pitches a diamond. So is Zach's best plan here to play club? He plays a diamond. It looks like Declare can rough this and exit a low heart.
Declare may pitch on this. So the Fest will have to either put him in dummy with the Queen of Clubs or play a heart for themselves after this trick.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Although, again, it would be incorrect for Declare to start the hearts from dummy. He wants to lead hearts from hand to pick the suit up for just one loser. But I guess you're right. It's all going to come back. Even if he somehow picks up the heart suit, Zach is going to get in and play a fourth diamond, forcing out his last trump. So the defense is still going to come to a heart and a spade from here for down 2.
And this trick, I think.
Yes. Okay. A heart, a spade, and this trick. Down 3. So that's really bad for North-South, considering in the other room there wasn't even a double. East opened a club on the 14 count over there, cats, and after South showed both majors with a 2 diamond Michaels bid, North got to play 2 hearts. West with 11 highs didn't feel like he could do anything against that contract, so he let it go.
It's a stylistic question about how you play sequences like pass the Michaels and then double versus double then double. The style popularized by Ed Manfield was that if you would pass and double would show like a hand like West, like a balanced 11 count, balanced 10-11, sort of a flexible hand, and if you doubled and doubled, that was sort of was commanding. Some people reverse it where if you double first, it sort of shows values and is more flexible, and if you pass and double, it's do not pull this, please, partner.
Mm-hmm.
West unblocked the Queen of Hearts, huh? No,
Yeah.
that can't be.
Yeah, that's the right play. If East had the 10 of hearts, then they would score an extra trick here.
West wants to be on. Oh, I guess he could pitch the club away.
Yep.
Some of the play must have gotten lost. So what happened? Did Claire rough the Queen of Diamonds and then
and then went Ace of Hearts and a low heart.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a really strong play by Grossack there to unblock the Heart Queen. Unfortunately for him, this time Michael Rosenberg's heart spot was the 9 and not the 10. Otherwise, they would have beaten this 800. But 10 imps to Rubenstein there.
The match is no longer essentially tied.
No.
I'm reminded whenever a swing like that occurs, the final scores in these matches is never like 32 to 25. The final score is always like 100 and something to 100 and something. So you're going to, in order to score hundreds of imps, things are going to get blown on both sides a number of times, and any one large error is still just one large error in the scheme of a match that's going to have 20 plus large swings.
All right. Rosenberg opens a club on the 17 count.
So he's either upgraded out of their no trump range, or their no trump range just doesn't reach this good of a 17 count. Either way, it is a very good 17 count. One that doesn't have a 5-card suit. I think North-South are not going to get involved. It'll go a club pass, maybe reverse Flannery. Yep. And then I think 4 spades by East.
Yeah, East hand opposite this kind of like whatever the range would be. 5 to 9 or 6 to 10 or something for the 2 diamond bid, showing 5 spades and 4 hearts at least. He's just going to take the shot at game.
He's got 5 working cards. That's a lot. Maybe he's making a slam try. We can visualize hands where slam is making, especially 5-5 hands. King Jack of spades and King 5th of hearts, and you're kind of almost there.
Right. Or maybe he's a protecting partner against having a zero count. um, but yeah, this 2 no
All
Trump asking
configurations.
bid.
It's both best for stopping short of game and forbidding slam. They probably have some sort of agreement about what 2-0 is. I'm imagining it's forcing.
Yeah, it's probably some asking bid clarifying both shape and strength for West.
I seldom play this convention, so I don't know what the normal meaning of 2-0 Trump is here, but I would not imagine that as often you're going to want it to be natural very often.
It would work out just fine if it shows like the 17 to 19 or 17 to 18 range. Whatever, just stronger than their no Trump range is, but
West would presumably bid 3-0, and then East would bid 4 spades.
mm-hmm.
I think East would bid 4 spades. I suppose he's allowed to pass those. It's not illegal for him to pass it, but maybe not wise. West has 9 cards that are 5s, 6s, and 7s.
Okay, 4 spades from East. So 3-0 probably showed some sort of maximum in context. So maybe their range is actually something more along the lines of like 3 to 8 for the 2 diamond bid.
So not a ton to the play here. It looks like Declare could try to, play a diamond to the 10. We can see that won't succeed. I suppose South could lead the queen of diamonds and blow up the suit for the defenders. Declare is going to want to ruff a heart in the east hand, which North can rough up, or put in the 10 of spades and maybe promote a trump trick when Declare goes to do that. If Declare is able to take 2 rounds of spades before playing hearts, he'd prefer to do it. But even in sort of worst case scenarios, I think Declare is going to lose just 2 spades and a diamond.
Yeah, 10 tricks I think is going to be hard to prevent. 11's definitely in the picture. I believe that Weinstein's 2 most likely opening lead candidates, the queen of diamonds and the 3 of spades, are both not going to work out great for his side.
But if you imagine, let's say Declare wins the opening lead and plays ace of hearts, heart to the king, low heart,
mm-hmm.
and North roughs to the 10, he overroughs the queen. That's fine. He leads a spade up. Even if he puts in if it goes spade 3, 8, jack, later on he gets onto his hand with the king of diamonds and plays another spade up. And then, South wins that, but can't do anything. Eventually be able to rough a club and draw the trump. It's all close because South's out of diamonds at that point, so they can almost like win the jack of diamonds, get a trump promotion, except that you can't. So even a number of misguesses, I think Declare still manages 10 tricks.
Yeah, I agree.
So my math is okay at 4:30 in the afternoon.
I think you're on point this time. I was going to point out that a lot of times against these 2 suited hands, it's right to lead trumps, and so that's why I thought that a low trump from Weinstein's hand has a lot going for it. Alternatively, kind of on the flip side, the queen of diamonds could make sense. First off, East open a club, not a diamond. And wow, he leads a low heart.
You're going to have fun with this one, Rob.
Uh-huh.
Without peeking.
Yeah.
The contract in the other room.
I see it.
Has come through. What's the auction?
I'm going to be here.
I assure you, first of all, that is the actual contract. I'm going to start with that. The VREF operator did not put in an error when putting in the contract. Because that would be my first guess, is that is not really the contract.
This is East-West for it's nickel and cats.
He
Nope.
didn't try roughing a heart early. Okay, he is going to try. He is going to try to rough a heart. A spade back seems really weird because he could just lose 3 spade tricks, whereas on a hand where it was instead roughing a heart. Although starting spades this way also seems kind of odd.
Well, the auction in the other room was not successful, getting to 3 clubs.
3 clubs does seem like a worse contract than 4 spades. It is a Burns live 5, 6, 7. Burns law violation. No, it's just a Burns law violation.
Okay, spade to the king. North is followed with the 10. So we will see Declare try and rough their heart at this point.
And that'll be fine. North's Jack of Spades is basically the same as a small one after King of Hearts heart. So if North can try to rough the Jack, he's just over roughs the Queen. Lose 2 spades and a diamond eventually. Maybe if it goes Ace of Clubs club rough, King of Hearts heart rough over rough, or rough a club exit spade, you have some chance of squeezing. I just don't want to rough the 3rd club too early. You have no entry to run the trumps, but almost squeeze North in the minors. It's a lot of preparatory work. I don't think you can do it safely on hands where you just otherwise have 10 tricks.
Yeah, that's going to be Declare's main concern. I mean, at match points, there's a lot of other factors that you would be thinking about here, where you would want to try and score 11 tricks if possible. But at teams, Declare is just going to be trying to find the best plan to take 10. And I think all of those start with King of Hearts heart rough.
11's not required to play the Jack of Spades. And if he plays the Jack of Spades, it actually gives Declare some comfort because he knows he's not off 3 spade tricks.
Right.
And Declare has some concern that spades maybe started life 4-1 and he's booked in the spade suit already and needs to avoid a minor suit loser.
Mm-hmm.
Or an extra concern. But North has played the Jack of Spades, and now Declare knows he's made the contract and is only worried about over tricks.
Yeah.
Oh, because North played the Queen of Hearts, not a low one. So it's going to have to go. He's going to have to rough the 7 of Hearts now, because that's a loser still.
Yes. Yeah, the Queen of Hearts was an unusual play, but Rosenberg also didn't really believe that Weinstein had led low from Jack 10-5 in the heart suit. So he probably expected the Queen of Hearts to cash.
Right, figure just cash it so he has a trick in before roughing. Then rough his losing heart, and he doesn't have to worry with the heart suit at all anymore. Doesn't have to do with getting his high heart roughed late in the day when dummy's out of trump. So I mean, if he roughs this, it holds, roughs a club in his hand, cashes the Ace King of Diamonds, and
leads a club. He actually does make 11 tricks from here.
Yeah, he'll promote his 8-7 of trumps that way.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a pretty end position. You're going to score the 8 of trumps en passant through the Ace-9, which are both high and South's hand. And the important aspect of it is that if South does rough in with the Ace or 9 of spades, you can pitch a diamond loser. So will 450 gain an extra amp? It will not. Not against 3 clubs down 2.
Nicely played.
Yeah. Either way, a nice result for East-West. I mean, it looks like they were headed to 4 spades in the other room, but they had a bit of a misunderstanding.
West has come down to 7 cards that were all middle cards. 5 6 7 7 7 6 5. 8 7 6 7 7 6 5.
2 3-card straight flushes.
If he was playing 3-card poker, he would be very happy.
So 2 boards in, 2 10-imp swings for Rubenstein. I mean, this one will be 11 imps. Not a great feeling.
It's a blowout. We'll watch something else in the fourth quarter, right? You don't expect a nickel match to be blowout with nickel. Although nickel has a track record of being behind by 40, 50, 60 imps going into the last quarter, and sometimes coming back and winning it, but often coming back and at least making it close. I mean, quite a few. So you can never count the nickel team out.
All right, Rosenberg roughs the club. We're about to see this end position. 6 of spades holds, 2 rounds of diamonds, and then the 10 of clubs.
Yeah, this is his 8th trick, and cashing the ace king of diamonds, is sort of a guarantee because the ace of diamonds are 9th, but the king of diamonds, they rough it. You always have a trump trick. So this guarantees his contract and gives him the best chance for an overtrick.
Yeah, and here we go. If South was on lead, South could pull the trumps and cash the winning jack of hearts, but not when Declare leads a losing club through South's hand. So all of a sudden, now nowhere, 21 imps for Rubenstein, and now they're ahead by 24.
Detecting a trend, I think a 12 imp swing to Rubenstein would be what the trend is calling for.
On the next board, so you think we'll get all the way up to what would it be, a 24 imp swing by board 15?
It's my pattern recognition is telling me that's almost certain to happen.
Well, the other table got to 2 no trump and went down 1 on this board. North south.
Feels like a lot of no trump. I don't hate a heavy raise to 2 hearts here. To me, that hand is below a 3-card limit raise with 4 triple 3. I do like its 2 quick tricks. I don't hate the jack of hearts, but the hand just lacks texture. No 10s, no 9s, and 4 triple 3. And 11 is right there with just that heavy 2-heart bid. And I think East makes a takeout double.
And yeah, so Rosenberg comes in. He has 4 spades, heart shortness, a 13 count, but this is not his hand.
So West could bid 2 spades here to keep it at the 2 level, even though it's just a 3-card suit, and he does. Figuring if he roughs things, if he roughs hearts in the East hand, that's probably okay for him because he still has good trumps in the 3-card holding. North. Does North do anything because he has a max, or does he just pass? Yeah, so North's made a very disciplined pass. And 2 spades. 2 spades not down yet, but it's going to be a struggle. The hand is very friendly, actually, for East-West. Spades behave onside. The clubs are onside. The diamond ace is onside. Every suit breaks. That's one of these things with these 4 triple 3 hands is the opponents sometimes can't even guess things wrong. The hand is so bad for defense.
Yeah, and 11 gets off to a trump lead, which oftentimes is going to be the right thing to do when you think your side has the majority of the high card points. But that's going to make Declare's life a lot easier. Now he knows the spade hook is working. He can just lead diamonds up towards the king-queen a couple of times.
Like, defense's best chance feels like getting a 4th round of clubs played without trumps having been drawn, which would probably promote the queen of spades into a trick, which might promote the queen of spades into a trick. But let's see, they're off 2 hearts, a diamond, and a club. I mean, I don't see that they're necessarily going to take more than that. If Declarer manages communication, he has 3 trump entries to the West hand to lead things.
Yeah, the diamonds are friendly, and it's going to be... I think pretty obvious to declare to start work on the diamond suit when he's over there, because that has the potential to set up the most number of tricks.
On the other hand,
Ooh.
he needs to play clubs through twice potentially.
Well, he kind of didn't. With ace third of diamonds on side, he can afford to lose 2 club tricks and 2 hearts along with the diamond ace. This is
Well,
both
now the
good and
defense,
bad news for Declare. Now he only has 1 club loser, but if he plays another club, he can suffer a club ruff.
and he doesn't have an entry to the 9 of clubs after, like, if he takes the Jack 10 of spades to take away the defense's ability to ruff a club, gives up a trick to the Queen of clubs, he has no entry to the 9. Not only that, the defense can now play heart, 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 tapping off your last trump while the ace of diamonds is still outstanding. So maybe you had the right idea about knocking out the ace as stronger defense.
Well, on this layout of the cards, it looks great, right? North is the one with the ace of diamonds, not the opening bidder. So it's a very simple line. We just play for 3/3 diamonds and the ace on side, and we basically make our contract. We don't have to touch the club suit at all.
He is shifting over to diamonds.
Yeah. So diamond goes to the queen. He now continues another club.
But now, presumably goes Queen of clubs, club ruff. There is an trump entry to the west hand now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like things are actually going to work out for Declare the way things have played out. So maybe this was a really strong line of play as well. Because now that 10 of spades will pull the last trump and be an entry to the winning 9 of clubs.
And then a diamond up with the ace on side sees him home.
Yeah. If South had the diamond ace in this position, I guess he's in trouble. The defense could play 3 rounds of hearts, forcing dummy.
All right, so in that position, he's ruffing with the king, crossing the 10 of spades, pitching a diamond on the 9 of clubs, and then playing a diamond up, but South faces his hand with the ace of diamonds and a heart winner.
Yeah.
He's good here. So in the other room, teammates went plus 50 for defeating 2 no trump a trick. I think he's going to go plus 110 or maybe 140 here. I guess he's going to lose 2 hearts and a diamond, so he's going to go plus 110 and win 2 M's, which is almost 12. I mean, it is 1 digit from 12.
Yeah, it's a nice result for East-West. North-South, I think fortunate for their side, didn't get too aggressive, because since everything switched well for East-West and all the honors were on side, it would have been the opposite for North-South.
South North did not, East did not win the 10 of hearts.
Now, kind of clever, though, from Weinstein, he's able to put his partner in on the second round of hearts so that Levin might be able to play a third spade if that was the right defense. But a lot of these subtle things kind of get washed under the rug, since, you know, we could have easily just seen ace, king, queen of hearts, declare ruffs, crosses to the trump, cashes the club, leads a diamond up, and says 110. Weinstein's defense gave his side an extra chance if Bobby had, you know, a slightly different lie of the cards. Being able to win that jack of hearts in the north hand, North had far more options as to how to defend. So, nicely done.
But 10 of his cards between a 5 and a 9. 9 of his cards. He had a lot of middle cards, those 2 hands. Not this time. Just looked at the hand at open 2 now.
Club, a spade. He'll rebid 2-0 now.
Then I would think some sort of artificial check back might locate the spade fit, and then in the presence of a spade fit, Michael will bid game.
Man, the other table did not do very well on a spade contract, East-West. They got to 2 spades, probably after a heavy 1 no trump opener from Nickel and transfer sequence, and that contract went down 1.
Oh, okay. East has actually passed the 2-0 rebid. That's a worse contract than. And 4 spades, East West, cover up the North South cards, you're off a heart and a club off the top. You have finesses in diamonds, hearts, and spades. They don't all have to be wrong. You see diamonds and hearts are wrong and spades is 2-way. 4 spades looks like it's going to lose 2 hearts, a club, and a diamond, and then there's a spade guess. Going down in 2 spades seems like a very poor result for the East-West pair in the other room. And I think they may make 2-0 trump here with a heart, and 5 spades is 6, and 2 diamonds is 8. The normal way to play the spades and no trump is to play the king of spades and the 10 of spades, and the queen's going to pop up.
Well,
that's 8 tricks.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to do that because if you don't, there's no entry back over to the east hand. If you play spade to the ace and hook south for the queen, the spade suit blocks.
And you could find weird plays in the spade suit, like playing the 10 on the first round and floating it, but that also works, and it's weird because you just blow a stiff queen with nothing to back you up for it, other than maybe like disguising your holding a little bit. So it's actually just doing the normal thing: king of spades, 10 of spades. I'm puzzled by the result in the other room. 7 seems like a very low number of tricks to take with these East-West cards. It feels like a revoke-worthy number of tricks.
Okay, well, the spade suit has come home, so now it looks to me like Zach is just going to cash the ace king of diamonds, seeing if the queen drops. Nope, he is going to run the spades. I hope that he can score an extra trick in the end position.
I think Nickel played the hand in a very weird way. Basically played loser on the club suit, but except he played a winner on the loser instead of loser on the loser.
Oops.
And he played spades backwards, so.
Okay, so 2-0 making. Oh, I'm being told that my audio is gone.
I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Someone else's audio is gone. Well, I'm not listening to your stream. I'll reload the stream.
Oh, no. Never. Don't worry about that. As long as people can hear me on BBO, it's all fine. Yes, I am aware that things have broken.
Yeah, when I have the stream muted but on when I'm broadcasting with you. Otherwise, there's feedback.
Yeah, it's all good. So apologies to people watching on Twitch. My YouTube audio is always fine. So if you're watching over there, then it should be all good. All right, Zach decides not to risk his contract for the over trick on the diamond finesse here. Prudent decision, and ends up taking 8 tricks.
What I feel is interesting is that we're watching a table of bridge where the level of bridge is very high, the level of card play is very high. We're seeing a lot of interesting plays and some interesting bidding decisions, and we're comparing to another table where I've been puzzled by quite a few of the decisions, creating swings. Did we go over how they got to 3 clubs on board too?
Nope. Just gonna sweep that one under the rug. Absolutely moving on. We're not talking about that.
Okay, let's see what board 5 has to bring for us.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be another swing for Rubenstein, though, with the way things are going.
10, 11, 2, 6. Okay, so North has hand rather than a
21.
foot. Yeah, yes. I mean, this is just a normal Tuna Trump opening, but there's no reason to upgrade this to two clubs other than the lack of jacks. But you also have a complete lack of tens and nines as well. So this feels to me like an ordinary 21 count. And the transfer auction should see North South get to four hearts, where the diamonds are quite friendly and the spades are quite friendly. So it looks like you just have to lose a club and a spade.
Yeah, the spade hook on and Queen Jack doubleton of diamonds. Declare is going to have no trouble. I guess you have a couple of entries to try and lead clubs up towards the king queen. But with the ace of clubs offside, Declare is eventually just going to have to fall back on that spade finesse. So I think for most American partnerships here, a three heart bid doesn't necessarily say anything about the trump suit. A lot of European partnerships play that accepting the transfer shows three because they have some fancy systems over their 2-0 openers.
Yeah, you lose the ability to stop on a diamond three of a major, which may not be that huge of a loss. In exchange, you get, at a very minimum, you can get accuracy in your choice of games, because sometimes you have a hand that's like 5-4-3-1, wants to transfer, and if partner has a fit, insist on the major and only offer 3-0 if partner doesn't have a fit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very good for those, because if partner accepts the transfer, you just bid for the major, you're done. Here, if partner's acceptance of the major could be 2 or 3, then when you're 5-4-3-1, you're kind of stuck bidding 3-0 trump because you don't know there's a fit, and partner doesn't always know when to correct when they're balanced. 3 spades must show some sort of good hand in context.
Yeah, Levin's hand is a monster over there. The full 21, no jacks, good 3-card trump support.
Given the 3 spade, I wonder what 3-0 was. If that was just an offer to play 3-0 despite the fit. I would think that if partner said they like their hand for hearts, South would say, all right, let's play 4 hearts. They're not 5-3-3-2. Maybe Weinstein wanted North to grab the hearts because hearts hadn't been named yet.
Mm-hmm.
Must have been to play 4 hearts.
Oh, goodbye.
Or of the segment.
I'm back.
It was a short blip. I've heard the blips can last up to 5 years.
I don't know what happened. I just got kicked out of Bridge Base Online, but I relogged and everything's okay. And I see we have a spade lead on the cards. 4 hearts made 11 tricks in the other room. We might see our first push of this quarter.
I think West wins the ace of spades. He's looking at that dummy. He's going to shift to a club, be it the jack or a low one. Given it's Zach, I'm going to go with a low club. But none of that really matters. Declare is going to put up a club, win the next one, draw the trumps, play a low diamond, see the honor shrug